Okay.
You are live. Let me check. There's this 20 seconds delay.
Mm-hmm. Says there's currently 10 viewers. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Let me check with my personal account. But yeah, 10 seconds delay.
We're live.
We are.
We're live.
Now only 4. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Peter, remember to mute your YouTube so it doesn't.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Let me check with my personal account. But yeah, 10 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. So this all looks good, right?
Yeah, except
Looks
this
good.
still says 1 hour and 40 minutes. Not sure. Or 1 hour and 40 seconds.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this could be also. Whoa. I'm not a super pro in YouTube. This could be the time you can scroll back, right, in the recording, in the stream.
Mm-hmm.
But we should double check that we don't have any settings for the stream that says close the stream after 1 hour.
When I created the Zoom and the YouTube streaming, I had to add an end time for Zoom, but not for YouTube. For YouTube, I only had to say we start this time, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
You can also just double check.
Yeah, I'm Googling, trying to find out.
Do you want to share your screen, Angela, so people that are already seeing us can see that we'll be there soon?
Yes, I can do that.
And we could also mute ourselves in the Zoom call. And I guess we could like get
talk via
a signal call or something.
Yeah.
And then we can keep tinkering for the next 20 minutes without people hearing or having to listen. Hello. Our first comment. Thanks for being early.
Who are you? You'll receive a special TE sticker. Okay, once again, let's check. Now, should we connect to via Signal or stay in this call?
Yeah, I think that would be that'd be good.
So
Let's do that.
we all stay in the Zoom call, but switch off our mic, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Jess. Good morning, Jess.
Good morning.
Just for your information, we are already live. So
Okay,
only to let you know.
thanks for the heads up.
Good morning. Oh, wait, I wanted to, I'm back in a moment.
Sure.
All right. Ready to go, Jess? You're muted, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Ready as ever. I just saw your slides thing, but that's okay.
No problem. No, that's not a problem. Just I have some. So once I'm finished talking about the event, then you can pick it up and talk about the Governauts. And I'll have our profile images.
Oh, you do? Okay, great. Of the whole team. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Thank you for
And Patti, are you there?
I am.
Okay,
I am.
good.
Yes.
Just wanted to check. Let's introduce ourselves.
Jessica.
Us three at the very beginning. Okay.
Okay. Should we wait for more people, or you can just? Go ahead.
Let's wait until we are at 12:30.
Just gonna grab a pen.
And we have 10 minutes, so this is actually a lot for just introducing ourselves. So
Yes.
take your time.
So for everyone who's watching us already, thanks for joining. And please, if you have any comments, any questions, you can drop in the YouTube chat. We'll see it as soon as possible and try to share with our speakers. And in the meanwhile, please let us know what you're thinking. Please follow us on YouTube, subscribe to our channel, and so you can always be in the loop. And I think that while we are waiting, you can all tell us where you are from, where you're talking from, how you met the T Academy. Please share your comments on YouTube so we can see a bit more, know a bit more about you.
Okay, I think we are good to go. Hello, Jess. Hello, Patti. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the DAO Rewards Systems Assemblage. This is our event as part of the DAO Rewards Systems research initiative kicked off by the Governauts, TE Academy, and TE Commons, and in partnership with the DAOists. And this will be a full day. I think in total we have 8 hours of talks, 20 sessions. It's all about the challenge of reward systems today. And first, we'd like to give you a brief overview on the people behind it, on this overall program. And first, let's introduce ourselves. So I'm Angela, co-founder of the token engineering community back in 2018, founder of the TE Academy. We are running this program. I had the pleasure to be in touch with all the speakers and with the research group that is here in this channel in Zoom. Together with us, these people work over 3 months on the challenge of reward systems, looking from a token engineering perspective, analyzing data. We have case partners. Peter will be providing an overview on this whole research initiative. And I collaborate with Patty, who's also here today. Patty, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Patty. I just recently joined the T Academy. I also recently dropped my day job. I worked with board games for almost 6 years. And when I found out that Web3 was such a big deal, and I fell in love with everything that it could offer, I luckily met Angela and Peter, and they welcomed me in helping with the T Academy. And so I managed to live that past life, and now I have all hands on the T Academy. I'll be helping everyone today with the links, with the technical stuff. So if you also have questions on YouTube, it will be me who will check. Let's keep in touch. And I think that's it for me. I am based in Brazil. So if you are also from a Brazilian, if you're also here, let me know. It's always good to see other Brazilian faces around this ecosystem.
And here with us, there's Jessica Sottler. And I had the pleasure to meet Jess, I think, more than a year ago. And we teamed up in Governauts ground control. And Jess, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit more about the Governauts.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. It's ripe and early at 6:30 a.m. here in Ontario, Canada. I guess I'll briefly introduce myself first. So I actually grew up in the States, in Florida, and I have a background in investigative journalism and political science, which is interesting because I used to cover politics at not only, different levels. In the US, we have kind of county law, city law, state, and then national. So I had the chance as a journalist in a 10-year career to cover a lot of things going on. So it's interesting that I've come kind of full circle to talk and look at governance in the Web3 context. So yeah, I was with the Common Stack for the last year and a half, working on ecosystem development. So looking across the Web3 space at different projects and kind of cross-pollinating a lot of different efforts and research and development. I am currently, right now, focusing at Block Science on research and also communications. I was one of the founding stewards of the Token Engineering Commons, which is the first digital commons. And we draw a lot from the research of Elinor Ostrom, who's a Nobel Prize winning researcher who talks about how we can govern common pool resources. She doesn't just talk, she's written several books. We're looking at her frameworks, the 8 principles for governing a commons, and how can we implement some of those principles here in Web3. Also, Angela, we've worked together a lot over the last year, invited me to be an advisor to the Token Engineering Academy, which I also have a background in teaching. I did a yoga teacher training and taught yoga for 5 or 6 years. I also, during my world travels, taught kindergarten for 3 years. So I've lived a lot of lifetimes, and somehow I ended up down this wormhole. I've been in crypto since about 2015, and just really saw that this technology has possibilities in it and potential. So the Governauts actually started a lot out of kind of a need and curiosity, really. I think what we saw, and we being some researchers from several different organizations, was that people in the kind of Web3 and crypto space were talking about governance like it was a thing to solve, that there was one token that would be the cure-all for governance. And even the word and definition for governance in this context hasn't necessarily been really defined. And of course, there are social processes, there are technical tools, and being in the space that we're all techies, a lot of times we want to jump to a tool, you know, this latest flashy Web3 thing is going to solve for just very, very basic human things and interactions and patterns. So Livia Deschamere from Common Stack and Token Engineering Commons, she is leading the research for the Token Engineering Commons and how we implement and how we look at a lot of these issues that come up when we're in community, when we're trying to manage money together, when we're trying to, you know, do a lot of the things that even on the ground communities have challenges doing virtually without even getting to, you know, interact with each other. So also Renzo, our colleague from Change the River, who also has is fantastic with teaching, who's done a lot with Platform Design Toolkit, and Jeff Emmett, one of the co-founders of Common Stack and also works at Block Science. We all came together and we gave a workshop on polycentric governance and Web3. And polycentric governance is, in case you're not familiar with the term, is it's a concept in common scholarship that basically talks about complex form of governance that has different centers of semi-autonomous decision-making. So we came together to talk about what does it look like to have different tools and different contexts and kind of apply context and look at the decision space of, hey, what kind of decisions is this community even making before we even jump to having a tool? Oh, conviction voting, oh, snapshot, you know, but first, what are the decisions that we actually need to make? Who do those decisions affect? Do we need subject matter experts weighing in, and just really start from a place of curiosity? So we gave this workshop, and that kind of attracted our friend Eugene Leventhal, who works with the Smart Contract Research Forum, also with MetaGov, who MetaGov we have been greatly inspired by. That is also another interorganizational research group that has done incredible work for the space and exploring some of these topics. And then James Wah from Near Protocol. And James, I can't even keep up with you. I know you're part of so many projects. And Natalia Shearer also from Token Engineering Academy. So we all kind of came together and said, hey, you know, we really need a group that's interorganizational that can come together and explore these topics from that place of curiosity and share research and have kind of a knowledge commons, share knowledge and integrate and really talk about what are the learnings from what's happening. There's so many DAOs right now spinning up. What are the best of practices? What's working? What's not working? Can we map the processes and flows and agency that people have in a system? And how can we create systems that are at least equal to what we have now, but hopefully better? Because a lot of these patterns are so deeply ingrained. So how do we look at the patterns that are happening in kind of existing political and governance systems, and how can we really start to unwind that and look at how we are designing these systems and look at it from a systems design perspective and a token engineering perspective. So
yeah, right.
Yeah,
and,
with that.
And this was the starting point then to say, what can we do together with the community? How can we create open science programs to further explore these systems and not just jump on tools, but really understand these systems and see what we can do as token engineers to these new DAOs. Briefly, we as the Academy decided to spin up a program over 3 months with community researchers who work on a particular challenge, and we picked reward systems as a challenge. Since this is pretty prominent in every single DAO today, how can we compensate contributors? How can we grow the ecosystem? And our mission is then, in addition to that, grow the token engineering discipline. You'll hear more about what token engineering is in the course of today, educate aspiring token engineers, to grow the number of active token engineers in crypto and also create new Web3 value flows. And just some numbers: since July 2020, we are running programs in the TE Academy, various courses with partners like Balancer, Gitcoin, HydraDX, Block Science, Ocean DAO. And we had, since then, more than 800 participants from 21 time zones, actually, and a great variety of backgrounds that are super relevant for token engineering. So next to computer science, finance, economics, business, but also natural science, mathematics, super important, data science for these new systems, and social sciences. And we are part of TE Commons. TE Commons, the community to fund and manage funds for token engineering, public goods. So check out the Token Engineering Commons and become a member, because this is a DAO to jointly grow the knowledge and our wisdom of these new crypto economic systems. Brief overview on the agenda. We have in total 20 talks. You'll learn more about our community, the Governauts, in a second. The Governauts Research Initiative, what we're doing with these around 40 participants in this current research. Then we'll have a range of talks about the Reward Systems Challenge, looking from many angles: commitment, how to grow stability, fairness, equality in DAOs, and ownership. And last but not least, we have a governance update from BOSON, 4 tool presentations. We'll meet the Smart Contract Research Forum. And last but not least, we'll have a DAO failure party. So bear with us. There'll be plenty of exciting topics and insights. Now, thank you for now. And with that, I'll hand over to our first talk. It's James from NIR and Renzo from the Governauts, and they'll introduce us to new research activities from the Governauts and a survey. Renzo and James, are you here?
Hello, everybody. Yes,
hello,
we are.
Good morning.
Thanks a lot, Angela, for the space. Greetings from Berlin. I think James is also here. I'm going to just share the screen to start off the presentation, and also introducing. Can you see the
yes,
slide?
perfect.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, again, thanks Angela and everybody who organized this. And I think we are really happy and grateful to see the community of Governauts blossoming from what we envisioned, as Jessica was describing before 6 months ago. And I think I took this initiative with also James to create this project initiative to, it's a community history, it's a benchmark of the current knowledge building approach. So quick introduction about myself. I think Jesse already said a few words. Change River is the place where basically I act as researcher, civil designer, and my work is to listen, understand, facilitate the deeper dynamics, especially in governance, decentralized governance, and provide the roots to design solution or tools. And since 2018, the Web3 adoption is my purpose and mission. So I will just go through the agenda for today, and it's about the research contest, the problem statement, the methods, the goals analysis, and insight and next steps. So in terms of context, very briefly, so the contest I'm describing in this slide come from quite a few engagement with, I think, Common Stack sometimes in the past, Aragon currently, observing Governauts activity on a Telegram channel. And I see this importance of decide what to decide as a new territory where there is a self-organism that required consistent values, educational equipment to grow. So therefore, based on this observational standpoint, I try to focus on the 3 main goals to design a qualitative survey to ask questions. And the goals are about the governance identity. So who are governauts, and why and how they want to learn, and what does the community feel a need to address a problem towards adoption. So the idea is really to make the community aware of that we are listening, and we want to create awareness about researching decentralized governance. In terms of the methods, I just basically created 6 main qualitative research questions, was launched on Telegram for like almost 3 weeks. Out of the members in total at that time, because it keeps growing on the Telegram channel, 26 completed, but through the combat tool, we just want to emphasize that actually 41 members were active during that survey launch. So I think the participant number is quite relevant if we look at the activity of the members. So the guiding questions of the 3 goals is the following. So how might we incentivize the community to engage with and develop decentralized governance research into real problem-solving scenarios? And I worked basically on Miro quite a lot, mainly by myself, but I also want to mention that I asked feedback, another researcher in the community that helped me to kind of be a sounding board to what was my thinking, what my way to look at this data. So from these guiding questions, I'm going to the first goal in terms of governance identity. So I think in many DAOs, there are lots of transformation happening and needed. And I look at the response about why they join Governauts, and then using a framework from Carl Jung analytical psychology approach. And these traits actually as archetypes came out in terms of the seeker, the lover, the creator, and the destroyer. And each of them, they have some traits that I think are very relevant from who want to join a DAO to be aware of these behaviors, and also from the DAO designer or leader, this can be very important to understand the collective environment dynamics. So this is also a framework to really empathize with the contributors to the community and the iterative design process. So, and these are, I just want to make sure that these are the voices from the community. These are what actually they say in the survey, and there are quite clear signals of how do they feel in terms of, for example, one is to see whether token earning and exchange can be generated by groups, which I believe is the start of a new economic paradigm. So this is one of the voices that actually create the tone for the community to ask for certain needs. So the second goal is learn why and how to learn. So definitely in the DAO context, there is a huge volume of info. The learning curve is too steep in the beginning. Each level expertise needs streams of incentives. So I use a framework here, the Bloom taxonomy, just to kind of gather together the response about what kind of format they want to learn. So, and looking at this data, what actually stands out that probably there is a tendency to consider learning activities focused on these 3 top-level learning. So analyze, apply, and understand. And this could be a tool or just an insight to facilitate the community journey development. So again, these are other, I think, voices from the community that, for example, show me how can I get more involved. Perseverance is the key to win the race. Stick with it. It's also like, I assume it's also like a request to make sure there is the contest to be, to express persistence in the community. And the third goal is about problem towards adoption. So here on the left side, you see the contributor perspective, and on the right side, the leader perspective. So the response on the question about what do you see as a problem is adoption, I just summarize in this like storytelling from like a user perspective, like I'm interested, I'm trying to find the right DAO it's hard to find the right one because too much learn, I don't know what skills I need, which makes me feel overwhelmed and not valuable. And the potential inside is to look at a tool that could help members match skill set to specific projects. Let's say even this one with the reward system. So this is could be interesting to develop further. From the leader perspective, so there is a tendency to want to make people contribute, but I don't know how to make a clear focus call because there are overlapping tasks and projects. It makes me feel lost and without a vision. And this could be probably an angle to look at this as a learning journey to streamline the work streams in DAO. So, and these are again two other statements. They are quite relevant. One is, for example, make it as hospital to no-techies like myself and take time to explore each other's vision and don't get locked into gospel and narrow conception of what a human being is. So there are some signs of a need to be inclusive as much as possible. And these are the problems, but these are the ongoing needs that also came out from the survey that it's important to consider social as a cultural building value element, coordination, so what are the work stream versus resource allocation. And also UX is lacking. So we all know about Discord, but also it's important to understand how this could be facilitated. Think about, for example, Gitbook. It could be an option. I think just something that, for example, in Aragon, I'm involved to facilitate it, so to make sure there is easy to use. And finally, these are the next step that I envision and also we discussed with James. And so one could be a focus group about learning skills, a community event to decide problems priority, and also we really would like to create an experiment on Astro. And then I think James will tell more. And before I leave the floor to him, just want to completely say that our intention is to create more participatory actual research, facilitate experimentation and validation in our communities, teams, and platforms. And last but not least, I just want to say, again, thank you, James, for the support. You've been like a really core asset to the community, and it's very valuable that working and creating this with you. So I leave this to you to finish off the presentation.
Thanks, Renzo.
Thanks so much.
Hi, James. I think 3 minutes left. Keep an eye.
Cool. Yeah, shouldn't take too long. First of all, I just want to say thanks to Renzo for putting this together. Thanks to all the survey participants and every Governaut. I'm really grateful to be part of this. And I just wanted to talk briefly about how I'm thinking about a goal we discussed back in the Open Web Governance Challenge, and leading to the discussions within our ecosystem about Governauts and research DAOs. So we're partially doing a research initiative to discover insights and inform development of the Governauts DAO. But what I've learned so far is we need to better understand ecosystem flows, which are always plural. So just wanted to walk through different levels. When we're thinking about a governance DAO, it's really multiple Governaut DAOs. And then when we're thinking about topics outside of research, it is also pluralized, being research DAOs. And I have a forum post I want to share about that idea specifically, but we can go even further thinking about how Astro DAO, which is a DAO framework on Near, can be thought of as a factory producing Astro DAOs. And that's kind of a unique or interesting dynamic we've seen across platforms. And when we're thinking about ecosystem DAOs, which are trusted groups distributing funds on behalf of Near Foundation, it's actually interesting to discuss how those can be pluralized, and then how we're thinking about the broader multi-chain ecosystems and what it really means to multi-DAO. But the question is, why start on Astro now? And I think given results from the survey and the research initiative, especially within the case studies about Near reward systems, we need research DAOs to inform development of DAOs and other initiatives within our ecosystem. So I'm going to propose that we start experimenting sooner than later. And if you want to create your own Governaut DAO, by all means, let's collaborate. And you can join the research DAO, which is a multi-DAO governance structure with processes for other DAOs to join and contribute. So the Governauts DAO on Astro is the first member of this multi-DAO group. And if you want to create your own DAO on Astro, you're welcome to join. And that signifies your participation in the broader multi-DAO of research. And then we can talk about other Governauts DAOs, or governance DAOs, as a tongue-in-cheek way of saying this impossible paradox of one thing that is all things. But of course, we will explore and discover how it works at a higher level. But at first, we'll discuss how it can work in a microcosm of the Astro DAO platform and its ecosystem. So we invite all of you to participate in Governance and think about multi-DAO governance as a question, and hopefully find answers together.
Thank you, James.
Thanks, James. Excited to see the activities evolve in the Research DAO and at the Governauts. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for presenting. And we'll have the next talk, which is Peter from TE Academy team, and Sean Anderson. Are you already here? Probably super early at your place. And they'll introduce us to this research initiative, the DAO Rewards Systems.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm not sure if Sean is actually able to make it, but I am happy and very excited to be here and walk everyone through the DAO Rewards Systems research initiative that we've been running for the last 5 weeks. So yeah, let's get started. The agenda for today, gonna just talk a little bit about our organizers and participants to give you guys an idea of who's involved, then discuss the research initiative goals and objectives, go into the program structure overview, and also talk a bit about the progress to date. We've been at it for, I think, 5 weeks now, 4 or 5 weeks. So got some exciting outcomes. Cool. So yeah, organizers, partners, and participants. The TE Academy is facilitating and hosting the research program, and the TE Academy is in a super exciting place, really vibrant community, a lot going on in Discord, always great discussion. Angela gave a bit of an intro earlier, so I won't go too deep into that, but as you can see, we have some fun on Zoom calls. Also want to give a special shout out to the mentors and support team. There's a lot of organizing and planning that goes into program structure, program content, making sure that the learning experience is good for the participants. And we've got a great team from really across the token engineering ecosystem, and the Governauts group as well. So Andrew, Patty, myself, Sean, Livia, Angela, and Mike. I think you'll hear from pretty much everyone in this group here today. So yeah, shout out to all of the mentors. And then obviously we have to thank our partners and give them a shout out, because without them, we would not have a research program. So the Governauts crew, who we've just heard a lot about from James and Renzo, also the Token Engineering Commons, Ocean, and Near, who are the case partners, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, and BOSON and Gnosis for also supporting this initiative too. Great group of partners. So finally, the most important focus area of the research programs, obviously the participants, because they're doing all the hard work. And I just wanted to call out a few, can't go by name because there's too many of them actually, but wanted to call out a few interesting statistics about our group of researchers here. And just mentioned that we did pull together a group from around the globe. So as you can see, we're pretty spread on time zones, which makes it tough sometimes to join in for meetings, but also exciting because it means we have a really diverse group and get a lot of really awesome perspectives. And it's pretty cool that we can bring together people from all around the world. And I don't know, here we have about 16 or 14 time zones or something. Angela was mentioning earlier that the TE Academy has had participants from 21 time zones. So this is pretty normal for us, which is cool. And also on the educational background, we have a really even split of natural sciences and social sciences. So this has also been exciting because it's a good opportunity for teams to collaborate and then participants to collaborate. And, you know, if they aren't the data science experts, they should have someone in their team to help support them. So it creates a really awesome dynamic of support and problem solving within the group. Also a cool fact is that not everyone in this research program has DAO experience. So some people are really here for the first time, and it's pretty exciting to be able to introduce them and also get their perspectives from whatever world they came from previously on DAO Rewards Systems. And finally, this is a token engineering group too. Many people come from the token engineering community, but it's also really cool that we are able to introduce some people to token engineering. So about a little over a quarter of the group has actually not done much with token engineering, maybe are new to the subject altogether. So it's cool to be the funnel for new folks into the space too. Now to talk a little bit about research program goals and objectives in general. So from the TE Academy's perspective, our main goal or reason for running these research programs is to bring together multidisciplinary groups to solve problems. I only split between natural and social sciences in the last slide, but in reality, there's many different fields and backgrounds and expertise represented in the group. And we have been running these programs for, I guess, over a year now with a handful of partners. And every time it's just crazy outcomes when you bring together groups of people with different backgrounds. So there's always this spark of innovation when, you get this diverse group, which is really exciting. But also it can be a big challenge. So bringing together people from backgrounds makes communication really difficult, which I'm sure everyone in this call has experienced at some point. There's different mental models and domain jargons, definition for terms, all that stuff makes it harder to communicate. And so we really try and promote the idea that communication is a superpower. It's really hard to be good at communication. So asking questions and commenting is always encouraged, and using the lens of your discipline. We don't want you to leave behind everything you've learned to enter this new space. It's actually better for everyone if you try and help people understand your perspectives. And of course, this is an open science initiative. So we do this in the open. There's a Discord channel where all the action's going down. You can check it out. And the session content and et cetera is public too. And we think that is really exciting because it leaves an opportunity for the public to kind of check out the research and spy on it a little bit. That's how I actually got introduced to the space. I was lurking in the Gitcoin research group that the TE Academy did in the beginning of this year, I believe. And it was just lurking around in the back because it was open science and I thought this was really cool. And now I'm on the other side actually. So feel free to do the same. Now to get a bit of a program overview to give you an idea of what these research programs actually look like and how they work. So this is a timeline for this program. We have 3 parts. The first part started on November 16th, and we meet twice a week, as is highlighted on the calendars. So we've had 8 sessions so far, as of yesterday. And today we are obviously on December 10th, which is part 2 of the program, the reward system Assemblage. And today is really meant to, part 2 is really meant to spark innovation and bring new ideas into the group, which is always exciting. And yes, as of part 1 was focused on analysis and measurement, and part 3 will be focused more on new mechanisms and innovation. So what can we tweak about reward systems and discover new mechanisms? Let's see, how am I doing on time? I think I'm okay. And yes, so more on program structure. So we have 4 case examples that we are leading these teams through or have assigned to these teams. And the 4 case examples are split by different reward mechanisms. So first would be Ocean DAO, And Ocean DAO grants are proposals submitted to the Ocean DAO voted by Ocean holders. And our data set for this case includes things like project name, proposal outcome, voting activity, etc. We have two cases actually that are linked to the NEAR community. So first is Sputnik DAO, which is another grants mechanism. The second is the tip bot, NEAR tip bot, which is an interesting peer-to-peer tipping through Telegram chats in the NEAR ecosystem. And then finally, the fourth case is the TE Commons praise system. And this is also a peer-to-peer recognition for contributing towards the TEC. So many interesting data sets. And actually, Angela, how's time?
Oh, good. 5 minutes.
Cool. Okay. So to go a little bit deeper on part one, this is where we've been focusing the last few weeks. And we've been working with the participants and all the teams through this data analysis process. So we started with an introduction to reward system context. So that's learning everything about the system, the reward system and the ecosystem. So that'd be Ocean, NEAR, and the TEC, which is quite a learning curve if you've never been introduced to those ecosystems before. Then we also did some brainstorming around system health. So what does it mean to have a healthy system in short term, long term, at the individual level, at the ecosystem level? So lots of cool ideas there. Then finally, we've been doing data analysis and trying to come to conclusions based on the data that we have available from the reward systems. So the overall objective has been investigating system healthiness by analyzing raw data from reward systems. And the sessions that we have include lots of breakout rooms, brainstorming sessions on Miro, also homework exercises as well. So part two, I guess we already mentioned, although we did not mention, we had 2 workshops yesterday as well. So the reward systems crew has had a lot of reward system action in the last 2 days. But yesterday we also had these 2 exciting workshops on reward system design from Matthew Slater, and also a presentation from Dr. Michael Zargam on reward systems as a process. So plenty there to spark some innovative ideas for part 3, which is focused on new mechanisms, modeling, and validation. So this is where we get to apply some token engineering principles and hopefully create new rewards mechanisms. And of course, this isn't all fun and games. There is a very serious POAP available for all participants who successfully complete the program. And these POAPs represent your successful participation in a TE Academy program and make you a TE Academy alumni. So there's lots of TE Academy alumni in this call today, actually. So shout out to everyone who's completed a program with us. And then finally, I'll just touch on some progress to date. So as I've mentioned, we've had a lot of sessions and workshops so far, total of 29 hours of programming, which is quite a lot. And that's not even mentioning the time outside of the calls where teams have been meeting on their own to work and do their own analysis. So we've had 8 sessions, 2 workshops, and this program today. Yes, and special shout out to our Zoom call full of the research participants who are in the Zoom on the side together. So thanks for joining. And we've also been analyzing questions to give you an idea of something like how effective are grant distributions at returning value to the ecosystem, are correlated voting patterns a signal of inefficient voting mechanisms, is any whale behavior present in the praise system? So things like this are what the teams are digging into. And as you can see, we've got some colorful charts, which are too small to read, but those are from the praise data set and lots of Miro boarding going on too. So lots more exciting updates to come. The program has only been running for 5 weeks. There's 8 more starting in January, but we can already provide you links to join us for the final presentations of part 1 that will happen next week. And also final part presentations in February, if you like to really plan ahead from part 3. And Also, great ways to stay involved would be following Token Engineering on Twitter, the Governauts Twitter, and also checking out our website, tokenengineering.org. So yeah, that's actually all I have for the program update. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, Peter.
Exciting.
In parallel, Paddy is dropping all the links you've mentioned to the YouTube chat and to the Zoom. Feel free, everyone, to drop your questions and make comments, and we'll make sure to pick it up in the course of today. And we'll also have in our Zoom call the research team, and Livy, James, and Roberto now in this call, and they'll tell us more about their cases. So as Peter mentioned, this 3-month research program is, reward systems never just take place on a white sheet of paper. You always have to take a look at the context, take a look at the stakeholders, take a look at the system purpose. And this is why we are super happy to have 3 actual cases with reward systems in production, which is Near DAO with James as the representative, which is Ocean DAO with Roberto. I think you're also in the call, right? And with TE Commons and Livy. And they'll tell us now more about these cases, about their particular DAOs, their reward systems in production in place, and what they've so far observed and learned in the discussions with the research team. Livy, hello.
Okay, hello. I can kick us off. Thank you. Yeah, so for the TEC, looking from this reward system perspective, we were having a lot of very exciting activity for a long time with praise. And then there was an episode that was the praise debates that led us to look and analyze so much of the data that we had from praise. That was like a year of data, more or less. So for who doesn't know, a brief introduction to praise is praise is a system, a reward system where you can dish praise to any contributor in the community, as long as they're in the Discord server. So you dish praise for something they did that you appreciate. So it's kind of like an act of gratitude. So I dish praise for Peter for giving such a great introduction of the program. And that is recorded and through a bot. And then it goes, well, in the past, it went to a spreadsheet, and then the spreadsheet had all the praises, and those praises were quantified by 3 or 4 people that would come every 2 weeks to do that. And why did they need to be quantified? Because it was a very subjective information that needed to be quantified in an objective way. So we needed that human bridge to do that. And this process worked in a very interesting way for most of our cultural build process. And during this praise debates, there was a lot of questioning on how this was being done, were the results representing what we really wanted. We needed to consider that the praise wasn't only a reward system for financial value, but also for governance. And was that balanced out? Like, were we having a good distribution of governance in this initial token distribution? Because praise turned into TCH tokens. That was our initialization token. So from there, so many questions emerged, and that was one of the things that made us spin this program also, because there was so much momentum there. And now the system is evolving a lot. So we are building a dashboard, and we are combining praise with SourceCred and having like this subjective stream together with the more objective stream of rewards, trying to capture the value of the community in general, like all of the granular value that is produced and delivered by everyone. So yeah, it's been very exciting to have 4 groups working on this now, and having many fresh perspectives on how can we understand the system, the TEC system, based on the data set. And I think we're having many interesting insights because of the subjective nature of the praise data set. I think people that are not familiar with the TEC can have a look almost like straight into the soul of it, because there's so much of qualitative information coming with these data sets.
So I can go next, talking about what we brought as cases for the researchers. We had 2. One is kind of just hoping to learn from the praise system and sharing what we've done with our tip bot, which is a little bit different, although, you know, very similar in goals, I think. We actually had more of a focus on responses to messages and rewarding positive contributions in the chat directly, rather than searching outside of the chat, which I think is worth considering because of how impactful the praise system has been for, you know, acknowledging contributions outside of the more visible environments like the chat. We also had those kind of financial incentives already built into the tip bot. So we have, you know, the text data and amounts from all the tipping activity for the researchers to explore and you know, dissect to better understand you know, why people are tipping and whether it's valuable for the system in terms of healthiness and other considerations. But we also brought the Sputnik DAO data, which is like our V1 DAO framework. We now have like the V2 platform I mentioned earlier called Astro DAO, and you can see how phase 3 might lead to new developments with Astro. But in phase 1, we just focused on Sputnik DAO because it had, you know, a lot of data from this year. We launched around February at ETH Denver. It was kind of like our first big moment. And since then, distributed quite a lot in funding through proposals and various councils voting on those proposals with small groups, you know, each member with 1 vote. And the takeaway so far has been that initially we had 1 DAO called the Community Squad responsible for distributing funds to DAOs across our ecosystem. And that has evolved into multiple DAOs responsible for that kind of redistribution. And really the councils are typically voting the same way. So the first person votes and then others will follow suit. And that leads to the conclusion, which is a need for balance of powers. And that is why our idea of ecosystem DAOs, plural, now requires more of a DAO to DAO coordination. And we're using an idea called multi-DAO governance to address that need. And happy to delve into that more, but the Governauts DAO is an example of a multi-DAO as part of the research DAOs in our ecosystem. And we're hoping to connect, collaborate, and create with all of you and every Governout out there.
Roberto, are you with us?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I was just unmuting myself here. Yeah, great to join you guys. And yeah, I thought I would just, I guess, talk a little bit about our case. We didn't really bring it forward as much as Tech reached out to us with a proposal, which was really fantastic to see. We had been discussing a lot of ways to contribute with other DAOs, and I think this is perhaps one of the first, as James put, ecosystem DAOs to have reached out to us and are collaborating towards improving our reward system. To give a little bit of background on that, Ocean DAO was specifically built for the purpose of as a grants DAO. Its main goal is to enable Ocean token holders to vote and distribute those fundings across key initiatives inside Ocean protocol. We really believe that growing from this bottom-up approach will be how Ocean DAO will likely scale much greater than all other efforts being done inside of the organization. But we're still young in terms of the structure and all components that exist within Ocean DAO. To expand on that, so far we've had mostly exterior projects that want to build inside of the Ocean ecosystem come in for a grant. We have now expanded to include working groups that are trying to tackle particular missions and outcomes within the Ocean DAO ecosystem itself. An example of that is just we have a proposal grant system, but we do not have a group of stewards that are helping to take each project, understand the different verticals inside of Ocean protocol, and help to guide and provide assistance to all these projects while strengthening the network. So, the grants program has now been running for 9 months. We have built a proof of concept system to handle all the projects coming in. We've introduced certain systems so that teams can produce updates and continue to grow their grant accessibility so that they can continue to scale within the ecosystem. One of the key drivers was making sure that we could identify which projects are gaining traction and then continue to increase funding so that we can provide access to that capital in as efficiently as possible. But it's been a journey. It's been very interesting to try to grow the number of proposals coming in. And it's been really great to now have a token engineering commons take a look at these systems that we're building, because we are planning to grow much further than just being a grants DAO, in the sense that eventually teams may be getting, core teams currently may get funded by the DAO in the future. And there are additional systems of governance that need to exist, like this working group that stewards projects towards the grant system and towards improving the network. And we're currently starting to deploy these working groups and new pods of teams that are aiming to accomplish certain objectives. So in many cases, we do have other DAOs inside of our ecosystem, but perhaps they're not so aimed towards focusing on delivering these DAO outcomes that we're looking for. So outside parties that are looking for funding and accessing the grants program. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers where we're at the moment. So I'll pass it back to Levi at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, did you have some questions, Angela? I saw you taking notes.
All good. Maybe we have some comments from the audience. I mean, you guys have been working on the cases now across several weeks.
Yeah, I think there was an interesting observation from Roberto, and James and I had a chat the other day, and I think there was a clear distinction between near DAO, near ecosystem wanting to look more into DAO to DAO collaborations, and Ocean DAO looking more into the grants and how this progressive decentralization could happen, and TEC being more focused on granular contributions that are delivered peer-to-peer. And I think these are like some of the three main focuses for reward systems that we've been identifying in the program in general, that grants, DAO to DAO, and peer-to-peer are somehow an overview of the reward systems in the DAO space. So yeah, I thought also the data from each project gives a perspective into what we are trying to achieve in each case. And I think the Near DAO, for example, has such a complex structure that a lot of what participants were doing in the first place was to map it out, and then from there see the flows of the rewards that happens between DAO to DAO. And at Ocean, there was an interesting observation Roberto did that was, oh, we were thinking people were going to focus more directly on the grants and what was happening on the behaviors of the grants and how they were being distributed. But a lot of people started looking at Ocean core team and how rewards were being managed from the core team to the DAO or in the core team itself, and how I think in the DAO space, it's so like things are so interconnected that if you start looking at the core team and then you go to the grants, that will always offer some type of insights that are important for that, like for that objective that was in the first place, to identify what are the best things from the grants system and what needs to be improved. Maybe you guys can want to comment on those points.
I think, going into more of like the commonalities, because you did a great job explaining like how it all comes together from different angles. I think a few themes came to mind in our conversation and throughout this research initiative. One is responsibility and kind of balancing that efficiency and effectiveness when it comes to measuring success in itself, or the actual reward system being implemented. Then another would be kind of like the dynamic of inclusivity and exclusivity, and wanting to maximize inclusivity with respect to the kind of responsibility that I just mentioned. And then another set of words would be fairness and wisdom. I think that's kind of like the ultimate vision for increasing wisdom, like Angela said earlier in the call. I think if we have more wise participants in DAOs, then DAOs will be more likely to succeed. And when it comes to fairness, it's a balance always, and that requires wisdom.
Actually, we have a couple of questions in the chat. So may I pick some of them? So first one, I go step by step. James from Grace. Hi, Grace. Why is it not desirable to have people copy votes? In the real world, people do wait to raise their hands and see what the leader is voting. So you said the council votes.
It's not a bad thing. It's just one thing. So if you trust a council, then it's potentially a really good thing for efficiency, and hopefully that effectiveness or success. But when it comes to, understanding the diversity of an ecosystem and reflecting needs, or, kind of projecting your ideas of what is needed onto the community, I think it's good to have a balance of powers in that way. You're actually involving more people, so you have a better understanding of the needs and the goals resulting from the needs, hopefully, but also strategic goals. But yeah, the idea of councils, as Grace knows, Grace being from my team, she's the head of community at NEAR. So looking at how we can expand and really decentralize to empower communities to decide for themselves will help increase that efficiency ultimately, and not only efficiency, but also will be more responsible to the communities, because they're more involved with their own ecosystems within our ecosystem. But it's not one way or the other, it's always both.
Right. And there's a second question from Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy. How are tiered reward systems created within the DAO ecosystem? I'm not sure, Jeremy, to what are you referring to a particular DAO here? Is this done through proposals or is it written in the smart contracts? Tiered reward systems, Jeremy.
I'm not sure if maybe they're referring to the stuff inside of Ocean DAO.
Yeah.
But we do, yeah. So we don't actually have that inside of a smart contract. Everything is within a proof of concept still. Everything's written in JavaScript running on a server somewhere. But basically, it could be built into the smart contract, and we could set up the tiers so that they could be perhaps parameterized, and people could vote on the different tiers in excess of funds, similar to earmarks. That's another thing that we've been discussing a lot and identifying whether there are parameters that people can configure or which council owns what decision making. But yeah, basically tier rewards are just the more you contribute to the community and the more times you manage to complete a grant and come back to continue to grow, we continue to expand the type of funding and accessibility that you can reach. So at least that is how we define it inside of Ocean DAO. And the success metric is grant completion.
Okay. Thanks. And let me pick up a third question. Grace again. To Roberto, what do you mean by gaining traction?
So I think we've just had a lot of projects that have come and gone. And we've had identified previously that the success metric or traction is your ROI is greater than 1 as a generalization, and it's up to you to define your value, your metrics that you're delivering against. But basically, it just means that you have set out some sort of metric for success for yourself, and you are constantly proving and validating against that. That's basically it.
All right, thanks. Let's check if we have more questions in the Zoom. All right, not at the moment. Yeah.
To build on the answer Roberto gave about the hierarchies, I wanted to mention the multi-DAO structure gives you opportunities to submit proposals and join another DAO as a DAO. And so that is a way to create such hierarchies. And they can even be like a circular partnership where both DAOs join each other and vote on each other's proposals. So it's not necessarily a top-down or bottom-up, but rather, like I usually say, it's both. And we have that ability to do it without changing the smart contracts.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've just, our approach has a lot, it's less structured. So people are just organizing themselves, however they see as appropriate. Based on AstroDAO, it seems like there are perhaps a lot of tools being given to groups so that they can actually form their own DAO and measure themselves as an organization, whereas we have focused exclusively on the grant creation, review, voting systems, and so we've experienced this behavior organically, and emergently within the ecosystem itself. And we are generally very much supportive towards that. We want to see teams grow, and we want to see bigger groups of people working towards specific outcomes. And yeah, I think in terms of structure, I think that's something that's very important to continue to steward, which is, an organic way for teams to self-organize and coordinate, but without us really getting in the way. And I think that's a big part of where Ocean DAO is, because again, our governance was always designed to be narrow, meaning that token holders are only really voting on how the grants are distributed. But in terms of how the organization actually needs to coordinate, we have such large needs from you know, the community to address specific outcomes. Like I mentioned before, just having a good council that can review projects and provide the right support for them. That's been mostly an internal centralized process. And at that point, it just becomes unscalable. So it's just, we've been taking a look at all of these processes and verticals within the organization and really asking ourselves, is this, can we tackle this efficiently? And I think the answer is usually no, right? It's two people in a room cannot make decisions for, you know, hopefully hundreds or thousands of people. So we really need to start working towards these more organic ways for people to self-organize and relinquish power and responsibility, so that, as James mentioned, you know, we can continue to maintain efficiency by making sure that the right people are able to execute on the decisions that they know are important to their own, to that particular outcome.
Yeah,
I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I think also how we talk about polycentric governance is interesting to think about polycentric reward systems and how they emerge based on necessity of how you need to distribute things. And it's also a good way to make things transparent. Like most of the reward systems, because they gather data, they are a great tool for transparency and just for data analysis in general. And then it creates this feedback loop for us always to be looking into the health of the ecosystem based on actions that are happening that came from necessity. I think it's interesting too that Roberto was talking about how they're thinking about using Coordinape in the working groups that are starting to be formed. And that is already giving power, like letting people reward each other when the rewards came from a more centralized entity at some point. It's a step towards distribution of power, decentralization, and transparency all at the same time, and that all of the systems can coexist, and that the communication between them is like actually a great overview of the community in general.
Yeah, I thought I would just expand on that. You know, I think one of the what I've been noticing, or at least what I've been kind of trying to drive towards, is we have a lot of fragmentation between these different groups that are operating within Ocean DAO, and you know, we have some groups that are fairly active, but they don't get enough visibility, or they have very different tools than everybody else. And there's even fragmentation if you want to help one group and then you go and join another. And as a DAO, we're not providing enough visibility or support systems to some of these organizations. So, you know, similar to Astro DAO, we do want to offer some tooling. I think we've just been calling it scaffolding, or, you know, working group or DAO scaffolding, so that we can deploy this basic infrastructure that can support both the social and more softer ways for how people collaborate. So I think Coordinape is a great tool that reflects that. And we're also trying to identify tools that are perhaps a bit more quantifiable and objective, such as SourceCred, so that we can play a balance of these things, provide the right tooling for everybody so they can be autonomous and self-sufficient, but at the same time try to provide some sort of scaffolding that can be versioned, or perhaps you know, deployed very easily, so that we can empower teams while providing some base structure that would then allow any participant to come in and then go from one working group or another and have somewhat less friction, in addition to have all these particular tool sets that generate all the data and allows us to have a better understanding of how all of these different groups are organizing and doing work.
Yeah, I think it's a trade-off always in several directions, with one side being a structured, perhaps, you know, multi-DAO governance approach. It gives more accountability, but it is kind of more of a structure, and it loses some of that organic, emergent, you know, community-driven participation. outside of the structure. And so you might want to think about adaptive accountability and how you change the structures as really the most important aspect of your governance system, and deciding how to decide, but also deciding how to change, and how to reassess, or ask questions, challenge assumptions, and really like make sure you're not entrenching yourself, as mentioned in the chat.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that even mechanisms like somebody, Kisho here, mentioned rotating councils or different mechanisms for continuously restructuring the group and having their ability to grow organically. I think with regards to scaffolding has been mostly, is there something that we can version and then we can allow everybody to have, so empower people to have the tools that they need while still providing them with full autonomy. So if you don't want to do this, that's perfectly fine. But if you do want to use it, here are systems that we support. And if you do use it, perhaps there are people that are building systems on top of it that are then easily integrated and leveraged. I think that as I mentioned earlier, I'm not the best person to make all the decisions. So, we don't want entrenchment. And I think that's a big thing that we've been kind of going over, is just how to move from the decentralized team that's, making kind of decisions for everybody, to really creating a worker group that we can invite many participants from the ecosystem that have really contributed over time, and bring them onto the conversation so that we can have really candid discussions about, as you said, decision-making processes and governance, and creating systems so that everybody participates, and we don't have a situation where any one person's there for perhaps too long, or we can include other participants in a way that's fair and equitable for everybody.
Yeah, just last thing on that point, also on the accountability that James mentioned. One of Ostrom's principles is mutual monitoring, and mutual monitoring usually sounds like some type of surveillance. I think usually there is this bad connotation to it, that you're going to be looking at what others are doing. But with the praise system, we understood that we would be creating a positive mutual monitoring loop, because people would be looking at what each other are doing, but from a perspective of gratitude. So it's almost like calling someone out for being awesome, and there's that happening with everyone, and this dynamic gives information. So also she says that nobody wants to be a monitor, but the benefit of being a monitor is because you get so much information on that system, and information is the most precious resource. And when people understand that, they know so much better how to, they feel like they belong, and they know how to move inside of the system in a better way. So I think praise for the TEC really gave this powerful combination of like giving information and a mutual monitoring perspective from a positive loop.
Yeah, I think culture is the main reason that I'm here, that we're here to learn from the Token Engineering Commons and other collaborators involved. And I really hope that our ecosystem can benefit from learning more together. And the culture is something that I believe enforces that, gratitude instead of an attitude with a negative connotation.
That's great. One of the main things that I have always been very happy as soon as I saw that the tech was this focus on positive actions and rewards and gratitude, and just being such a positive culture and community. And I agree more with James, that I think that's one of the biggest wins that we have when an ecosystem DAO comes in and starts participating, because it is such a big impact on the culture and the different philosophies and value systems that they bring and share with the community. So I definitely feel like, at least in Ocean DAO, I felt like we were a bit insular in terms of the type of cultural connections that we had and how the ecosystem was maturing. And I think that having the tech join us has been tremendously valuable. And I've been, very happily taking a lot of influence and reflections from whether it's how other DAOs are organizing themselves or value systems or just how people are really working together, because it feels sometimes very closed off, Ocean DAO, in terms of some of the groups and how people are working together, and other DAOs just seem so inclusive. And I think there's so many things that we can learn from others. So these contributions have been very helpful. So yeah, I just want to again add on top of what James said, that the cultural impacts and the value generation that came when things that are very intangible, I think is really perhaps some of the biggest wins that we'll have, over the long run. We're here to understand reward systems, but it's impossible to quantify the cultural impact that bringing other DAOs have and add to the ecosystem. And I think that although we can't measure it, it is incredibly impactful.
So on that note, thank you. And I think, do we have more time?
Thanks a lot. Let's give it we have some more minutes left. So in case you guys have any questions in the chat, drop us a note. You can also switch on your mic for those who are in the Zoom, the research group, the TE alumni. And let me check the YouTube. Any more questions? All right. I'm 100% sure that there's a lot more to discuss. Everyone feel free to join us also next week, when in total 13 teams will present their results on data analysis on reward systems introduction. As you've heard, they've explored near DAO data on the grants as well as tips. They've explored TE Commons data, praise, and they've explored grant data from Ocean DAO. So it will be pretty exciting to hear what the teams came up as conclusions. The overarching topic was assessing network healthiness by using data. And of course, we all feel, okay, we can track everything in a DAO, in a decentralized networks, particularly if we use on-chain data. Let's see if this is the case. And I'm excited for the results. So everybody, it's open. Feel free to join us on December 16th. And I think we have some more minutes left. Maybe Peter, is there more to share about any upcoming agenda items for the research program?
Yeah, I think joining on the 16th is the biggest one. And I mean, the discussion that we were just having, kind of comparing, contrasting the evolution of these 3 reward systems from each of these ecosystems is what the participants have been debating for the last 3-4 weeks too. So a lot more conversations have been had about this topic. And yeah, we've already uncovered a lot of really exciting themes. And so it'll be a great time next week to have it all come together. So yeah, and thanks to James, Livy, and Roberto also for the support. They've been a huge help to the teams in the program, answering questions. And as you can tell, there's a big learning curve on the cultural side just to understand the intricacies of all of these communities. And so these 3 have been kind of the window into the DAOs for the researchers. So it's been a huge help.
All right, and on that note, let me just share our YouTube channels, because yesterday we had, as part of the Assemblage, we already had workshops with our research group that are now available on YouTube. So it's public. Feel free to check them out. Workshop number 1 was Matthew Slater's Reward Systems Design Framework. So we've went over a 4-steps framework to ask yourself questions on the functionality of a token in your ecosystem. So think in terms of the functions of money, unit of account, medium of exchange, store of value, and how to translate this into reward systems. And then also to think about, oh, wait, token, can we go beyond monetary compensation? And what about all the other rewards we can offer in an ecosystem, we can offer in social relationships? This is Matt Slat's Reward Systems Design Framework. And then second, let me recommend Algorithms as a Policy, Dr. Michael Sorghum. This was also a workshop yesterday where we've explored how to measure reputation, how to think about KPIs in decentralized systems, where we have this, on one hand, we try to translate a purpose into something that is measurable. And on the other hand, we know this is bottom-up organizations. The meaning of it, or the whole, or this great value and opportunity is in a very dynamic, very decentralized way of coming up with potentially valuable contributions, valuable steps towards or adding value to a certain purpose. So what about defining KPIs? What about measuring healthiness? So both of the videos, really perfect addition to the talks of today. Check them out. All right, and now let's go to our next talk. I know that Felipe is already here because he's already dropping notes to the chat that near AstroDAO has such lovely design. Felipe, switch on your camera. Your talk is next. And I'd like to thank you a lot for supporting us with this program. So we have been tinkering and chewing on great speakers, great topics. And I know that, I mean, the DAOist is always brilliant source for inspiration when it comes to any DAO topics. And you decided today to talk about the micro perspective. So when the individual's objectives, the individual aspiration in a DAO. And of course, we try to, in this next track, we try to define and discuss, what does success mean to a DAO? How can we define success for a DAO? And there are these two perspectives. Felipe with the micro perspective on an individual contributors. Our working title was A Life Well Spent. And then Owaki from Gitcoin DAO will add the macro perspective on transcending. Oh, this title is really complicated. Let me read it out. Where is it? This was taken from a tweet talk he gave a couple of weeks ago, Transcending the Individualist and Collectivist Divide. So what can DAOs do to global coordination and to, let's say, provide coordination about shared challenges we have on this planet, shared goals we have on this planet, and opening up new windows for coordination and collaboration. So I'm looking forward to both of the talks, but now, welcome, Felipe.
Thanks.
Stage is yours.
Can I share my screen?
You can. Go ahead.
Cool. So let me throw this guy here. Share. All right. Let's go. The controls are in front of the other controls. Wait. Play.
No worries.
There you go. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay. So this might be an unorthodox talk. I'll do my best. You know, just like DAOs, sometimes you set out to do something, sometimes something else happens. And So why do you do what you do, right? How much what you do informs who you are in the end of the day, right? Are you who you are because of what you do, or you do what you do because of who you are? It's a process of being and becoming, right? There's a little fractal. There's an engine of state, venture, state, venture, state, venture, right? Their intention, right? Sometimes you're affirming an idea, and sometimes you're building a new idea, and there's a process of abandonment and catching yourself. So like taking a step is a succession of a mini fall and you catch yourself, and a mini fall and you catch yourself. So the being happens because there is a imagination state of believing on a result, right? The tension of being and becoming has a temporal dynamic to it. So most of my work happens around reflections around polarities, and I think this is the mother polarity. I've been searching my entire life. This is an invitation to prove me wrong and find a larger polarity than this one, a more encompassing polarity than this one. But I think this one is my big bad mama so far after 10 years of looking at this, because as you manifest identity, it's a trade-off that you close off relational possibilities, and as you open yourself to relational possibilities infinitely, you will lose any sense of manifestation of identity, and they have this generative tension where the spice of life comes from, I guess, right? The process of holding on or giving in flow. So one keeps our attention from the other. Is it time to affirm or to inquire? Is it time to sustain or to venture? The muscle of attention is making this decision all the time. And reward systems, they lay the tracks in the process of being and becoming, both for individuals and communities. And that's the size of the responsibility that's there on what to give to whom, how much, what to track, what's important, what matters. This defining this success narrative is a chicken and egg problem happening over time. So chicken and egg is not enough. It's chicken and egg and time and egg and chicken and egg and time and chicken and egg and chicken, right? Because you are something because of what was done by you, but not only you, and you're becoming through imaginations of what can be done next by you, but also not only you. There's a matroska of systems within systems within systems, all inter-affecting each other, creating mind-numbing cybernetic possibilities. And sometimes it's okay to allow your mind to be numbed by those possibilities and imagine yourself through them, right? So what? Wait. And okay, so the next verb that we need to venture out together into these imaginable possibilities of being and becoming is the sense of belonging, right? Because the notion of separation, that what formed you because of what you've done is short-sighted. You are formed by so much more, and you're venturing into the future with many other people that you are in state of coordination, collaboration, and cooperation with, and we will define these three better as we move along. So when together, whether you want it or not, we happens, right? This one is not optional, right? There's no such thing as absolute separation or effective loneliness. Actually, maybe the idea of the individual might be a little bit fictional. So are we more different than same, or more same than different? I'm not sure this has an answer, but sometimes you have to figure it out, especially when you're making decisions on who gets what, who goes where, who gets a chance to do this. We're basically designing rings of privilege. We're constantly designing VIP areas, and I've never seen a VIP area destroy itself from the inside. So as you close off something, as you create a gate, there's a lot of responsibility in that moment. So the question I have is, can you define the we that came into your mind when I asked the last question about the we? Can you hold it softly in your hand somehow? Which we was the first we that came up, and was the second, and was the third one, right? So how many we's are you a part of right now? Like, just let it run. Let the algorithm run in your head, and then try to list all your we's real quick, right? It's can be daunting. But also you have to ask yourself, so as I'm trying to decide which we I want to focus on and which we I'm talking about when manifesting togetherness, how inclusive does that we want to be? This is not a trick question. Inclusive is not necessarily better. It's just a question, right? And when measuring your presence in that we, what are the parameters that informed your, there's a mistake there, I should change. What are the parameters that informed your process of being and becoming? Where did they come from, right? When you allow yourself to let go from the illusion of separation, the belief of individuality, and really try to embrace everything that happened before you had a you to you, what were all the other we's that were there historically, right? This is a uncomfortable exercise. People pay people weekly to sit down and talk about this. And maybe we should do it together in community, but that's, I'm going to really try not to make any, how to say, prescriptions on this talk. It's just questions, really. So what aspects of it do you or we want to move with us or you into the future, right? When you're building reward systems, you're selecting patterns of we, some to stay in the past and some to move into the future in this process of being and becoming. These questions, they don't have a right answer, but and because they're also non-quantifiable, sometimes we forget to ask them, right? It's so seductive to be able to get data on stuff, and the more semantically rich our interactions become at the point of inception with like Telegram, Discord, Collabland, wallets, metaverse, like a wallet moving through space. You can dust that wallet constantly, you can track those actions, etc. There's so much we can learn about the user and their interests, etc. But these are second order cybernetic systems that as they grow, the lessons that we just had become less than relevant at each temporal unit moving forward because the system is redefining, right? So we need to do the job. You guys do the job of creating benchmarks, and it's a unsung hero challenge, I guess, in my opinion, because we're always going to need contextual navigation. So I'm trying to provide the questions I ask myself when deep in this contextual navigation, because I knew there would be genius people in this call, in this how to say, the gathering, assemblage. And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna really allow myself to be the stupidest person in the room and just like come from my very community organizer block party perspective. So this is, people have seen me saying this before all over the place. Like I call it the 30-second organizational design course. What is the minimum that everybody gets for being part of the system? What is the price pledge or sacrifice or, you know, the cost of having access to that system? And what is the process of having gone through that membrane, right? And this is my navigational device. Whenever I'm looking at a system, I know what I like and what I don't like. I wouldn't say that it should be the same for everybody, but these questions will remain the issue number, like my first sensational approach, and really sit alone in silence and figure this out, because reward systems are basically defining success for the individual within that organization and selecting, right, behaviors and patterns. And I get completely absorbed by this subject, because they are the success narratives and what it means to have a life well spent. Like if you were expecting me to come tell you what a life well spent is in this talk, I'm sorry, I will be thoroughly disappointed. But I just want us to be completely aware that this is the most political action anyone can take, right? Is how you have fun, what makes you like your definition of happiness and a life well lived, or so you can substitute happiness here for any word that is too big to have true meaning and like justice, love, happiness, peace, all these the big misnomers that were always used throughout history to commit the most heinous crimes, right? This is where the danger lies here, and it can't just be about numbers, because what makes people look at you as successful will become their next heuristics for action, and they create shelling. I don't even have to finish the word, right? Just shelling. You're just shelling pointed your way to the word point. So we it's so much information that we need these shortcuts, and these shortcuts form faster than anything else. So if you want to change society, if somehow narratively you can touch what the perceived vision of success is, everybody else just reorganizes really fast, right? But nobody has the key of that story alone, because successes have flavors, right? Some people might like a more oozy caramel-like success. I myself like a more crunchy kind of success. Most often, I like biting onto things than just licking the candy. Like, you know, there's always that discussion, or you always have to decide when you get a mint put in your head, or you're gonna in your mouth. Are you gonna bite it, or are you gonna just let it dissolve? You know, there's flavor to success. There's different styles, and the reward systems we're all designing, either consciously or unconsciously, and we're participating in just by being in Web3 in general, or all the other choices we make, or where to spend our time, where to live the tension of being and becoming. They invite us to become aware of the imaginary victories in our heads, right? Why are you here, not somewhere else? What is the imagination process behind that decision? And how can we design consciously these communities by trying to become empathetic to this banquets of imaginary victories that are feeding the engine of the collaborators you have and the ones that you want, right? I know it's kind of fuzzy, but this is going to be the fuzziest talk I've ever given, because there's no solution for this. You have to stay with the trouble. You're going to always have to sit and reflect, right? Okay, so let's get a little more practical on these reflections. And I don't even know how long the talk is. It was really improvised. And then we can just open the floor and talk about it, which is more cool than listening to me speak stuff. But I tried to put really cool emojis, like how much work went into selecting the right emoji for each slide. It's not even a joke, right? But so please at least make sure that the success strategies match the spoken values of the organization, right? This is my first red flag giver in that little 30-second organizational design or analysis course. And it's not only about the payroll or who gets what, but the events, the offsites, the style, the aesthetics of the celebrations of that organization. These are all part of it. Things to think about, because the opinions and manifestos, they matter way less than how you reward the weakest member of the membrane. Right, so whoever is getting the least, what do they get, and how do they get rewarded, and what's the level of psychological safety that they feel? This is sort of the question number one that I ask when I get into a bar. I have a whole thing that I say when I get into a bar. If the most attractive or cool people there are getting paid to be there, I tend to leave. Just throwing that out there. And this is especially hard for DAOs, because imagine if you're trying to judge the bar, but the bar doesn't have walls, and the bar sort of overlaps with another bar. And then there's this quantum capacity of a person to be really important in both bars, but they can't be in both. Like it's hard to say where a DAO starts, where the other one ends. And we are literally, for example, in Prime, we're trying to build the mechanics for these overlaps to be signified and quantified and practicalized. But right now it's just a challenge to the imagination, really. And the other question in these systems, especially with DAOs, which there's always this problem with talent mining and keeping people interested and having predictability of contribution and throughput and all these things. Like usually the founders are more effed than everybody else, because they're not like everybody who's at the fringe is allowed to change their minds, they're allowed to go away. And then if the founder is really allowed to change their mind and nobody else is, then we inverted the pyramid. We are back to the corporation, right? Last time I worked a normal job, basically, I couldn't change my mind. My CEO could change their mind all the time. And I was basically an instrument at the service of this. And I'm not saying this is wrong and shouldn't happen. But so the question is, who is allowed to change their mind and who's allowed to fail? These are navigational devices that are important when designing community, joint ventures, collaborations in general, okay? So Kia posted the other day that DAOs are, somebody's calling me. This is totally not okay. Sorry. I have to go forward with, yeah. So Kia posted the other day that DAOs are egregores. And egregores are an important term in my life because I like these topics and stuff like this. And I disagree that DAOs are egregores. Egregores are like mind animals, thought forms that manifest when people get together to do something together, when there's shared intent, shared interest, etc. So you can imagine that this like imaginary animal that is hungry and you have to feed it with your attention and your intent. And the people who summoned it, the people who started the whole thing, it's like this hungry mind animal has more access to the people who started it than to the people who came afterwards. So just to keep a community going, staying at the same place without growing too much, you have to spend energy. And there's this community Sisyphus action, right? And the tensions that I've seen in the DAO space often caused by like founder community conflict that we watch like every 3 months. We just watch some version of this dilemma happening. They have something to do with the entropic tendencies of human groups to deaggregate or to lose its intentional purpose. And then a founder or a group of founders or the OGs or whatever it is, trying to anchor that entropy, right? That sense against the entropy. So this is still that polarity that we looked in the beginning. It's identity and relationship, it's being and becoming. Again, not suggesting anything, just asking questions. I just want to give you questions to go forward in your head, right? Is this okay for everybody still? Does anybody have questions or something?
It's amazing, Felipe. Look at the chat. People are freaking out.
I can't look at the chat because I can't open the thing. And then, yeah. So I will do later. Okay, so I want to introduce you guys because I'm not a scientist and I didn't go to college, but I am trained in a thing called Goethean phenomenology. And that's what brought me to Germany and that's what brought me to DAOs, right? And there's a term in that realm of knowledge called the exact sensorial imagination, right? Which is the capacity of giving yourself within the system and going through the social process in a fifth dimensional way, where you try to imagine what can happen from here, but you are the sensing instrument. So the idea is that imagination itself is a perception organ. It's not fiction. A fantasy is a sensing mechanics. And I deeply believe that this is important. You don't have to be an artist to do this. And one way to stop the linear flow mind from getting in the way of fantasy is to allow the knowledge building process and the sensing process to happen as natural senses happen, which is color, texture, rhythm, right? Because you don't read you sense a song, you don't analyze a song, right? And we need these two capacities. And I felt that my social function in this particular group would be to affirm this, but I'm not saying that this is better than the other, just before I get shot. And then I want to introduce a concept of wholeness, right? And that takes us back to the we conundrum. Which we are we talking about? Like, who put the membrane on a thing, right? I don't have an answer for that, but as you allow yourself to just try to escape all the membranes with your exact sensorial imagination, just let it grow, 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 grow. We need to deal with this sensation of wholeness, right? When the system is formed, when the parts create a whole, it's diverse yet coherent. It's not same, but so we try to make it legible. We want the data. We try to organize. Like I'm right now in the Netherlands. If you ever flew over the Netherlands, you know the problem of legibility, right? But I don't think that's going to be easy to do with DAOs, or else we're just going to end up with a bunch of companies in the blockchain. And even if we do, there will be also the other type of DAOs, right? So the more our operators, designers, token economists, and etc., become comfortable with navigating wholeness and uncertainty in wholeness through a process of sensing and context, more than just data. So you have sensing and context with data. I think we'll be better off. And I think we're close to the end, right? Okay, so we touched this, that is it my DAO, your DAO, where the DAO starts, where the other DAO begins? Like Bitcoin itself is the mother of all DAOs, in my opinion. It's just DAOs, 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 DAOs. And the we conundrum, right? I really like this spider emoji. I could look at it all day. So there is no spoon, right? There's no spoon, right? There's only peopling together. But unless someone shoves a spoon in your eye, and then there's definitely a spoon, and it hurts, and collaboration is painful sometimes, you know? So it's really easy for some person on Zoom to sit here and say, oh, there's no spoon. No, there's definitely a spoon sometimes. And I've cried at night because of proposals in DAOs, okay? I was the first person in the world who paid all my bills by proposing to DAOs because of a bunch of coincidences, but it's actually something that happened. Genesis saved my life because I was unable to earn money doing my profession in Germany, right? And because look at what my profession is. It's this weird shit. You know, it's like, who's gonna, you know, show me your CV. I don't have one. Sorry, you know. So I just, as a last ditch effort, I want to just define these three words because they get very confused and used several times. If nothing was linear in this presentation so far, this is linear. It's a linear scale of intimacy, coordination, cooperation, collaboration. If we can actually have this as a agreed upon standard, I would love for watching this to happen. So coordination happens even if we're not looking at each other, right? It's the Schelling point thing. It's having coordinated action without communication. It's incentives, game theoretical orchestration that can be set afoot on purpose, but it's definitely happening multi-purpose, which we call accident all the time, right? And then cooperation is kind of like when somebody watches all the talks from this assemblage, there will be a higher understanding that will be formed, but I didn't coordinate with Milwaukee that we would be maybe Angela was the secret orchestrator of this design. But in any way, and there's my little brick, and there's Milwaukee's brick, and there's Angela's brick, and there's Vivia's brick, and there's David's brick, because like, for example, Dog here, when he smiles and I say something, he's making presentation better. He's my cybernetic device, right? In many places. David has no idea how important he is, and now he closed his camera, leaving me completely alone in the dark. So, and then collaboration, which is the thing that hurts the most, is when we make the brick together. And there's a real danger there that the result of the collaboration will be the smallest of both our minds, right? The collaboration mode can create a result that is a bit worse than what we could have done each alone, you know? And if you've ever been married, you know that there's at least 1 week that this happened, like the whole, you know? Collaborating is hard and painful. It's a contact sport. It might cause some hurt, but it also might manifest the most beautiful things that a human can experience. Demands a lot of respect and deference, and definitely learning all the neuroplasticity of crypto and game theory, etc., has helped me immensely in navigating my personal life because of all of this. And okay, so this is important when designing reward systems more than anything else. How can we have healthy coordination, healthy cooperation, minimize collaboration, and when collaboration actually happens, that it's at least joyful, right? Optimizing intimacy. Okay, so I ended up making a suggestion. Right? So when you look at reality, it actually looks like this. It's really hard to put into little systems. So I hope that the wise sequence of asking questions and staying with the trouble helps us get from this being to the next becoming. And that's my talk. Sorry for the rambling.
Yay! Felipe, thank you so much for your talk. I guess maybe we have comments.
I haven't seen
or
anything.
Questions. Yeah, take a look at the chat.
Yeah. Am I over time?
No, not at all. So this is why we can take some questions. Switch on your mic, guys.
Yeah, just go shoot. Or not even questions, just tell me what you're thinking about. Like,
I love my favorite quote is on the success narratives as a catalyst. This is really cool. Because actually, I mean, it feels so obvious that reward systems are incentives, and according to game theory, they will lead to certain outcomes and you can make people do stuff. But in DAOs, as you laid out so nicely, this is different.
So Peter, Hacker, is your name actually Hacker? That's really cool to be actually called Peter Hacker. Like,
it is indeed.
what an advantage.
Meant to be.
So the field is, it's like Goethe, the German philosopher, or actually not a philosopher. He was a playwright, but a statesman, but a collector of rocks, but a scientist, but a color theorist, but a drawer and a painter. He was the last of the Renaissance man. And he created a whole new approach to science that went completely ignored. If you want to go have your mind blown, just do this. Just Google Goethe's Purple Ray and watch the breakdown of why we have pure rays of light and we have pure rays of shadow. If you get to the end and still feel okay, call me, and then we can talk about pure rays of shadow, because it's one of my favorite subjects. But yeah, so Goethe he had this whole thing, and it didn't make sense at the time, 21, because he was approaching chaos mathematics from a sensorial direction. And his contemporaries were like, fuck this. We want more cotton. We want steam. We want vapor. We want machines that do things fast. What? Did everybody disappear?
No, it's just I switched on the camera so that we can see all the people in the call.
Oh, okay, cool. And then, so let me go to gallery mode. And so, and then people in this century kind of re-grabbed this thinking of Goethe and this approach to nature that is looking at process rather than product. And that's good, called Goethean phenomenology. And there's one important book called The Wholeness of Nature, which is really long. Just saying, because if you are a Kindle person like me and you just start reading, it will take a few months. It's like 1,500 pages or something, but it's beautiful. And yes, okay, that's the name of the field. Sorry, more questions?
Mark has one, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, and brilliant presentation. But I just wanted to ask, because my understanding is you have some background in Disco and the distributed cooperatives, and so and also you've given sort of a German flavor. So I also was thinking around the German Verein structure and how you have these you sort of the nonprofit and the for-profit and social benefit membership associations effectively. And so in thinking around that, which was also well thought out from legal engineers that were trying to also give organizational structure with some flexibility for these human activities to sort of coordinate themselves. I wanted your thoughts on how from the Disco perspective that you're familiar with, how you see that distinction, if you were to make sort of these clear structured distinctions on how these should be established, because they take the view, at least in looking at that, it's more of this sort of for-profit, and then you have to think about what is the nonprofit entity structure. Is it still a DAO? Is it a Disco? Is it something else? Should we leave all of these things undefined? Is that the better approach? So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Over.
When I see people getting super excited about taxonomy, I go have tea in the other room, but I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I think my camera froze. Like somebody has to do taxonomy. It ain't gonna be me. And if I can help in a workshop, I can sustain the workshop. The word should makes me uncomfortable. Try something. It's so new. Looking for benchmarks will just create outsized power to early adopters that actually know not very much more than you. Just do something. Let it fail. Let shit fail. It's fine, in my opinion.
All right. We could discuss this, I guess, for another hour. Thank you so much, Felipe, for sharing your thoughts. And make sure to share the slides with us. Many people asked in the chat. So let's make sure we'll distribute it widely. Thank you, Felipe. And now,
I'll apologize as well, because I'm in the Netherlands. I have to go move my sack of atoms through time and space, but I will watch all the recordings later. And thanks, guys, for having me. Okay.
Thanks for being here, Felipe. And that said, we continue going from the micro perspective to the macro perspective. Milwaukee, with Transcending the Individualist Collectivist Divide. This is the title of a Twitter talk you gave just recently, and this was the starting point for this talk. Hi, Kevin. Great to have you here today.
Hey, Angela. Thanks so much for having me. So I actually was planning on giving a talk about how we're prototyping different coordination tools at the Moonshot Collective, which is Gitcoin DAO's rapid prototyping workstream. But I can get into the Individualist Collectivist talk as well. I've actually never given that one except on Twitter. Which direction would you like me to go?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe I will go through this presentation I was planning on giving first, which is about Coordination Party Kit and the tool that we're building at Moonshot Collective in order to help coordinate ourselves. So for those of you who aren't familiar, the Moonshot Collective is a collection of builders and Web3 community members who prototype experiments in coordination. So basically, if you have developer skills and you want to help build the future, you can join this work stream with tens of others. We're going to take tools from prototyping into market validation, into growth, and then hopefully decentralizing them into their own projects. So this is kind of like the accelerator / like labs version of Gitcoin. And I'd call like Kernel to be our first alumni. We've had a lot of experiments come out of the Gitcoin network over the years, and this just kind of systematizes the ability to take talent and turn it into useful mechanisms. The first thing we're building is called Coordination Party Kit. So if you want to hold the coordination party, you can bring a Coordination Party Kit in. That's like the product vision. My macro view here is that the Internet of Jobs is going to be happening. And when I talk about the Internet of Jobs, what I'm talking about here is this idea that the Internet of Information reinvented everything to do with society that has to do with information, because you could now send a computer network could now send information across the computer network. And that changed entertainment, media, politics, social media, the way we relate to each other, because those things all rely on information. And I believe the Internet of Value is going to reinvent everything in society that relies on value transfer, because we can now send value and scarcity across the computer network. So right now, everyone's really focused on like DeFi and like art collecting. And I think that people aren't focusing enough on the Internet of Jobs. Just put a post into the chat here that people can read about my little theory on the Internet of Jobs here and what's going to emerge. But I think it just follows from first principles that the Internet of Jobs is going to be here. And my big belief is that the Internet of Jobs is what comes after DAOs, because we now have people who are working on NFTs and DeFi working in these DAOs. And the Internet of Jobs is kind of like what they're creating. And whatever mechanisms we create for DAOs, I could see being transposed to 97% of humanity. And this is like a really exciting time, but it's also the precipice of many risks as well, because the Internet of Jobs could bring Web3 mainstream. 99% of society does not think about their investments when they think about their financial lives. They think about their jobs, their ability to earn. So I believe truly that Web3 can go mainstream if we build an Internet of Jobs. And I think that we can build a better Internet of Jobs than like the gig economy that existed in Web 2. And that's like a pretty important point, because I'm out if we're just building the gig economy, but on blockchain. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. You change something by building a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And that's kind of what we're trying to do with Coordination Party Kit. And I hope that we're doing with the Internet of Jobs is creating more empowerment for everyday members of society, as opposed to the gig economy, which I think kind of like boxes people in, and it's like a race to the bottom. commodification of skill sets. So basically, for me, it's all about talent. We really want to be optimizing for the talented individuals in Gitcoin DAO and in Moonshot Collective, and giving them the tools that empowers them to do their jobs faster, to find their next opportunity faster. And the ideal end state of what we're building is that there's all these DAOs in the world that are sort of popping up. And what we want to do is have a product suite that helps DAOs recruit, recognize, reward, and retain talent. So basically, like, how do you contribute to Gitcoin DAO is a problem that we actively have right now. And if we can build Web3 native tools that allow us to do all these things, then that's our alpha. Gitcoin DAO is a machine that builds the machine. The products that you all know and are familiar with are like quadratic funding and hackathons. But there's like the DAO behind that is the machine that builds the machine. And if we can build tools that help us with our onboarding and retainment of the talented individuals who are working on these products now, that's the end game. The other thing that's going on right now is that the Coordination Party Kit is going to be hopefully high ROI tools that are also low time to value. Low time to value basically means that like quadratic funding and Gitcoin grants is great, but like in order to start a quadratic funding round, you need at least 20K. Same with a Gitcoin hackathon. It costs like 5 or 10K to sponsor. What we wanted to do was to lower the time to value for people who are working with Gitcoin's tools. So instead of 10K, you can just do $10 rewards to people. So basically, the idea is to make it easier to coordinate in these DAOs with this DAO coordination kit. So I'm going to go into the individual tools and the experiments that we're running right here. The first one is called Tip Party. It's a way of rewarding people who show up to calls. And the mechanism is pretty freaking easy. You just collect a bunch of addresses with a secret word, and then you can drop tokens to those addresses. And the market side is anyone who goes to events and is DAO native. Presentations are a little bit lame, so why don't we do a demo? So if I go to tip.party and I connect my wallet, then I can create a room. I think y'all are called the Governauts. Is that right? Governauts. Let's load that room. I'm going to sign into it. And then, so basically, once I've signed into this room, then anyone who knows the name Governauts could come in and could do a drop to the Governauts and give them tokens in exchange for being rewarded and engaged in the DAO call. So if anyone wants to, of course, I'm not going to dangle that in front of you without giving y'all a link, Angela. Give me a little credit. It looks like Sid Code's already there and already signed in, so he's the second person after me. And what was really cool was using this at MCon in Denver. We had 130 people that showed up to MCon during our demo for the tip party. And then we dropped, well, Austin Griffith dropped GTC to them. And then the founders of Meta Factory, Spork DAO, DAO House, and a couple others were like, yo, I want in on this tip party. And they dropped all their tokens to everyone at MetaCon also. So it was like a fun way of just rewarding people who show up. I'll have to talk to Austin about whether we have any tokens to drop on the Governauts, but thank you all for signing in and playing with my demo. So that's the first just kind of example of a tool in the toolkit that is the Coordination Party Kit. Kind of the strategy here is to create a series of tools that are complementary to each other and put them in a toolkit. So for the same reason that you would buy a toolbox in order to get a screwdriver, but it also is useful that you would have a wrench and a set of pliers and a hammer. With the Coordination Party Kit, the idea is that like maybe you get it for Tip Party, but there's a bunch of other tools that you didn't know existed that are in there as well. And that's what I'm going to go back to talking about, unless people specifically want to dive in on anything Tip Party. Take a sip.
They
of
are
my coffee
tipping
also
at the moment. Any questions or comments?
All right, I'm going to go on
at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, I just ask that please keep the link in this room. I don't want it to get out of this room, because then that pollutes the list for any drop that the Moonshot Collective would do to the Governauts, and I don't think any of us want that.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go back to my presentation. So that's Tip Party. It's like just such a simple, small utility, and that's what I love about this is that We built Gitcoin back in 2017 as this like giant monolith of all things that are hosted at gitcoin.co. We've got like a bunch of products in the same code base, and we're doing things differently now. These tools and the coordination party kit are simple, they're modular, and they're anti-fragile, which means that you don't need Gitcoin for them. You could just tip this and like host your own version of it if you want to. And that's like how we're building software now in the future. The next tool that we're building is called Pay Party, which is basically a way to recognize and reward your best contributors to your DAO. So the mechanism that this uses is you kind of collect votes about who each contributor thinks is valuable, which creates an n-by-n matrix of votes where n is the number of contributors to your workstream or to your DAO. And then you can drop lists or drop tokens to that list weighted by the number of votes that are in that n-by-n matrix. So basically the opportunity here is to create an intersubjective view of who within the DAO creates the most value and then to drop tokens to that list. And that's called Pay Party. We're working on a thing called Grant Party, which is a way of rewarding the best projects in your DAO. This is basically a fork of the decentralized Gitcoin grants protocol that is being built right now. And so basically the idea is to have an easy quadratic funding tool that anyone can use in order to reward contributors to their DAO with quadratic funding. So basically, Gitcoin's betting big on the next version of Gitcoin grants being this quadratic funding protocol, which you can actually see at grants.gtcdao.net. Like it's already there. It's already in alpha. It's working, or at least I have a JSON RPC right now. Let's see if I can get it to load. But yeah, so basically the future of Gitcoin grants is this protocol, not the centralized version that we've used for the last 12 rounds. So am fairly excited about working that into the coordination party toolkit. The next tool that we have is tokenstream.party. This is actually a quite interesting tool that grants stable income to DAO contributors. And the way that it works is that I can set up a stream to any contributor to Gitcoin DAO. And if they stop showing up, they don't get paid anymore. So we've had this problem where like someone shows up and you have like a really great first call with them and you're like, oh my God, the vibes are so strong with this one. Like, where did they come from? Then you put them on a token stream and then you don't hear from them for 3 weeks and you're like, fuck, what was that about? And so the way token stream works is that you can set up a stream to anyone. And if they stop showing up, then they don't get the tokens anymore. So basically, it's a stream that you have to withdraw from in order for it to keep going. So here's one of the contributors, ghostcoffee.eth, who in the Moonshot Collective put in his work log. So when you withdraw from the stream, you have to have a reason why you withdraw. And then and so I can go in and I can say, okay, they worked on the coordination party setup last week, and that's why they withdrew $1,000. And then the previous week before that, they worked on the GTC staking starter kit. Okay, cool. They're still working on it. Let's roll. This is easy. So basically, it's a way of rewarding people with stable income, where the onus to withdraw and to do it is on them. We've actually found that people will not come in and withdraw if they've stopped work on things, which is quite a nice like balancing mechanism between the paying party and the receiving party. So those are some examples of tools that we're building in the coordination party kit. I just want to end by saying that like I would not build a group of tools that we're not dogfooding ourselves. And so part of the idea here is within the Moonshot Collective that a percentage of everyone's compensation comes through token party, pay party, tip party, and then also the Gitcoin grants party. And the whole idea here is to build an engaged layer of individual contributors to the Moonshot Collective. And hopefully it creates a stronger incentive to join the DAO and to work your way up in as an individual contributor in Gitcoin DAO and in the Moonshot Collective. But we're kind of in our first iteration of this. We're going to be launching these tools at ETH Denver 2022. Shelling Point 2022 is the one-day conference, the celebration of coordination that Gitcoin DAO is running. And we're just going to keep iterating. And there's probably tools that'll get backed out of the toolbox. There's tools that will get added to the toolbox, but we feel pretty strongly that giving people the ability to coordinate their compensation and resource allocation in the DAOs is going to be a big market one day, and it's something that we need ourselves. So we're trying to invent it, and I think that like success of each tool will be measured on like the tool level, but also on the toolbox level as well. So I expect that finally in February, and we'll have demos of each of these tools that we can play with at ETH Denver. So Angela, maybe I'll stop there, and then we can discuss. If we have more time, we can get into the individualist collectivist talk.
We still have 15 minutes left.
Cool. I don't want to overwhelm everyone by doing 2 presentations.
Oh, why not?
I see some questions in the chat.
Today. Yeah.
When moonshot individuals and/or collectives? I don't know what that question means. I'm sorry. It seems like you're memeing, but I'm like just getting into my coffee, so I don't get it. Dr. Lawrence Lau says tips and micropayments, impact of high gas prices, ? Yeah, so each of these tools we're deploying on the Ethereum mainnet, which has high gas prices, but also we're deploying to Matic, and I think XDAI is the other network. So basically the idea is that Ethereum scaling strategy is heavily reliant on layer 2s, and we are supporting that with layer 2 providers. And what's nice about that is gas is as cheap as air. So when you want to do micropayments, it's pretty important that like Gitcoin grants, the median contribution is $1, and it would not work if we were on the Ethereum mainnet where each contribution costs $20 in gas. So being on Matic is really great because each contribution takes like a cent of gas. It's a really great question, Dr. Lawrence.
There's another one from Sid Code.
What's up, Sid?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm involved in both these endeavors like Governauts as well as the things we do at Gitcoin DAO. And we have been analyzing transactions based on the praise system that is used in the common stack, like people praising each other, and those praises are converted to impact and eventually tokens. So can we do something similar with these tools that we have in Gitcoin DAO, like analyze how the tip.party transactions have went and see how that has influenced communities and rooms? Can we do that sort of an analysis there?
Yeah, so yeah, I think that's really important. I felt so like a little bit like I was showing up to like a gunfight with a knife earlier because I was reading the agenda on the Notion, and there was all these like really first principles thinking about community evolution and intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, and like ownership rewards and power distribution and equal opportunities. And like I want to be clear that like I haven't done any analysis on any of that stuff. Like we're just like have a hypothesis about what will work in the Moonshot Collective. And like the bar for like, do we want to give this to anyone else is, do we like using it ourselves? So it's much more of a like empirical way of feeling out whether these tools are good or bad. And then there's like an iteration loop out. There's a loop of like, we build this, and then there's like a loop of we build this for ourselves. And then there's a loop of, do we want to build this for others? And right now it's very finger in the air. Does this work? We are bringing on Sid, you'll be the first person in the collective to know this, so don't leak the alpha, but we're bringing on 2 really amazing product managers who are going to help take this from like Owaki's 100,000 foot view to like actually like rigorous machine that's doing the innovation. And that's one of the things that once they get up to speed, I'm hoping that we can bake in a little bit more, is the analysis of the transactions, but also being like a little bit more principled in our design. Great question.
Here's another one.
Oh, go ahead.
From Gideon. I'm taking this from the YouTube stream. This is, wait. There are many, many tools for compensation emerging from many players. Do you foresee the Internet of Jobs working all right with that diversity of tools, or will we need some standards?
I think, well, we're all in this space because we believe in decentralization, right? So it strikes me that like client diversity, we care a lot about. What I don't want to get is to like a place where we all rely on Trinet for our employment. And they've got a monopoly on it. So I think the opposite of that is a diversity of tools and perspectives. I think we're going to see this Cambrian explosion of tools. And then as the market sort of consolidates and goes through a bear period, then we'll see people like a shelling point on the tools that are the best. But yeah, I mean, I don't see a need for standards right now. I do think there's a real need to explore the design space before standards happen. And then I don't know, but like I'm just one person. That's just where I see it from here. It's still very early. I could be wrong.
Yeah. By the way, we'll have a talk from Gnosis Zodiac. I mean, to open standards, just for everyone this afternoon. And there's a second question: any plans for a task tracking tool?
Oh man, you should look at the Moonshot Collective project board, because I've got maybe 150 ideas on there. And like we only have the bandwidth to work on maybe like 2 or 3 per season, which is every quarter. There is a task tracking tool idea on there. I could not say with any confidence that it will be pulled into a design sprint anytime soon. I do think there's an opportunity to basically have like crowdsourced or like crowd-funded, crowd-voted product roadmaps, where basically you expose like a Trello board to voting of what tools should be next. And then the tools that get the most votes are rise to the top, and maybe there's some sort of like token mechanic or quadratic voting on that. So but yeah, there is a, so yeah, TLDR, there is something on the backlog, but I don't know when it'll get built. We're still getting organized about that.
All right, then many people in the chat asked for your Twitter talk. We still have 13 minutes left. So let's go for it. Do you need the Twitter link?
No, I think it's my pinned
Okay.
tweet.
Okay, all right.
I also have it in slide form, so I could actually just go through it. This is actually kind of fun because I haven't actually given this talk to anyone, so I'm glad that you all are into it. And you said I have 12 minutes until 7 a.m. my time. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So I made this talk because I see an opportunity to bridge the divide between individualists and collectivists. And this talk, I'm going to aim to get through it in like 5 or 10 minutes, and then we can have a discussion about the ideas within. But the talk TLDR is basically individualists and collectivists do not agree on much, especially not how to organize society. These differences are amplified by the nation state, which basically means coercive collectivism. And Web3 can bridge this divide with non-coercive collectivism. So basically, individualism stresses the rights of individual goals and the rights of the individual person, whereas collectivism focuses on the group goals. What is the best for the collective group and interpersonal relationships? And for those of you skilled at reading between the lines, these groups do not often agree with each other. They don't actually even agree about the definitions of each other. When I talked to prominent libertarians, they said individualists care about individual sovereignty and avoiding coercion. And collectivists, when they defined collectivism, was focused on group goals, but they didn't even agree on their definitions of each other. And I thought that was an interesting call out, is that for individualists, the axis is sovereignty or not. And for collectivists, the axis is group good or individual good. And that was like a super interesting call out for me, because when you start to hear individualist collective critiques of collectivism, that like all taxation is theft or taxation creates corruption, then basically you start to understand like, oh, it's all about sovereignty for individualists. And then when I talked to collectivists, it was like very consequentialist, like if we don't fund public goods, we'll have no fund public goods. Like if the only way to fund public goods right now is this coercive taxation thing. So I really think that like what's at stake here in these disagreements is the ability to fund public goods. And I give a lot of fucks about public goods. Like I get a lot of value from open source software and fresh air and parks and journalism and public knowledge. And I want to make sure that in the information age, they are still funded. So I wrote this talk in order to try to bridge this divide. And I want to get past this zero-sum game of, are individualist concerns like government coercion more urgent than collectivist concerns like climate change? And the opportunity that I see in between these two things is to create a healthy balance between autonomy and interdependence, and room for the individual in the context of a larger non-coercive collective. So basically, the opportunity here is that private goods have been in the past funded by business models that have existed before, But I do think that public goods can be funded by Web3 in a non-coercive model. And that's extremely exciting to me because we're starting to see all these DAOs, which are basically unbundled governance of the public good. So like the old world is nation states that are bundling up governance of all public goods into one nation state that takes 35% of your salary. And now we're seeing unbundled governance of public goods. Radical is a public good for developers and their token is RAD. Gitcoin Grants is a public good and its token is GTC, ENS. Like basically you take the public good and you give governance rights to it to the holders of a scarce token. And so when you ask the question, when is there going to be non-coercive public goods funding? Holy shit, we're doing it in the Web3 space because Web3 creates non-coercive markets for public goods. And that is the hugest opportunity, is that all of these DAOs have their own individual public goods that they maintain. And it gets really fucking cool when you stack them on top of each other. So we're all in this like public good of the internet. And then we've got this like circling within it of the Ethereum space. And then we've got all these DAOs inside of that. And we can fund public goods at scale by stacking these impact DAOs on top of each other. So if you've got like a Gitcoin grant inside of the sushi ecosystem that draws from like a sushi matching pool, but it also draws from the Ethereum matching pool, and it also draws from the main matching pool, basically you're creating this like jet engine of public goods funding because each individual matching pool is like a fan, but all together they're like a jet engine. And that's the huge opportunity that I see with stacking impact DAOs on top of each other to fund public goods. And then like the real end game for me is climbing up the public goods stack from crypto public goods to software to like nation state public goods and then like worldwide public goods. So basically like building a parallel opt-in system for digital native public goods, which could then support a transition to non-digital public goods. Software is eating the world right now. And if we can solve digital public goods, maybe we can solve all public goods. And then, so basically if we can do that, we can transcend the old divisions once we stop needing coercive nation state public goods funding. And I think that that's the huge opportunity, is scaling public goods globally. So we could take these models mainstream, and what that would do is it would take us from the industrial age, when we started with coercive taxation to fund all public goods, to the information age, when we have individualist or individual unbundled markets to fund individual public goods. And the big idea of this talk is, what if we could transcend our individualist collectivist divide and build new mainstream public goods tools all together? So, oh my God, that was like a total speed run of my presentation. And I probably didn't stop and pay homage to a lot of big ideas there, but it's because I only had 12 minutes left. I will give did I give you guys a link to this talk already? Okay, I already put it in the chat. Please, this talk is Creative Commons, like fork it, use it whenever you want. It's for everyone to spread these ideas. It's Creative Commons license. So please feel free to take it and do what you will with it.
Any comments here or questions?
I don't know if it was like people are still digesting or if it was just kind of too cerebral to do in 7 minutes, but either way, thank you for listening.
Thank you. This was epic.
Someone, not to mix the topics too much, but someone just showed tokenlog.xyz is a token quadratic ranking tool, which I think is quite interesting. Did someone in the Governauts build that? It looks like it's got Common Stack and a couple of Ethereum tools on it. So I'm curious who built that.
Jess, who built it?
Will built that. I'll put his handle here in the chat.
Okay. Cool. Nice work, Will.
One question from Roberto. Kevin, where do you think the early adoption crossover will happen with crypto, software, nations, world? Early adoption crossover.
Yeah, so Gitcoin Grants did a prototype of, in the coronavirus pandemic, there was a bunch of businesses in downtown Boulder that were going to have to shut down because they couldn't make rent anymore. And so we did a quadratic funding round for Main Street in Boulder, Colorado. And I just like hustled to raise 25K from non-crypto people. And we did a 25K quadratic funding round, and it went great. Like, it works outside of crypto. And so, yeah, that was called Downtown Stimulus. And I'm really proud of that because like we proved that quadratic funding works outside of these like cerebral, insane like crypto verse. But then like we went back to focusing on Gitcoin, and we're like, oh, we can't really like justify putting more resources here. We're focused on open source software. And so I'm hoping someone will pick that up and will be taking quadratic funding mainstream. Like, well, one of our strategies right now at Gitcoin is to make Gitcoin grants extremely forkable so that anyone can go and do it to their own public goods, like, you know, climate change public goods, journalism public goods. If someone in a sanctioned nation was going to take Gitcoin grants and fork it and put it into their communities, we could, you know, we don't have the liability or the need to stop them. So yeah, Gitcoin grants, the forkable protocol, is like hopefully a way that we can enable this to happen. But Downtown Stimulus was an early prototype that showed that quadratic funding worked in the mainstream. Oh, and we also ran FundOSS, which was a quadratic funding tool for Web2 open source. And basically the big idea there was, why don't we, like, the next logical step from crypto open source is Web2 open source. And we partnered with Open Collective, who is just such an inspiration for me. Like, Pio was a big reason why I started Gitcoin. And so partnering with them was amazing. But we raised 95K for Web2 open source software using FundOSS. So like the model works and it's been proven. It's just a matter of like finding the cycles and the time to expand out. And I think that like the ultimate way we enable people to do that is with a forkable Gitcoin grants that they can take out into their own communities. That's my hope. Oh, the other way is like, and I actually, like, with you guys, I should actually really emphasize this point. It's not just quadratic funding. It's going to be retroactive public goods funding. It's going to be bonding curves, which I know Griff is all about. It's going to be probably staking, like what Dev Protocol is doing. And what's cool is that these impact DAOs can stack on top of each other, even if the mechanism that they're using isn't the same. So like Gitcoin could be one overlay, then like Common Stack could be another overlay, and then Radical could be another overlay. So the way these impact DAOs can stack, like you can have different mechanisms that you kind of build into different impact DAOs. And I think that that's really important because we care about diversity of mechanism in this space. Like client diversity is a meme at the base layer, and we should have public goods funding mechanism diversity as if we're going to build a whole stack of like worldwide public goods. So we're one iron in the fire, but I'm also putting the question back on this group and on the Common Stack people and the token engineering commons, which is like, how do we take these mechanisms mainstream? It is like 7 a.m. and I'm more amped up than I've ever been before 7 a.m. So thank you for having me, Angela. This is really cool.
Awesome. Kevin, thank you so much. And taking these mechanisms mainstream is certainly a big topic in our community. I think, I'm not sure if you've seen praise parties and praise debates. So this is how, hedge parameter debates, where we in the community discuss the parameter setting for the hedge and for the bonding curve at T Commons. And you know, how can you have democratic decision making on topics like that? Because algorithms are not intuitive, right? So it's hard to digest how to vote, how to take a decision, and then how can we enable our community to have and to take an informed decision. So this is one of the challenges there. Yeah. I
mean, mechanisms are only one part, and then there's culture on top of the mechanisms and information. I just want to really quickly show before we break, Angela, that Gitcoin is hosting a one-day conference all about coordination, the Internet of Jobs, and building a better world. And you can check it out at schellingpoint.gitcoin.co. And Vitalik's going to be speaking. Austin Griffith, who's my workstream co-lead of the Moonshot Collective, is going to be speaking. And I also want to say that Angela, you're also going to be speaking at Schelling Point. So come to Schelling Point on February 17th. I hope to see you. Day before ETH Denver at the ETH Denver venue. Could not be more convenient if you're already coming to ETH Denver to come.
Governauts will be there. Token engineering will be there.
Yes.
See you.
All right.
Everyone.
I'm going to try to find you and host a coordination party with you.
100%.
When we get there. And then keep an eye on that tip party link. I'm going to see if Austin's interested in dropping some tokens to you. So keep an eye on that. It may happen at some point today.
Oh, yeah. Everyone in a break, take a look at the tip party. Governauts. We'll share the link throughout the day.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, tokens will probably be coming your way in the tip party room. So
perfect.
All right. Thanks so much for having me, Angela. Bye.
Talk soon. Thank you. And here's the next speaker already, Peter.
How's
Come
it
on
going?
stage. Great to have you here. We are really one talk after the other, great topics. I'll have to watch all the talks again, the recordings, and we already had a great combination of talks on, let's say, the individual's perspective in DAOs, the tool sets, and we'll have more tool presentations this afternoon. Check the agenda. And now we'll discuss community building with Peter. And I'm very grateful that you take the time to be here. So obviously, you are writing about community building. You are investing. You've wrote an article where we start our conversation, how to grow decentralized community, intrinsic participation matters, how to hire community building, how to launch a grant program, and so on. And you've told me when we prepared for the program that you're fed up with superficial DAO conversations on stage because you care too much about these topics for it to be done poorly. And so I thought, yeah, this is exactly the way we try to do it, not superficial conversations. I'd like to ask you first, thinking of DAOs, what's most fascinating to you?
I think mostly the fact that people are using them in different ways.
Okay.
Why
is this fascinating?
I mean, there's no real way to use it. And if we're seeing, like people being creative with how we leverage decentralized coordination, a long time ago, was sort of at the stage where we're just trying to spark imagination, right, of how DAOs can be used. And I think people are starting to sort of drop why DAOs are needed and, why decentralized coordination matters.
I mean, what I'd like to highlight again is there is this aspect of reinventing the firm, so come up with new organizations to collaborate. And this is pretty practical. It's non-hierarchical, it's permissionless. You sometimes have even elements of video games and levels, credits to achieve a certain status. Then compensation, rewards, our big topic today. And then Felipe, just in the recent talk, talked about optimizing intimacy. So also new ways to get together around a certain purpose. Sometimes, being stressed out by collaboration. We also experience this in token engineering with so many different disciplines coming together and so many domain jargons. So this is one element. Is this what you think about if you say that people use it and that DAOs exist? Is it about these new forms of collaboration?
Yes, in short, but I don't think we've organized ourselves in decentralized means for a very long time. And the funny thing is that centralized entities, at least, only really I guess it's like with I would say that it's nothing new. It's just that like crypto enables us to create more fluid ownership models, whether distributed, more fluid governance models, where there's greater participation expression from a community. How you would actually run them, you can run them very differently. But I think I think what doesn't change is what doesn't change other things that are sort of the pillars of what makes a functional organization. I think that organizations inherently don't change, but by factor of the new ownership models, new incentive models, new governance models, we might see many more different types of organizations than the ones we've seen before. There's still the core pillars that made really great equity organizations or centralized organizations or equity companies, traditional companies, still all completely apply to decentralized organizations. At least that's what I'm seeing. And, because DAOs, I'm seeing a lot of DAOs, you know, start off really decentralized, you know, as in like, I would even not even say it, like, I would say they would start off with like decentralized ownership and governance models, but, you know, also, but they also try to really like, they sort of throw the baby out with the bathwater, like where they're also trying to discard like, you know, sort of centralized, you know, operating models, which actually sort of really work. You know, it's sort of like, I think the sort of pattern that I'm seeing emerge is like governance and, you know, ownership is decentralized, but leadership is re-centralizing, you know, and then you sort of need that. And you not only like re-centralizing, but like leadership is, you know, the full extent of like what leadership looks like in DAOs is being explored. And, you know, I think that you can have decentralized leadership that sort of comes after having really effective central leadership.
That's interesting. Maybe we can jump to progressive decentralization here. And I mean, this is, I think, a term that's used quite frequently. You say centralized leadership. Can you elaborate on that? So first, I would like to ask, do you agree on, okay, a progressive decentralization is the way to go for DAOs?
Yes, but not in the way everyone has been really understanding it.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a linear progress from like super, you know, like, so for like, you know, I think how people understand it right now is that, you know, you take a very closed organization or centrally run organization, and then you sort of like, you know, over time, like, you know, you just like let go of control and you give responsibilities over to the community in a very linear fashion, like that, you know. I think instead what happens is instead it's more like, yes, or when you zoom out, it is like this progressive decentralizing, you know, decision-making, decentralization of responsibilities, decentralization of, you know, operational, you know, focuses, you know, from biz dev, governance, even product development, you know, over time. Some aspects are harder to decentralize than others, right? But like, you know, instead of like this being a linear journey, you know, what I'm starting to see is that, you know, to build really, to functionally decentralize these communities, it needs to be a more of an iterative loop where, you know, you're sort of actually, you know, building up decentralized capabilities, you know, one at a time or progressively. So what this may look like is instead of like one long journey, slowly like fades into decentralization, you're actually, I think, you know, decentralizing one, like, or giving a community one responsibility at a time and making sure it can, you know, like take ownership of that effectively. And then, you know, over time, you know, you're progressively increasing the responsibilities and you know, capabilities of a decentralized or community run organization. And the thing is, you need to be able to, you know, assess what the capabilities and responsibilities you're trying to like really design and implement into a community organization, but you will never know whether that is successful or not if you never step away, right? So I'm starting to see that, like, but the issue is that you need to, you know, oftentimes you don't get this right. You know, you never get it right on your first try, but you will never know if you don't know, you know, if you don't step away. So I'm starting to see this pattern where core founding teams are actually, you know, building up these decentralized organizations, stepping away, but actually needing to step back in to, you know, actually, you know, after they've assessed like the success of the, you know, decentralization of a certain responsibility. You know, this doesn't even apply to the whole organization even, right? This might even apply to one component, you know, and I think like once you assess, you come in and try to resolve, you know, the implementation of something that's been ineffective, or you try to increase the scope and build up internal capabilities again. And then only like, I think over time you repeat this process. But I think it's also like, there's a, you know, I learned this from Felix from SAT protocol. I was thinking, we were chatting about, you know, Index Corp, and really, you know, organizations not only need to, you know, great organizations aren't just organizations that do the same thing over and over again. The ones that can, self-assess and identify like whether it's doing a successful or not. They're also organizations that are able to be proactive, think about how they can do things better. And also organizations that can innovate, create new solutions, have the flexibility to invent new things, right? They're like creative organizations. So like, you would consider like, as Index 2.0 is emerging, it's developing this leadership group that's like, the wise owl, sort of this delegation of all the working groups, which is supposed to be acting like a leadership buddy. He sort of describes it as like, Index 1.0 was a very stagnant, organization. It wasn't really able to self-assess. It was not able to identify bottlenecks and improve. And they needed that leadership body. So like, and it doesn't make sense that for a core team to step away. I mean, I think the core team, the team that's there in the beginning, oftentimes, where they're building up this organization, that's still going to be the most effective unit and leadership body in this or in the network for a very long time. And I think that the balance is like these bodies want to basically incrementally increase the scope of like what they're trying to achieve with the decentralized body, improve the maturity of its capabilities, like from like just stagnant to proactive to innovative. And like over time, just like like step in, implement things, fix things, step back and repeat. And it's a slow progression from a stagnant to like a fully functioning but also proactive and like creative organization.
Yeah, right. By the way, everyone in the audience, feel free to drop in your questions and things you'd like to comment on. We are happy to give you the stage and jump in, fishbowl style. Here, I mean, it's interesting that you say, okay, there is a founding team and they kind of define the scope. They define when the community is mature enough, sounds like, to take over. Of course, I mean, there is this other position saying, wait, the whole idea and the big opportunity for decentralized organizations is that we don't have this centralized planning, that people can come up proactively with their ideas on how to improve and how to make progress towards a certain purpose. And I think you also had this in your talk, a self-signal, right? Self-signal
so here's
to
the
contribute.
thing, like this core team doesn't need to be like the founding team, I guess. Like it can be it can be the internal community actually self-organizing, but you do 100% need a planning body. These DAOs without like, and eventually like, I think DAOs will effectively need like capabilities, like a group that's purely focused on assessing the outcomes produced, improving it. In every community, at least early stage ones, it's pretty like naive to think that this will emerge by itself. This itself even needs to be built up. And yeah, like whatever works, I wouldn't force like my point being is that you want to incrementally like increase the responsibilities of a group, like not go from like zero to 100 from day one.
Yeah, I mean, this assessment is, I think it's a very rich thing. We in this research group discussed over the last couple of weeks how to define KPIs, how to measure network healthiness, how to find indicators if a DAO is on the right track. And then, of course, you could say, can we have certain metrics? I mean, the simplest way to measure an ecosystem's value, of course, is the token value. But I think, of course, this is not the full truth, right? I just wanted to say it's a trap. Like people are looking at the token value or token price, and then trying to in early stage and trying to define an ecosystem's value via that. Even though I think it is, in fact, has an impact on DAO contributors, because I mean, first and foremost, increasing token value is much more attractive for any kind of attracting talents, for attracting contributors. But let's put this aside. What I want to discuss.
To that point, so like
Yeah?
no one wants to create a non-valuable network,
Yeah,
first of all.
sure. Yeah.
You know, but I also agree that, you know, like optimizing for price as a first order, like optimization doesn't make a lot of sense, because price is usually a lagging indicator of what you've built and what you're creating.
100%. If there are no other indicators, though, people tend to take this as a metric, and that can be dangerous. And there's more to it on this, how to steer or how to verify if a DAO is on the right track. I mean, ideally, we have a very clear purpose of a DAO, but then people need to break this down into certain objectives. And then we, from a token engineering point of view, we also try to design the mechanisms in a way that it's, for example, robust, or that we can optimize and steer in the right direction. And here we can use and apply control theories where you have certain indicators in the system, sensors, to measure and observe the system. And then you could even have autonomous, automatic reactions of the systems to stabilize them or to optimize in a certain direction, and to adapt incentives in a way like dynamic fees work. And then the big question, though, is what are the sensors and what are the indicators? And it's quite, I think, really, there's a challenge in setting out objectives, and we have to be really careful with coming up with metrics. We had a great discussion yesterday where we closed with the hypothesis that probably there are metrics, but it's much more likely that it makes sense to have local metrics, like in a certain work stream, or temporary metrics that matter. I'm struggling a little bit with the centralized assessment, but there is certainly a challenge in how to coordinate, how to steer activities, and how to verify if an ecosystem is on the right track.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. I think you assign, you know, like when you put these groups together, like at the very start, you have goals, and, you know, you have places you have the starting points, and you break, you know, the journey from starting point to the end goals down, right? You know, and I think like it makes sense to really, like, with those intermediate goals, be very, you know, they should be, you know, like achievable, realistic, time sensitive, scoped out, right? And I think, you know, how you assess them is really, you know, just like by, you know, there's a sort of like emergence of like season-based like planning. We are planning, you know, like whether, you know, you're really when you're designing a season, it's just the time boxed time period where you're trying to achieve a set of goals. And, you know, like, I think designing a system that, you know, measures all of this, you know, is great. But that's pretty hard to like actually design from day one. So to be,
100%.
you know, to be like really practical, like just want to like do something, assess whether it works, and, you know, repeat that loop. And I think if you can increase the efficiency of how you can assess that and measure it, right, the better. And I think, you know, I would think that would probably emerge over time as the mechanisms, you know, of like, as certain mechanisms in terms of like incentivizing contributions or, you know, network metrics become clearer. But I think you always generally want to like be very iterative, be highly flexible, especially when you're implementing anything new, right? And it's always like walk before you run. And I think the current model of season-based design is like sort of interesting, because it's like almost like the left side of the IQ bell curve way of doing things. It's just like, let's like all like come together, decide what we want to achieve, work on, delegate, you know, tasks and responsibilities, and all right, off we go. And then at the end of it, it's just like looking, did we achieve what we wanted to achieve, from like, you know, the actual objectives to like, are we working towards a higher goal? And a lot of the, you know, the funny thing is like, you know, for example, Forefront, it's not even like an immediate like touch and go of like, we've done finished the season, let's do another one. Like taking like, almost like 1 to 2 months to just like plan out the next one, and also set up the necessary processes to coordinate the next season, right? So like, I think in the first season, like when you take this iterative approach and you increase your scope of what you want to achieve slowly, you understand like, you slowly expose yourself to more and more like coordination challenges and that you need to address. And I think like in between seasons, that's where you sort of implement them. And it's sort of like, it's like the social coordination infrastructure, whether it's, systems, whether it's new metrics, whether it's new working groups, whether it's new incentive programs. I think, you sort of have to like really carefully design those. And I think only over time can you sort of like go from like a crawling to a walking pace to like maybe running at full steam, right? Where like, you have this complex machine of contributors and network participants. They're all measured. We know what, whether we're moving on the right track or not. But I think to get there is sort of like a slow crawl. And things usually, it's sort of the bootstrapping phase, So that's what I'm seeing across a lot of DAOs right now. And I think self-assessment is super, super critical because, and like, I guess we're starting simple, right?
There's Peter with a related question. Peter, do you want to switch on
Yeah,
your
sure.
mic and ask yourself?
Yeah. So maybe back to the previous topic of progressive decentralization a little bit, but I was curious how you would suggest, or maybe what you've seen work in the past for getting communities to take on responsibility and progressively decentralize. Obviously, you could do rewards mechanisms or create incentive structures, but there's also benefits to decentralization. So are the rewards mechanisms or incentive structures enough, or would the benefits of decentralization, are the reward systems required, or are the benefits of decentralization enough?
It depends, like, what do you exactly mean in terms of like, what are you looking to achieve, like by leveraging decentralization, like in that context?
Well, so you mentioned decentralizing decision-making, and I think there can be benefits to doing that in terms of making better decisions for the group, driving towards common values and goals. So yeah, decision-making could be one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I don't actually understand the question.
Yes, well, so if you do have like a centralized group that's making decisions, making the call for a community, and they are hoping to progressively decentralize, hand off responsibility to the community, is there always a requirement? Is it always required that they create some sort of like maybe financial incentive for the community members to start participating, or would
not necessarily. I think like it's sort of you can sort of think of like the progressive decentralization of a central, like essentially coordinated or closed organization as like a whole list of all the decisions that ever makes inside the organization, right? And then sort of like and if you zoom in on even one of them, you have to assess like who usually makes this decision. What are all the factors that like what are all the data inputs almost, right, that needs to be considered to make that decision? Who, like, what are the necessary considerations or viewpoints or disciplines or competencies that need to be present in making that decision, right? Because like not all decisions should be made by everyone. So just because you have a community of people sort of who can coordinate doesn't mean they're able to actually make certain decisions. For example, like a lot of the security practices of like say DeFi protocols are still like governed and like mostly not governed, I would say, but driven by the core team, because there's no one, maybe there's like a token holder community that can really, govern, say, liquidity incentives, but there's no competency for security practices, right? So how do you decentralize that or like distribute that to the community over time? I think you have to really set not only incentives, it's really about firstly, setting up a decision-making framework, for that very decision itself. And you have to really, break down what would make sense, what's necessary, who can make these, who should ideally be making these decisions. And then, I think leveraging incentives to really attract, as anchor, participation there. But I think that, the team, as example, even if they set up this framework, they need to test whether this framework and maybe if the incentives actually produce the right decisions, right? Because it makes no sense for something so critical, right, such as security, to be just thrown out there without actually being iterated on, tested on. And security is one aspect, right? You can think of literally all the decisions of an organization, from HR to marketing to biz dev, who should be making these decisions. And I think it's about creating implementing frameworks slowly one by one. So I think it's not only incentives. I think it's frameworks, and you have to sort of iterate on that.
I think it also depends if we're talking about services to the DAO, like the organizational or operational body, and innovation, growing the ecosystem. I think this can work pretty different, because I agree that security related work streams or units in a DAO, you have to treat this with care, of course, because basically it's protecting everyone, while for the innovative part, for the progressing the DAO, the mission, I think there must be different mechanisms and rewards in place, right?
Yeah, again, I picked out something hyper specific so I can outline the fact that it's not all about, it's this, just like how communities aren't about including everyone. Not all decisions should be, even missions, values, should not be influenced by everyone. They should be influenced by the community members that add the most value to it. At least that's my opinion. A token holder that's never added value and someone who doesn't have context should not be influencing that.
Is there any way, maybe let's come back to your article. There you outlined a 3-step process of developing a community, and then let me quickly pull it up. So the first step is creating opportunities for people to discover the community and project. The second is creating ways for people to get involved meaningfully. And the third step is creating opportunities for participants to build a sense of ownership. And I think only in the last step, you mention long-term token incentives. Okay, there are many, many aspects here. I think you mentioned also minimum viable contribution. How does this relate to this? Okay, first, you kind of, any member, any decision maker should prove if he or she is able to take a decision. This sounds like. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's sort of you need actual, let's say, you're running a DeFi protocol. You need all sorts of stakeholders, from, people who understand, how to govern the DeFi protocol to, other areas that you want to decentralize, operational ones for that, right? And it's you need to attract users, you need to attract contributors, but at the same time, understand you're actually, leveraging them effectively. I think that the balance here is before I was really talking about the progressive decentralization of the responsibilities. Here it's once you've actually decided, you should actually still the core original group should actually still be involved until the internal capabilities have been built. That's why I talked about the iteration, right? So you would never I would never a core team would never just set up a working group to develop leadership without making sure it's effective first. So it's all about I don't really I think that you always want to build competent, effective organizations first, and then and then everything else falls from that. And I think the thing about attracting contributors is that you want to create, even with contributors, it's you want to attract them with opportunities where they can add to the community, but in ways in which you can vet, and also, ideally the low risk ones. And once the contributors are vetted for the competency, the capabilities, you're likely, as a community, not only as a core team, but all the leaders of a working group, you're able to probably give them, higher risk responsibilities where there is no margin of error, right? Or and so on. So I think like in the beginning, you never, you want to attract people with opportunities, give them a chance to prove themselves, but you never like, it's unlikely you're going to bring them into something super mission critical where everything is dependent on an anon, right? Like that's been in the community for one day, right? So they may eventually build up a credibility and prove themselves over time, but I think there's a reason why, like, you start off with like competency first and efficient and operational efficiency, and then sort of you understand whether you can open that up, right? Yeah.
Livy is adding to the chat, how to find experts. Livy, would you like to jump in here?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
I think there was just Jess was also sharing some things about hierarchies and how sometimes the expertise is needed to make a field decision. But I've been questioning a lot, like how can we even identify expertise, and how it feels like we're moving from like traditional systems that had highly academic points of view for expertise, like you needed to have certain titles and have completed certain processes to be able to have a say in something. And I'm wondering if, like, now in this highly experimentative field we're in, isn't curiosity enough to allow someone to participate in a decision?
No, I think that, I think that, like, yes, there's this, chance that, you create this exclusivity, but I think that, I'm really talking about the hard boundaries and like the parameters here. Really the devil's in the details, very, very on a very high level, you want the smartest people and the most competent people to come together, right? And you're leveraging, ownership, like token ownership as a means of retaining that talent. And the idea with like attracting the smartest and brightest is that so you can bet, together the network can produce something much better. You can produce a better product, better service, better network, better outcomes. The better, whichever organization, whether centralized or decentralized, that provides a better, something XYZ will win. And then so like, I think the devil's in the details of how you actually, execute this, right? So it's like, you need to balance of like, you need to build a competent organization, or not only competent, but you need to build something, an organization that produces something, truly, useful, novel, special. And, that's why, like decentralized coordination is great. Basically, the idea is like, you shouldn't be using decentralized coordination unless you're creating something very unique, that's something that would otherwise would not really be able to exist, right? With central, like, coordination mechanisms. And yeah, like, and it's like, I think that, yeah, like there's a pitfall, like, if we curate, yeah, but I think that in the end, the better network wins. And the better network is the one that produces a better service, better product, better outcome, better, cheaper, more liquidity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And however you actually leverage, your coordination or community building mechanisms, to achieve that, whatever works. And I think that how you achieve really great decentralized organizations by like by having like competent like decision making and like having really great talent retained. Yeah, and like how you operate, is sort of, it's up to you. But in my personal experiences in like coordinating DAOs, yeah, like, I would never sacrifice like, the product over pure like participation. I'd rather, if I can produce a better outcome with 4 people in a working group, over like coordinating, 20 or 30 more people and producing a more mediocre outcome, I would pick the 4-person group, of course, right? Like this, but, like, I think the idea with like encouraging participation is that with, the right people that you attract and the right curation, you're able to like enable the right people to like participate in a more open fashion.
I realized that the question of participation, inclusivity is sparking of a lot of discussion in the YouTube. Let me check the comments here. First is, okay, can you give an example of a good process to make it tangible? Identifying talent. Not every talent has a huge track record. And we have seen this, no matter if we're talking about Web2 startups or Web3 DAOs. So how could a good journey of personal growth look like in a DAO or in any organization from your point of view?
I think really, firstly, just observing the whole organization and what it's trying to do, understanding its goals, understanding, its current challenges and problems it's trying to solve. If it's like running, the DAO in a season-based program, understanding the current season and like maybe and I think that's up to really the DAO and like providing, easy, accessible opportunities to just like for new beginners to jump and get involved. And I wouldn't say new beginners of anyone. Like I don't think DAO should onboard everyone. I think DAO should be onboarding, like the key stakeholders that are important for the future success of the network, right? It's like it's like about onboarding people that are able to like really contribute, and like people who are able to contribute and add value. It's like subjective, and I think it's up to the DAO to really like be flexible with like how it decides that, but generally speaking, it's like I think really getting a lay of the land. And then I think it's up to the DAO to provide like easy, accessible ways to get involved, right? And I think one mechanism that's always worked is like the resident Sherpa, where like this. I think before you really have great understanding, of like what are your needs. Oftentimes it's just like this, person who's like running like either onboarding calls for new contributors, right, or doing one-on-one calls with new community members who want to contribute. And they're really, I think that it's like all about assessing, the goals of the individual community member who's new to the community, what they can contribute, what they want to contribute, what the goals are, and understanding if there's a fit, and really positioning them in the different in the DAO, accordingly, right? So I think like in reality, I think it's like as a individual contributor, it's like life is tough for you because most DAOs suck with this, but and it's still pretty primitive. But as a DAO, I think to onboard new contributors, you have to really understand who are the people you want and need, and how do you create easy ways for those stakeholder like types to really engage, right? So like if it was, let's say, people, let's say, you want to decentralize, let's say, you want to decentralize like product development, right? Let's say, like the development of front ends, you might, something simple is just making sure like other like basic things that front end developers can like contribute to.
Let's take this example. It's great.
Yeah.
Product development, how to decentralize this.
There's different ways to, decentralize product development, right? Like, depends what you're trying to achieve, because like, let's say, like, it depends on the scope. I think the products, like, are you trying to, like, product development of interface is very, decentralizing that is very different to product development of core protocol, which is a much bigger scope, right? Or even like development of like, projects that are built on top of something. So it's like, and then there's different like coordinate mechanisms to do that, right? It's bounties, there's like even like ways to coordinate ecosystem of projects on top of something else, right? And that's sort of done maybe with like a quadratic funding entire landscape of projects to build on top of something, right? So like, that's sort of getting into the weeds, but yeah, like.
Let me check the questions on the YouTube.
Yeah.
Peter, go.
Oh yeah, I was just going to read one out from YouTube too. So one of the benefits of having these open communities is that people have the opportunity to join and hopefully realize some of their own goals and start contributing out of their own initiative. So if that's the case, they might not always have the skills required to participate right away. So what do you think about helping the, I guess, how do you create more experts? If you want more experts that are able to contribute and add a lot of value, how do you create more?
So there's two things. So one thing in your point, like, is like sort of getting people, like there's certain focuses and what if they fit outside the focus? And the second point is like, like you mentioned, like, okay, like how do you create more experts? That, sort of separate, but like in the first point, it's like, it's up to a DAO really. Most DAOs are very accepting because they lack contributors. Let's say a lot of the DAOs in the space, it's like what they need is contributors and human capital, right? But let's say I've definitely come across DAOs where they actually have a sufficient amount of contributors, and the bottleneck of the organization is actually in this particular type of contributor, right? So it's like so different DAOs can have priorities of like the different types of contributors, and it can onboard others, but that's a matter for the DAO to really decide of like how much it wants to dilute its focus, right? Maybe it doesn't dilute its focus. Maybe most DAOs have like pretty open ways for people to like suggest ideas of how to contribute. But I think, if you're really, ruthlessly efficient about producing a better outcomes than network, which I think like, you do have to like identify key priorities and sort of assess accordingly. And regarding like, experts, I think, that's part of the internal, like, I think that's another key process of like community coordination, right? Like it's making sure, people are educated on important piece of context, whether that's on a like working group, inter working group level to like an overall community member level, right? And people are not only like educated, but they're able to access, they're being able to follow the most important details, announcements, news, decisions of that organization and initiatives of that organization, day to day, week to week, without feeling like missing out on that information, right? Without diluting the focus. So I think like, with community coordination, it's like, let's say you sort of design like, okay, this network is going to achieve X, Y, Z, but like I would say community coordination is let's say you design a network, it's like coordination achieving X, Y, Z. We need X, Y, Z, stakeholders involved. I would say community coordination is like sort of the act of bringing those stakeholders together to coordinate on that shared goal, right? And there's sort of different components needed to functionally execute, from designing, and I would all bucket this under community coordination or community development, which is I think is like, firstly, it's like developing the culture and leadership of like an organization, like culture, values, defining that, making sure that the actual goals of the organization are clear and everyone understands it, it's and so on. I'd probably call it leadership. There's probably, the actual, development of, I would actually say that probably like the contributor funnel. It's like making sure that you actually have the sufficient like human capital needed to drive towards your end goals. It's like building contributor funnels, making sure they feel aligned, making sure they're able to like the necessary stakeholders that come in this community are able to like actually contribute easily, right? It's like onboarding, it's like all of this. And then there's probably the third point is probably, organizational like communications. It's making sure people are educated on the most important things, on an overarching level, or even in an individual working group, like the product development working group, they need to know, a certain set of context, right, to operate effectively. That's important. And so like all the way to like, so like this could be documentation, this could be a group, like a DAO newsletter that covers everything. This could be, and so on. So like, there's like communications at different levels, right? And then there's probably like organizational design, which is designing, how the organization works together, designing, things like long-term incentives. It's designing probably, I think, something else. I sort of wrote this down somewhere before, but a few other points, but I think if you sort of break down like community coordination, there's sort of different buckets that enable like effective execution of the end vision, that is the token network, right? And it is like, that is the quintessential like challenge. It's like, how do you coordinate all of this effectively? But you need to consider leadership, you need to consider, talent and growth of the contributor community. You need to also consider communications and education. you need to consider how the organization overall is structured and designed. But I think if you sort of break down like community coordination, there's sort of different buckets.
I think now we have, okay, so we had noise in the background. There is so much more to discuss that we haven't had the chance to touch on, but thanks everyone for the questions. I think this designing this organization, growing the organization, selecting and giving responsibility to the right people is a very rich topic, also when it comes to reward systems. I hope we can continue the conversation on that one, Peter. I think you have a lot to add. Thanks everyone for contributing with questions and comments. And thanks, Peter, for taking the time and sharing your thoughts.
My pleasure.
All right. Let's take a look at the agenda. We'll have next one, a talk or a series of talks about various rewards challenges. After we've discussed these topics with Peter, we'll have now Daniel talking about commitment, and he's taking a comparison in a very task-oriented point of view. So you are rewarding people for accomplishing tasks versus valuing relationships. And let me take a look if Daniel is already in the call here. Yes, here we are. Daniel, welcome to the DAO Rewards Systems Assemblage. I'm really excited for your talk. Thanks for being here, and the stage is yours.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much, Angela, and hello, everyone. Good to be here. Let me share a screen. I did this. Are you seeing it now? I hope. I did this presentation a little bit to guide the conversation. So I'm Daniel. I'm an organization designer. My most recent project was facilitating the design and the launch of the Aragon Network DAO. And now I'm working on a few next ideas. And this is some thoughts that I have evolved over time that hopefully tie in very well to the conversation that we're just having. So when it comes to thinking about community contributors and incentives, I generally use this very, very simple model. Is obviously an oversimplification. But as people go from being outsiders to being more core contributors, generally we could say that they need to gain more context about what's going on so we can make informed decisions. They need to earn the trust of the other people around so they get influence and are allowed to play, allowed to participate. And then we also need to increase commitment so there is some level of continuity over time and we don't lose too much organizational knowledge and so on. And so as we're thinking about these, let me go. The incentives and the tools that we have for these, the most common ones have been grants and bounties. And at least the reason why I think that's been the case is mostly that grant and bounties are really simple primitives to build. Is a one-off transaction. We just give someone a pot of money for a piece of work that has been clearly defined. So when we're still not very decentralized, still don't have a lot of more complex systems for collective intelligence, collective sense making, for collective strategizing, for all of these other things, essentially when the community is still at these early stages, this idea where we can still have a lot of control on what gets funded and what gets incentivized is fairly comfortable. And so we start with grant and bounties. But I would say that also there is a cultural perspective that comes from, let's say, the situation where most of the DAO creators, DAO originators have historically come from, that they come from North America, Western Europe in general, like places where there is a significant level of wealth. And in general, we can see that most DAO creators, most DAO contributors, they have many months of funding available for them, or many months of saving. So they're not, let's say, compared to the broader population, is a generally wealthy and privileged population, well-educated, and has the chance to go into this space and learn a lot of things. And so there are also some bias that come from both let's say, the cultural origins that these people have, as well as the socioeconomic situation. And I'm not fully explaining myself from this, but To dig a little bit into that, there is some research on different polarities in which we can classify cultures, and a lot of research has been done onto this. And one of the 8 core dimensions on one particular framework that I like is the difference in between task-based cultures and relationship-based cultures. So in a task-based culture, we tend to give trust to people because they have the skills to complete a task. So these are professional cultures where like being on time, being professional is valued, and is generally a sign of respect to other people. And then there is more relationship-based cultures where the emphasis is more on having a positive experience. And in these situations, you can have a quote, for example, of this is an example of a manufacturing company in the US going to China to try to do some things over there. And so they're meeting the Chinese team, and the Chinese host is opening the meeting by saying, if over the next 2 days, we don't accomplish anything other than getting to know each other, we could still think that this has been extraordinarily successful. And so their American counterparts are like, wait, what do you mean during the next 2 days, we're not gonna achieve anything? That sounds kind of weird. We're just gonna be building relationships. That kind of jars. And so in this polarity, we have, like in the opposite left side, we have the USA, Denmark, Netherlands, Finland, Germany, Austria, Poland, the UK, and so on. And you can see like a lot of us tend to come from these geographies. Well, myself, I'm half Colombian, half Belgian, so it's a little bit mixed. But then increasingly, we're having people from cultures that come more from relationship-based cultures that are joining into this space. And the way they think about it, the way they feel about it might be significantly different. But my point is more that if we can generally say that that most people who have entered this space in the early stages are kind of on this left side of the spectrum, there is probably a bias that we are going to have for task-based cultures. And generally a bias for thinking about DAOs in a very task-based, task-oriented way. And you know, it's not only about the culture, it's also like trying to escape the mainstream, having the possibility to be rewarded for the value we do. So there is like also this contrast in between the, in between the, in between the need for fairness and autonomy that has been very, very prevalent on the community, and then on the other side, the need for safety and certainty. And so on the left side, we can sort of like make a parallel here in between an orientation towards delivering value that has already been created. So we have tools like bounties, and you only get the bounty if you have created the value. Or equally tipping, you can tip someone when they have already provided some value, and otherwise they're not getting anything. There is some noise there in the background. Sorry, if someone was speaking, I have no idea what that was.
We are taking care.
Okay, thank you.
Just go ahead.
Okay, cool. So then we have like mechanisms like praise, like maybe SourceCred, and this is not like a perfect mapping. You can also use some of these mechanisms to reward things that could be more oriented towards the relationship or more oriented towards ongoing commitment. But in general terms, they tend to be more focused on rewarding a specific artifact or a specific action or a specific contribution that someone has done. And generally, like the contracting, the way to think about the relationship here is very, very small. Like in the bounties is like you create these, I don't know, you write this article, and in exchange of that, you get this amount of funding. So it's a very short-term contract. And then on the opposite end of the scale, we have more the salaries, or perhaps the endowments we can even think about. But in the salary, you're rewarding people for just contributing to a stream of work, and it's not, you have some definitions of what that means, but you're not really focusing on the specific items, and people will be getting that salary whether they deliver the specific items or not. Obviously, like if they're not delivering any value, there's going to come a point where that salary gets cut off. But there is also like the perspective of the contributor, where, as I was saying, they need a little bit of safety. And we have a lot of people who come to DAOs and they're like, well, I can only contribute part-time. And that's usually the journey where people start becoming DAO contributors, is they find 2 free DAOs where they contribute part-time. And then eventually when they realize that, yes, they can make a living, yes, they can earn enough and so on, then they can switch to making it more full-time. But that still requires having that sort of safety net that many people don't have. And so in contrast with that, I've been trying to think, okay, so how do we approach these polarities? Is there a way in which we can have both the safety and the certainty, like the safety for the contributor, also the certainty for the organization and so on, to be able to manage the relationship and knowing that they're just not paying money to a whole bunch of anonymous people who are not contributing any value and nothing is happening. And then on the other side, also have a good sense of fairness and a good sense of autonomy and the flexibility and so on that are such fantastic characteristics of DAOs when they're well designed. And so thankfully, this is not necessarily a new problem. It's been going on for a while. There's many organizations who've been trying to figure out these through time. And there is a few interesting case studies that we can learn from. And one of my favorite is Hire. So Hire is a huge IoT organization. They have something like 70,000 contributors. They're a Chinese organization, so an organization very steeped in a relationship-oriented culture. And Hire, which started as a very classic manufacturing, very pyramid sort of organization, traditional culture, top-down, and all of that, realized at some point that IoT was going to be a thing, and they had no idea what IoT was going to look like. They just knew it was a new thing. So there was a lot of uncertainty in the future, and their answer trying to figure out, okay, so how do we organize ourselves when there is no clarity at all what our strategy should be or could be, as this is a completely new space and everything still needs to be invented. So their thinking goes like, well, the people who are really good at navigating uncertainty are entrepreneurial teams. So how can we make everyone into an entrepreneur? And so they decide to become this sort of platform for micro enterprises and enable all their huge, big monolithic business units to break down into smaller teams, each with their own profit and loss, each with their own budget based on either achieving outcomes or mostly through selling products and services to the other team. So they create this marketplace, internal marketplace, and they invested a whole bunch of money, like millions and millions of dollars, trying to develop this structure. Now, interestingly, in their approach, and now what we can do with DAOs is kind of like off the shelf, have the tools to be able to deploy these en masse and with even more flexibility than they have. But one of the interesting approaches that they've taken is that a very significant portion of the compensation that they are using is based on the performance indicators or achieving certain tasks and so on. So it's kind of like value delivery oriented. But there is also another part of the compensation that follows a little bit the logic of an UBI. So as long as you have contributed to a role, as long as you have had a role that you have committed to in the past 3 months and you've been executing in that role and so on, you will have a minimum salary that covers your basic expenses. So that means that you can have more flexibility as you take on roles, leave roles, and so on, and reorient yourself within the organization, which enables people to swap teams, to move across, to start new teams, to have a lot more freedom and more of a safety net to essentially experiment, fail, learn from those experiments, and keep on experimenting, as opposed to being stuck and just holding to what they already know is working, but could not necessarily make a 10x in value contribution for everyone. So having that safety net enables them to add a lot more flexibility into the structure while also ensuring that they can provide some safety and that people remain committed to the organization. So taking from that idea, and in Web3, that becomes even more important because everyone is looking for talent. If you can find enough Solidity devs, you're probably going to make it really big, because that on itself is a huge limiting factor for many people, or a really good community builder is really hard to find, and so on. Onboarding is hard. Like there is a whole bunch of people who are coming it can be a mess of information to join a DAO and so on. Everyone has too many options. There's a million different Discord servers, a million different conversations on Twitter, on Telegram, and so on. And the only certainty that we have is really change, because if you take a 1 month holiday, you're going to come back and the industry is going to look fairly different. So for these conditions and kind of like this situation, this shape that the industry has right now, being able to find a balance and offer people a little bit of certainty, a little bit of a safety net, is likely to provide us with the ability to onboard a whole host of potential contributors that would otherwise really, really struggle to participate in DAOs. So it can really help with inclusivity, it could really help with diversity, it could really help with narrowing down economic differences across geographies and so on. And the idea then comes to, can we create a sort of minimum viable salary system in that as long as people are contributing enough, and this is not to replace the task-based contributions, but strike a balance in between the multiple reward mechanisms. And this way, we value the commitment that people are making, in the sense that it is ongoing as long as they keep on showing up to some degree, because they have said, yes, I'm going to take this role, I'm going to take this responsibility. We value that. So we value the relationship that we have with them. We value that human trust that has been built, as well as valuing the knowledge that has already been deposited in them, in the sense that without this, if we look at the other scenario, and maybe there is a contributor who has done 100 bounties, doing those bounties, sure, they get paid for each bounty, but also they accumulate a whole bunch of organizational knowledge about what's going on, who's doing what, and so on. And that's valuable, especially as you try to scale the organization and onboard other people and so on. So this mechanism that enabling people to kind of graduate from being a pure bounty hunter or a pure ad hoc contributor, and start to bridge the gap to the core team by offering them a minimum viable salary that depends perhaps on achieving a specific threshold on the other contributions. Or otherwise, we can find a sort of grant mechanism to offer scholarships for people who are saying, well, I cannot afford to join that way, or maybe I'm a high profile contributor and my time is very much on demand, but I'm going to bypass that system and join the crowd of my minimum viable salary contributors directly. So you can have two pathways, one where the people kind of earn their way up to the point where they can reach this stage, and then they're valued for the community for continuity, for the work they have done in the past, and assuming that they're going to continue to do that. And then a parallel system where people can perhaps bypass the other stages and directly get here. So we can include the variety of cases that would not really fall into the other system. Or anyway, that's kind of the idea that I've been playing around, that I want to experiment with. So this doesn't quite exist yet, although we have a lot of different tools. So if you're interested to help me out, I'm going to run a Gitcoin grant as an experiment to see if there is community demand, and I'll be announcing that over the next few days. And if not, hopefully you have found this interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel, for this presentation. We have 2 minutes left, so I just picked one question from the chat. With the minimum viable, now it's jumped away. Minimum viable salary harm contributors from earning more than this base?
More than this base, you said? Sorry, more than this
more
base?
Than this base income.
No, I mean, the idea is very much to combine these with other reward mechanisms. So the two work together. And right. This is more about, like, well, on one side is, again, as I was saying, kind of like valuing the commitment, the trust, and so on, but also all the other intangibles that somehow are very hard to define by other reward mechanisms. Like if we look at a lot of the peer-to-peer mechanisms, maybe those who are more introverted or those who are doing emotional labor that tends to be more kind of one-on-one and on private chats and so on, these kind of things sometimes are undervalued. So these can also help to address that a little bit. I'm not saying is going to solve the whole problem, but it can help with that. And then combined with more task-based incentives, you can essentially define how much you attribute to each of the mechanisms. And that way you calibrate it for your specific community based on the cultural preference and based on the sort of behaviors that you're seeing in the day-to-day, and then incentivize more or less one type of the other.
All right, thanks, Daniel.
Oh, let me answer just a quick one. Someone asked.
100%.
Someone asking what context means, and context, I mean mostly about the organization. So is knowing who's doing what's going on, but also is context about the specific market. Like when you join a new job, usually after 3 months, you're kind of like an expert on that industry, or at least that's sort of problem, not only like what your organization is doing, but also what a lot of other competitors or other organizations in the same space are sort of doing. And all of that learning is what I mean by context.
All right. Now, time's up, but feel free to answer on questions in the chat, Daniel, if you can stick around for a while. Thanks so much for sharing this. And I guess minimum viable salary might be a concept we can collaboratively work on. And we'll have a related talk later today with Jess, with Basic Income Org, with Dada Art on UBIs and conditional versus unconditional rewards. So looking forward to this, pretty complementary, I guess. And now we are talking about a related field, taking this from a different angle. So you've been discussing how to, what to create with rewards and how to come to, let's say, a perception of a fair reward. And next, in our next talk, we'll talk about stability. So you probably all know the challenge, the opportunity, and the challenge in fluctuation of token value. And then, of course, some people might be way better off, depends on just being in a bull versus a bear market. Or somebody else, I had a chat saying the biggest threat to DAOs is actually not national governments or regulation, it's the bear market. Because who would want to participate and contribute to a DAO if it's just you have decreasing token value? All right, that said, let's have Marek and Trung on stage presenting H2O. This is a DAO-native stable token. So it's a stable unit of account, medium of exchange. And I'm now excited to learn more. Yeah, Trung is a long-term community member. Thanks for being here. Great to see you. Marek, founder of New Order. Excited to see your presentation. Thanks for being here.
Thanks very much, Angela. Great.
The sound is a bit broken, I must say.
My screen share?
You can screen share, but I have troubles with the sound at the moment, yeah? I don't know, Marek, if you might want to switch off your camera, if that helps. Marek, would you please try again? Oh, I think we've lost you, not sure.
Hello?
Hello, yes?
Okay, well, hopefully, I don't know what's happening to my internet connection.
It's better now.
Okay, I hope it stays that way. So yeah, please allow me to screen share. So okay, let me get the screen share working first. Share screen.
Okay.
It's still here? Okay, yep. Didn't get knocked off. So wonderful. So yeah, I'll be speaking a little bit about the H2O project. You know, my name is Marek. We've also got Trang joining us as well. He's, as Angela mentioned, he's you know, a long-time contributor to the token engineering space, and we're really happy to have him aboard the H2O project. Is my voice still okay?
It's perfect.
Okay, wonderful. And you know, so I'm going to talk about sort of a new research direction that we just sort of, you know, through conversations I've had with you know, with Angela at Token Engineering Commons, to sort of unearth, I would say, a pretty interesting you know, research direction. And certainly, you know, we take, you know, token engineering, simulation, evidence-based decision making, you know, I would say very seriously. So, you know, I think it's, I'm very excited about the work that Trang has done on, simulating the H2O project. And although, this new research direction is, fairly new and we haven't had time to do simulations yet, develop models yet for it, you'll sort of get an idea of the kind of work that we are doing in modeling from Trang sort of at the end. So I'm going to just sort of, talk a little bit about myself and where we're from. So I'm with the New Order project, which is an incubation DAO that just launched. We've sort of got a thesis where we believe that we believe that this sort of, DAO is going to be the future of the venture studio and how, projects get incubated and built. And so we've got to focus on machine intelligent DeFi, multi-chain DeFi, and especially new asset classes. And so this idea of new asset classes is sort of actually what ties all this stuff together. We actually just launched this week our on Sushi Miso, and we're actually rolling out the DAO today. So if you can see kind of maybe bags under my eyes, or I'm a little bit slow to respond today, it's project launch day, right? I thought like by today everything would sort of blow over. I think it'd be cool. It's that was much too optimistic. But anyway, so we're launching, and we also already have 3 incubated projects. A project called Optify, which uses machine-directed search to, across, hundreds of thousands of multi-stage, DeFi strategies to find the most optimal ones in real time, the highest yields in real time. Got Redacted. It's a money Lego for the Curve ecosystem. And the one that I'm going to talk about today is a 3rd incubated project that Trang is very heavily involved in, the H2O stable asset project. So, I personally have been very interested in, data as a new asset class. And, if you're wondering what ties, this venture DAO with H2O, is really this interest in, data as a sort of a new asset class, especially with regards to, its use for DeFi and how that in turn can be used for incentives. There's actually a cover from a very, very famous report on data as a new asset class from 2011. So it's actually very prescient, because these are the sort of things that we're talking about today. And it sort of goes back 10 years, and I read it and it sort of just really blew my mind about 10 years ago. So I've been really interested in data as an asset class, and now there's sort of this opportunity to explore this further. So what is H2O? What is a stable asset? A stable asset, it sort of differentiates it, I would say, itself from a stable coin, in that it's the idea is that it's not pegged to any particular fiat denomination. So instead of it, targeting, let's say, like $1 US, €1 or whatever, instead this sort of new class of stable assets attempts to be stable with respect to its current price, and it actually it actually relies on a pretty clever mechanism to achieve that. I actually spent a year at Block Science, and I've been sort of converted by Michael's argument to sort of like this disciple of control theory and control systems. And so it uses in order to remain stable, it uses sort of a very famous controller from control theory, the PID controller, proportional integrative derivative controller. And what it does is it adjusts different DeFi parameters, specifically the redemption rate, in order to sort of incentivize movement up or down, in order to just sort of be a control signal to compensate for short-term changes in price. And how H2O fits in, or maybe what's a little bit novel about it, is it's going to be a medium of exchange for the ocean market, a unit of account for the ocean market, which is this data marketplace where access to data is sort of bought and sold. We foresee different DeFi uses for H2O. V1 of the H2O stable asset is going to be backed by the ocean token. V2 is going to be backed by the ocean data tokens as well. So kind of how does it work, and what is this new interesting sort of research direction, right? So this is sort of the way the H2O works within the ocean ecosystem. And so basically the idea is that, you've got a token, the Ocean token. It's actually a DAO, happens to be a DAO governance token. It also has utilities that I won't get into, various utilities within the Ocean marketplace itself, which is a data marketplace. So this on the right-hand side is sort of like what we're building out right now with Trang's help, which is, this Ocean token can actually be deposited into what's called a safe, an H2O safe, as sort of a collateral in order to mint or borrow H2O, which is the stable asset, right? A stable asset, which is going to be a medium of exchange and unit of account on the Ocean market. So, those are probably familiar terms to folks in this audience, right? Medium of exchange being this idea that it's, sort of like a token or something that's used, in order to facilitate trade, right? Trade between, multiple parties. And maybe more interestingly, right, we're targeting it to sort of be a dominant unit of account for data, in the sense that, data is valued in this token as well. And so, maybe if I could describe the rest of the system, the H2O platform is, a series of smart contracts. It's based on MakerDAO that manages these safes. And, there's a governance token. It has its own governance token that I don't want to get into. Actually, they call it an ungovernance token, but so I don't want to, just want to, not talk about that for the purpose of this presentation. But the idea too is that, H2O, the stable asset, is going to have, a use in DeFi, including things like liquidity pools, and which, upon deposit into some DeFi applications, oftentimes what you'll have an LP token, which is it's called a liquidity provider token. These also takes other forms as well. And the idea is that, when you participate in DeFi apps, you earn fees for certain actions, right? Sometimes you're on the consumer side, you're paying the fees. Other times you're earning fees. Now, what this interesting, I think, change in direction is, and you'll notice I sort of took Ocean out of this because, this is something that I think, we may try to convince Ocean to investigate, right? The Ocean DAO would probably have to pass this as a proposal, but, it's sort of bolting on this idea of, kind of using DeFi, I would say DeFi concepts and features to sort of, incentivize, people to be both liquidity providers and participants in DeFi, but also be able to use the so-called LP tokens or, other sort of deposit tokens in actual governance, right? So it's sort of like both, these stable coins are a derivative of the governance token, right? Governance token is, again, deposited in order to mint this other token. They're not only derivatives in the sense of financial derivatives, but they're also kind of like derivative products in the sense of governance as well. And we think that, there's a lot of way to go, like it's very early stages, right? But the idea is that perhaps, with some clever mechanisms, you can actually have your cake and eat it too. I've sort of already talked about, these concepts earlier, but I guess the idea is that, there's a potential there to align, incentives between DeFi applications and reward staking, and also, the ability to influence the DAO, the governance itself. And so, where we currently think this sort of approach might make the most sense is, ecosystems where the token is sort of already very closely tied to, different fees and applications that people actually want to use, right? So examples might be like the Curve DAO or Ocean Marketplace and so forth. So, I kind of came here to sort of maybe talk about an interesting problem, an interesting, new direction to explore. Would love to, have people join us on our quest in order to explore this space. And, also, we're also kind of heavily looking into, perhaps doing a hackathon around general topics in token engineering, and certainly also in terms of, funding some grants. So we'd love to work with, the token engineering community more closely in the future. Just to sort of talk, I would say briefly about some of the simulations that we're already doing, right? Just to demonstrate, that we are very serious about token engineering. Just trying if you maybe in 2-3 minutes can just talk about some of the excellent, simulation work that you've been doing. I'm going to go off screen share and let you share.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Marek, for introducing, and thank Angela for having me here. So in terms of simulating, I'm just gonna share my screen. It's it's thanks to Block Science and a Reflexer team that we have a framework to called GEB simulation, which is essentially a CAD model to simulate a framework that to implement a stable coin. And there we apply like token engineering methodology to integrate a thing called PID controller to the GAB system, and select parameter under a lot of uncertainty, a lot of price fluctuation or liquidity demand, or yeah, sort of. PID controller is pretty much a to me is a mature theory or mature application in a lot of engineering field, but I think it's the first time it's applied in token land. And in the GAB system, what it controls is essentially a redemption price, which is a price within the system, and to bring it as close as to the market price, which is what people sell on Uniswap or other secondary market. So essentially, what is tuning, what the controller is tuning. And in the simulation, we have a lot of environment parameter, like the price of collateral and liquidity demand, how people are gonna buy and how people are gonna sell assets, which we have no control whatsoever. And in the simulation, we have agent, which will act as like buying and selling and minting stable assets in different circumstances. So the controller is actually kind of rewarding people to buy and sell and then bring back the market price towards the redemption price without any patch. So this is why it's the essential mechanism of the stable mechanism without any patch. So with S2O, because the collateral is eventually because it's gonna be ocean, and we simulate simulated. I mean, we feed the GAB system with simulated ocean USD price. So we have Monte Carlo simulation, which is kind of one method for selecting parameter in uncertainty. And what we introduce new here is a new agent which frequently creating new debt position. The reason why we introduce it is because within a ocean ecosystem, there's a lot of like last year when they introduced V3 market, there's a lot of activity first when they introduce V3 data market, and we launched this stable coin just in time that ocean is gonna introduce V4 ocean market. So we expected something that quite similar, and last year there's a lot of activity will happen. So that's kind of parameter we consider. Kind of try to avoid catastrophic at the beginning. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about the simulation. And maybe just one more thing to add on what Marek just talked about ocean. So the thing is, ocean DAO is kind of a they orient themselves as a grand DAO. Grand DAO. It mean they every month they will have a grant to incentivize people to build on top of ocean, to build data set, to build to participate in the market. So having a stable assets instead of ocean itself is a huge plus for like incentivize people to build on top of ocean and having something that's stable, something that they can not affected by market. Yes, one of the more things that I just want to add on top of what Marek stuff.
Yeah, makes total sense. I guess this will be a topic in the upcoming work for the next month in our research group as well. So stability versus opportunity. Thanks for this presentation. I guess there's much more to it once we would dive into the simulations. We had the RAI workshop, by the way, everyone, since this is a friendly fork of RAI. And we had a 3-session workshop program at TE Academy just recently. You can also find it on our YouTube, the sessions, the introduction of the model, and also some exercises around it. Check it out. And I guess we'll see the simulations from Trung again at some point in the future, sharing with the token engineering community. Thanks, Marek and Trung, for this presentation. And yeah, feel free to answer on questions in the chat. We have to jump to the next presentation, or let's say the next panel discussion, because now we'll discuss fairness, conditional versus unconditional systems. And we have Jessica Sattler, Bea from Data Art, and Basic Income org. I think it's Sarah, right? So please come on stage.
Okay, and we also have Sparrow as well.
Oh yes, Sparrow. Hello again.
Thanks, Angela. Thank you so much. I want to say a huge thank you, really in gratitude for all of the amazing speakers this morning. I am Jessica Zartler from Block Science and also friend of the Token Engineering Academy, amongst many other projects, and just doing a lot of work supporting the whole ecosystem and kind of cross-pollinating. And it is a real pleasure to welcome our 3 panelist guests today. So in the context of, we heard earlier from Felipe Duarte from the DAOists. And if you didn't get a chance to see his presentation, I highly recommend watching the recording. He brought up some fantastic points that I think are good touch points to kind of kick off the dialogue today before we have the panelists introduce themselves. He talked about, that manifestos mean less than how we take care of our kind of, I don't know if I would use, he used the word weakest member, or maybe the person who is least rewarded in our DAO. And I thought that was a fantastic point. And also he said, what is the minimum everyone is receiving by participating and being part of our systems? So I think in starting off this conversation, it's kind of a big assumption that we even need reward systems in the first place, or why do we feel we need to dangle these carrots for people? So I have 3 fantastic guests. We've got about 35 minutes, so we'll do a round of intros, get into a little bit of dialogue, and then I'd really like to try to reserve at least 5 to 10 minutes for some questions, because it's such a huge topic, it's going to be hard to fit in 30. So I will kick it to Mr. Sarath. If you would tell us where you are in the world and give us a few minutes of introduction for yourself and some of your experience in your current work. Looking forward.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Thank you, everybody. It's such a pleasure to see all of you. And this is a fantastic, I'm so fascinated by this tech world. I am not a techie, but I'm a fan of technology. And I'm Sarath Davala, and I'm a sociologist by training, and anthropologist and philosopher by temperament. And I'm currently the chair of Basic Income Earth Network. So I come from the basic income community. So unconditional is a word that is like very sacred to me. And it's really a pleasure that a group like this is really deliberating on this topic. I think before the panel begins, a couple of observations I would like to make, but I don't know, after the introduction, maybe I'll get a chance to speak about conditional versus unconditional. Thank you so much, and I'm very happy to be here.
Absolutely. And Bia, would you like to introduce yourself? And thanks so much for joining and making the time today.
Sure, I'm Bea. Can you hear me? Yeah? Yeah, okay. I'm Bea from Dada. I'm an artist. And we have a community, a large community of artists, and a platform in which people speak to each other through drawings. So it's a completely new way of communicating through art while creating collaborative art. And so we realized that we had this amazing community, these beautiful relations that were being forged, and knew that if we wanted to make it sustainable, any business or any traditional business model will destroy the creativity and the relations, and because there was no extrinsic reward whatsoever within that system. And so we basically are building an economy called invisible economy, which is, and Sparrow is part of it, which is basically creating a space in which we can protect intrinsic motivations. And that means that we have to completely separate, in this case, the market from anything that is making art, but anything, the code, the ideas, everything. And so we've been a year and a half since we presented the paper, living the invisible economy, so working without no money whatsoever, because if we had raised investment and we hire people, then you get into all those dynamics. So everybody's contributing for intrinsic reasons. And we are at the point in which we're starting to figure out the distribution. The invisible economy is about protecting intrinsic rewards. And we always say that we will have a basic income as a way of distributing the minimum that people need so that they can actually focus on the intrinsic rewards, and realizing that basic income is actually very, very limited and not necessarily the best way forward. And so, yeah, so we've learned a lot. Happy to have that conversation here. And the one thing that I would say is that what I've learned personally is that any incentive is a form of coercion. Yeah, it's a form of coercion. So designing anything with that in mind is a manipulative act, and you cannot incentivize people to be generous, and you cannot have leaderboards for generosity. So I think that's an important thing to understand.
Thank you, Bia, for your thoughts. And Sparrow, can we hear a little bit from you? Where are you in the world? And tell us a bit about yourself, and maybe anything you want to touch on initially on unconditional and what this means to you.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Sparrow. I'm an artist. I'm also have been a software engineer for 25 years, an artist all my life, but never took that really seriously until a few years ago. And then making the decision to focus on art really changed my whole life. It brought me to blockchain. It allowed me to connect with, really incredible, brilliant ideas and people. I stayed because of the people. I'm an artist on Dada. I've been helping build the invisible economy along with Bea and lots of others over these past 18 months. I think that one thing that I would add to what Bea said is another one of the insights that we have found while really going deep and pulling apart how all of this stuff works. And that is, if you're trying to encourage anything that requires creativity and collaboration, you cannot have anything that makes people compete against each other. And even if, you know, even if you do want to reward people's contributions, there's no way in that kind of environment that you can isolate someone's contributions from someone else's contributions, because the actual contribution is an amalgamation of all of the different things that needed to happen to make that possible. And so all of the reward systems, when you're talking about fairness and fairly rewarding people, really need to reward as a group, right? Because it's everyone in that system that has made that possible. And to me, that's one of the keys of fairness.
Very interesting perspective. And yeah, earlier, Daniel Ospina also gave a great talk, and he brought up unconditional systems, or he called it kind of minimum viable salary. And of course, here we're talking in the context of Web3 and DAOs, and also acknowledging, you know, quieter kind of personalities and how some of these reward systems operate, and different cycles of work. So yeah, I suppose, Sarath, I'm really curious to hear about your work with Basic Income Earth Network. And I think, you know, especially talking with certain generations, and if you look at, Daniel also brought up, you know, productivity versus relationship oriented communities and different cultures. So you hear, just to address some of the general resistance to UBI or unconditional systems is, you know, well, people will get lazy and they won't work and they won't be productive. What other, I guess, what would you like to say to some of this resistance? Or like, why do you think we feel the need to be so productive all the time? And that this is the basis for whether or not maybe people have basic access to, you know, meet their needs or whatnot?
Yeah, I think quickly I will drop the word rewards in my presentation, because I think rewards is a word. I mean, if you agree that, you know, there is master's language and the slave language, and rewards comes from the master's language. He's giving the carrot and he's dangling the carrot. Now, conditional and unconditional is a binary, which is like if you, I mean, it's used at different levels. At first level, I think the cash transfer language, they say conditional cash transfer and unconditional cash transfer. But then if you take it to the next level, abstract level, it is philosophical level, it is actually a metaphor. Like conditional represents the market economy, the contractual economy, the industrial culture, and which is also based on mistrust, because it has conditional means it is conditional upon your performance, conditional upon your eligibility, conditional upon you providing a certain outcome. Whereas unconditional, so this is market economy, and unconditional comes from the moral economy of unconditionally giving something. Now, what happened in history has been to relegate the unconditional part into the private domain, and public square, you can only talk the contractual language. But I think today we have come to a situation in our technological development, like in the 17th century when Copernicus said that the earth is round. I think it went against the grain of that particular moment, and I think he went against the system. The church actually said that he should be prohibited and banned. Today we have come to a situation, I think the blockchain technology and the crypto world is threatening national sovereignties, which is actually a good sign, which means that this has this huge potential of taking forward the truth. Now, in that situation, I feel that an unconditional basic income is the ground on which the future mankind has to stand. It's a necessity, not a luxury. It is because the labor market all over the world is shrinking. I think the more we see the statistics, the more we realize that there are no jobs to have in future. I think the production system, the business models are all going to say that we need fewer and fewer human beings, which is not a threat, but it's an opportunity actually for what Bia and Sparrow is saying. I completely understand, I completely in that world. So the point is that, okay, when that happens, the technology is capable of providing a decent living for the entire mankind. I think, shall we take that on board? That is number one. And I'll close here saying that when we have such a tremendous responsibility and we are threatening the sovereignty of national sovereignty, the central banks are worried. In fact, I think the crypto bill is in the Indian Parliament today. I think by January, we will know whether they're going to take the China route or they're going to take another route. I think there is also tremendous responsibility on people who are doing this to have an ethical integrity and a moral high ground. If that is not there, I think we have lost the opportunity. I think those who are doing this, I think have a tremendous civilizational burden to use a different language, a different discourse, a different way of connecting, and unconditionality is the metaphor for the future. I would stop there.
I can add to that. I agree. What I will say is that to me, it is still within the rationality that of the structures that exist. Like, I want to think about a future. I'm an anarchist, not an ultra-capitalist anarchist like most people in the blockchain, but a social anarchist. So for me, as nation states, I mean, I think it's great that they're being challenged, but it's not great the way they're being challenged, because at the end, it's like even more risky what we're doing on the blockchain, because it's the same mentality, same structures, same economic models, same incentives, same everything, only that unregulated and without any, even more efficient with the systems. So to me, in order to get to that place that you're talking about, we have to leave behind all of it, all of that. And that's, I think, the hardest part. The biggest challenge is that most people can't imagine a world without money as we know it, can't imagine a world without the markets. Competition becomes human nature. So, like greedy becomes human nature. There's nothing you can do. People affect, the systems are great, then there's people, and then people affect the systems. But when it's actually the opposite, it's the system which is producing a certain behavior. We behave in those systems in a certain way, and it gives the outcomes that, as Sparrow always says, the outcomes of the systems are the outcomes that the system wants. And so I think for us, at least, even when it comes to the unconditional basic income that we proposed in the beginning, unless people actually have crossed that bridge, that mindset shift into this new kind of thinking, that you can actually imagine a different thing, that becomes maybe, great just for not leaving anyone behind, but not enough to actually move to a new, more, I don't want to say fair, but yeah, nurturing place, more caring place.
Caring.
It was Kevin, I think, who said just earlier today, you don't tear down the existing system, you build a new system off, separate. And that's what's going to supplant the old system. And one of the things that I think we have found is that any participation in the old system just reinforces those structures. And that's the opposite to what we want to be doing. We want to be building something of our own with different outcomes, a completely different system. not reinforcing the existing structures.
It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge because it's the mindset that is the hardest to.
Yeah, I mean, just a small response to that is that I think the choice is not between the two extremes of staying in the system and perpetuating it and staying outside the system. I mean, I would say that between the market and the moral economy, there is something called a caring economy. And I think I agree with what Sparrow has said, that it is not by tearing down the existing structure, existing system, but it is actually erecting a new system that automatically breaks down the old system. It makes it redundant. And how this is going to happen, I think it can happen only by having this kind of a community of those who believe in utopia.
So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just start firing questions now because it's a very active chat going on. So we have a few that are kind of more conceptual and a few that are practical, as a lot of people here are, building and creating and designing these systems. So the first one is from Ronka Thompson. Did you want to open up your mic and ask your question? She was asking for Sarath. What do you mean by ethical integrity?
Well, ethical integrity is that when you are doing something as significant and as historical, I mean, civilizationally historical, you have the burden to ensure that what you're doing is for the good of humanity, for the good of the last human there, for the good of to get rid of the toxicity that we have inherited so far. I think that kind of a burden is there upon your shoulders. That is the moral high ground you should have. Otherwise, you shouldn't be doing something as serious as this.
And to Bia and Sparrow, Livia is saying, a lot of times that intrinsic motivation has kind of been a privilege in the past. So how can we start to transition from these like extrinsic reward systems to more inclusive intrinsic enabling systems? Or can we have a hybrid? I know you're kind of on the spectrum of, intrinsic only. Daniel brought up that it's possible that we could maybe have a hybrid. What are your thoughts on that? And how do we do it?
So I'll start. Yeah. This was something I did a very deep dive into, and I came across research paper after research paper after research paper, decades and decades of research studies that all said effectively the same thing, mostly in education, which is where most of the research has been done. But in other areas as well. And I think it does point to a universal truth. And that is, as soon as you begin to introduce extrinsic rewards, you diminish and at least have the potential to completely erase intrinsic motivation. And so the only way to protect intrinsic motivation is the absence of extrinsic reward. And what we've found over this time is actually that all of our systems from the time we go to kindergarten, all of the culture is based around these extrinsic rewards. And so people lose touch even with what their intrinsic motivations are. And it is a process of reconnecting. And it takes a lot of individual work for people to understand what their intrinsic motivation actually is, because most people can't identify that still quiet voice inside themselves that's calling them to do something just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah, and I will add to that intrinsic and extrinsic, I mean, it's still binary, right? Like it's still, very specific, and there are other dimensions to that. And there's also tricky aspects, like there are there are ways in which deadlines could be beneficial for intrinsic rewards, but there are specific moments in specific ways. But in general, that is what we found. That's the essence of the invisible economy. At the moment that you replace the intrinsic for extrinsic rewards, the intrinsic diminish and disappear, which in our case, it really kills creativity, right? So, and art and innovation, which is extremely important for this ecosystem. So what I would say is that I think it's very hard for people to imagine that you can even separate those things. We actually made the exercise of going and saying there is a path of the same, fulfilling the same need that is intrinsic, these are the outcomes, and there is a path you can fulfill the same need, extrinsic, and here's the outcome. And it's very clear that you can separate those. And there's also another myth, I think, from Livia's question, the idea that is a privilege. We sometimes get this from people like, you're mostly, in Europe and the US, you may not need money. That's why you can invest so much time doing this for intrinsic rewards. And there's a part of it that is true, but somebody like Sparrow is, she has a full-time job and a million other projects. She just decides to do this instead of doing something else. And it's also true that our artists are mostly from Latin America, and they're like in very rural places. And there they are putting hours and hours and hours of their time drawing on data. And so, and they have, working class jobs. Sometimes they don't have jobs. They're in survival mode, a lot of them. Yet that it's like so vital. Like it's almost like what makes them survive is the fact that they're like making art. So it's a myth that is a privilege, but it is true that you need a minimum. So if you're like really stressed out about paying rent, you're never really gonna get there. We need a different rhythm for like a 30-minute panel. It's like the kind of thing that is like, this conversation will probably be best at over the hour, right? So we need to change the way we actually live in the world in order to be really into this path of fulfilling what you want.
Yeah, I can just say I've lost touch with my intrinsic motivation and I'm trying to get it back because I've been doing work for money for so long that I don't even know what I enjoy anymore. So this resonates a lot with me and I think with a lot of people here. Sarath, I know you have something and then I wanted to open up the floor.
Quickly on this, that I think we have to disrupt this binary of intrinsic versus extrinsic, because I think extrinsic satisfaction or reward is also a desire that comes from inside, but it need not be just a desire, but it could be a need. I mean, your material conditions are such that you just can't afford to ignore the extrinsic reward. So I think it all comes back to the industrial culture that we live in, where the insecurity has become the characteristic feature of our lives, and the precarity has become the norm of our lives across the world. Now, that kind of a precarious situation results in a mind which is so insecure that it is like what earlier you said, Bia, that or you, Jessica, you also just said that it doesn't give us an opportunity to reflect and pause and listen to what we want inside, deep inside, and also to learn the power of that. Now, I can't tell a construction worker he has to feed his family, and I can't say. I think it is that cynicism that comes and says that this is just a luxury. But I think we are looking towards a society where it is possible to reduce that insecure mind, to mitigate that insecurity and allow the minds to flourish. I think the binary also will vanish. And I don't, that's all.
Can I just
one recent, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I just want to disagree. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add one recent learning that we have found through thinking about distribution has been that actually that security that you talk about, absolutely essential. That's the first step. That is the basis. Yeah. But what we found is that the answer to providing that security is not money. It's actually the relationships, the connections, the community, right? That can do that in a much, much more stable and secure way than just money.
Yeah, what I was going to add, because you said something that I completely disagree about Sarah, but then the outcome of that is what I agree. It's about safety and the fact that people live precariously. But it's a myth that the extrinsic rewards actually are the answer, or that satisfies that need, because then we get into the territory of, oh yeah, I make money so that I can be independent and free. And it's actually the more money you make, the more you're embedded in this system, the more imprisoned you feel on both sides. Whether you're on the precarious side, of course, but if you're on the master side, it's the same. And you feel it for different reasons, but you feel imprisoned. And so this myth that I work hard, I get money so that I am free and independent, while in fact we removed money and we removed the direct extrinsic rewards, and now we feel free. For those of us who are actually in the invisible economy. And yes, we're still privileged, but the whole point is like, how do we move it so that people who are living precarious life can actually get to the place in which they have more than money, which is a community that is like a safety net, that is like, says, you're not gonna fall from here. Here we are, right? And so I think it comes back to, we have to ditch the idea that we need money, that we really have to go deeper to what is it that we need and provide a space for that.
A quick thing to that, Bia, I'm completely in agreement. I think we're on the same side. Basic income is, the way we are talking about basic income, the way we define basic income is hardly about money. It's about the unconditionality. It's about the care. It's about the individual care, all that. I think the whole ecosystem, the psychological atmosphere, that the way basic income in its pure form will be implemented is that society we are all talking about. I think we have come to fetishize the external rewards to such an extent that we have lost contact with what is not a non-fetish life.
We have just another few minutes. Sadly, I think we could definitely hold this conversation. But I wanted to, I wanted to share a comment by Aloysius and just read it quickly. Aloysius, I know, or you have a lot to say on this topic. When she said, you reward people for the value you're assuming they bring, and that their souls are in limbo, making sense of self-worth in correlation to the current cultural norms and coming up short because they're not perfect. I just thought that was so powerful. I wish we had more time, but I want to just take a few of our last minutes here. And I'm so sorry, Aloysius, I really wanted to hear more from you. Angela, I don't know if we have a few extra minutes, but in the last few minutes, I just wanted to hear from you all. We had many people watching that are building these systems that are currently in this 3-month research initiative with Governauts to look at reward system. What is your advice for them, and how can they kind of implement some of this into these systems? What are some kind of practical things that they can do in their systems design, or how can they start to move in this direction? Because it is a spectrum.
Yeah, well, I start because for me, it's not a spectrum. I'm super, super radical about these things. There's no way we can get anything out. Like you said, Sarat, you said like we live in utopia. We're living a reality within data and the invisible economy is real. What we live in is real. And so to me, when people tell us like, oh, that sounds like utopia, well, it is real. You just have to come and contribute. You'll see it. What is delusional for me is to think that you can have any other outcome with the systems that we have now. So for me, ditch everything. ditch all the best practices, ditch all the thinking about incentives mechanisms, ditch everything, ditch all the words, because once you get deep into it, we don't even have words that are not completely coerced by productivity and transactionality. And so how are we going to build something when we don't even have the words to express what is it that we want? And so I think, yeah, bring everything, work on yourself, basically. That's the first thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we should have a full day seminar on this. And I think as BN, we will organize this. And Sparrow and Aloysius and Bia will be there, and Jessica. Now, I think all of us are living in utopias, definitely. The only difference is whether I am living in Mark Zuckerberg's utopia, Trump's utopia, or Aloysius' utopia, or Sparrow's utopia. That is the only difference. But that's the only difference. We're all living in a story, but the point is, whose story is that? Okay, I think to answer to the question about the ethical thing is that I think all human beings are endowed with something called conscience. And I think when you are designing something, listen to that conscience. And if the voice is too weak, spend time to get to that voice. And I think it's the inner voice that will tell you what to do and what not to do. And it is nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with spirituality. All of us have the inner voice. That's all. That's my last word on that.
Sparrow, any final words?
Sorry, on mute. I would just really stress that the environment, the system that you're in, determines the outcomes. It determines the behavior of the people in the system, so it determines the outcomes. And so if you look at the outcomes we've been getting in the current system, we cannot expect to get any different outcomes from those systems. We can make all of the tweaks that we want to tweak. We can add layers and bells and whistles. But if that underlying environment, that underlying system is the same, you're going to keep getting the same results.
Thank you so much.
But
Thank you,
Sparrow, the blockchain is one prick. This bubble is going to burst. Good night.
At the moment in blockchain, we are recreating the same systems that we had in the pre-blockchain world.
I have to intervene here.
To develop some new patterns.
And I have to intervene here and say, blockchain is the future, Mr. Sarath, at the thing, and we can rebuild the whole thing bottom up in a very fair way, and blockchain gives that opportunity.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, look at the results.
No, it's
this is one of the most unequal systems so far.
This is the very early beginning, very early beginning. It's for us to build it.
I believe that it is possible. I
think
live with that hope.
Well, I do. But I think we can't afford to be naive. And so we have to see the results. We've been working on blockchain for 4 years or more. We have to see the results.
But I think on a broader scale, Bia, I think behind every technology there are hierarchies. The point is that who is actually deciding, who is taking the call, who is taking the final call. So I think if there one can make the moral difference, I think that's where the hope lies.
I think we are missing the whole thing. DAOs are exactly about what you just mentioned. It can create the hierarchy-less systems. Tiny DAOs bottom up.
It's not doing that.
No, so, it can be done.
It could, of course. That's why I put so much of my years in this technology. But it's not like, let's not be naive. Like it's not just the technology. It's the economic models, it's the governance models, all of that embedded needs to be different. It's not just the technology.
No, nobody's saying it's only the technology. It's a way you build it. And once you have decentralized trust, it is trust where you can tokenize any form of value. you can rebuild the whole economic structure the way you want it.
Well, you're scaring me, actually.
you better be.
Who can scare an who can scare an anarchist? Who can scare an anarchist?
I mean, only a bigger anarchist.
That mentality, yeah.
Only a bigger anarchist.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Wonderful.
everyone. I think we're
everyone.
gonna have to just out of respect for the next speakers that they've coordinated their schedules. But I will say, I think we're gonna be having another day. I agree with you, Sarat. We will hold space for another day, maybe sometime at the end of January, to give this some more time and full attention that it deserves. But I appreciate so much everyone contributing to the discussion, and thank you, Jose, for having it.
Thanks a lot, everyone, for being
And
here.
Jose, bye-bye. Bye.
And also appreciate your radical points of views, because I mean, if we learn that there is no compromise, then let's go all in, and that's actually brave. So I would love to, I'm all in.
And I will say, Bia, you know, the first time I talked to you, Bia, I was like, but then, you know, working on designing and participating with reward systems and DAOs, and just over the last year since I met you, I'm definitely starting to be a convert. So I'm coming over. Anyway, I support Unconditional and UBI systems, but yeah, I'm starting to definitely feel it. So yeah, thanks for sharing, and we'll continue to share this.
Bye-bye. Bye, Angela.
Reflection.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jess,
Angela.
for bringing together this group. Many thanks,
Lively
and
group.
doing a lot of great additions to this whole day in the background. Thank you so much, Jess. Okay, let's take a deep breath. So it's just mind-blowing what a ride throughout the day. And now I was continuously thinking, now imagine what would happen if we put Peter Pan in this discussion round. It's just amazing. And we'll have the next talk already. Andrew Penland has been doing data analysis on TE Commons. So you've all heard about TE Commons praise system a couple of times now. And I think maybe even a couple of months ago, this community started to ask, wait, now we have this system in place. Let's take a look. Can we learn something about it from what happened in the past? And what does this data say about distribution? And Andrew analyzed the data, came up with very interesting results that I'm excited to see here again at the Assemblage. Andrew, welcome. Andrew is, by the way, also one of the mentors of the research program, and excited to see your talk now.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here. So on my driver's license, it says I'm Andrew Penland. I have a PhD in math from Texas A&M University in 2015. Right now, I'm an associate professor of mathematics at Western Carolina University, and I have research experience. I've written about 14 papers in mathematics on a variety of topics. But there's another piece of my background that's important to mention, and that's in the crypto space, I go by the name Octopus, and I really like to be called that when I'm not in my official role. I'm not a traditional mathematician in the sense that when I was a young person, I did not think I was good at math. It was a long journey for me to get here, and I still do with academic structure due to neurodivergence, which is one reason I didn't go to university until later in life. But even before that, I was always interested in governance structures and alternative currencies. And I want to take a moment to remember the Asheville Liberty Dollar, which was the first alternative currency that I encountered, which was unfortunately raided in 2005. But it was a silver-based currency that was traded locally by members of the Asheville, North Carolina community and was accepted by about 100 businesses. So that was something I was experienced with before I had any idea that I liked math. I came to Reward Systems. I started hanging around the TEC and TE Academy in January of this year. And I was really intrigued when I discovered it by this notion of praise. But I didn't even realize praise existed for about 5 months of my time in the Discord. I'm not sure how I missed it. Praise was a system that you may have heard something about, but basically users give praise to each other in a specific Discord channel or Telegram, and then that praise is quantified. So at regular intervals, it was every 2 weeks, I think, a team of 3 humans would meet and they would decide, okay, we have these things called impact hours that we're going to distribute. And based on their individual assessments and their discussions to bring their numbers into something of a consensus, they would then decide how many impact hours each praise should be rewarded, with the idea that later on there would be a token where impact hours would be converted to tokens for some impact hour holders. That's a simplification, but it gets to the nuts and bolts of the process that we're describing. I have this thing where like I just randomly do things, and that's part of my personality. So I just randomly jumped into Discord meetings. That was like just trying to find things that I thought were interesting. And basically at that time, my criterion for jumping into a meeting was if I saw that Sean Anderson was part of it, I jumped into it for sure. Because Sean is an outstanding data scientist. I learned a lot about data science and hacking from watching him lead these sessions. And one day I saw, it was Sunday afternoon, I remember, and that's not usually a time when I work. But I saw that Sean was in the Discord leading the session. And I thought, I'm going to jump in this to see if Sean is doing anything. And it turned out that that was fortuitous because I had jumped in at a very specific moment when a very important discussion was happening. There was a sense in the community among some members that the way that praise was allocated may not have been reflective of the way that the community actually valued contributions. And so this is a long discussion that I really can't do justice to. But in the TE community forums, this discussion went on. It went on in the Discord. It raised lots of interesting ideas. And the phase that they were at when I entered this meeting was wanting data analysis. So this was the perfect timing for me because my semester was just ending and I had some free time. And additionally, I teach data analytics skills, but I've never done that as an official job. And so I was thinking I should get some real world experience with this. So I have more credibility when I tell my students, hey, this is how data analytics works. And I also have a personality where I like to help people if I can. So I thought I'll do this data analytics and help these people with the answers to their questions. And I really had no idea what an adventure it would become. The first step was to really get into the praise process. So there's a video from where Griff and I discussed this. Griff, I want to praise him for walking me through the dynamics of the praise process, helping me get to a place where we could look at the data and understand how these numbers came into existence. And then the questions were like, if I want to tell people, that people had specific questions. And the question was, how can I as a mathematician and data analyst give calculations that will lead insight to these questions? And I had 2 tools that I thought I would be using because they were the 2 tools I knew. The first is the Gini coefficient. I had been to a workshop one time on mathematics and social justice that discussed economic inequalities. And their suggestion was that you use this calculus project about the Gini coefficient, not only to make calculus real to your students, but also to help them think about social inequality. And I'm not donating, not at the moment. No, don't send me an email reminder, please. All right. So the Gini coefficient is like a basic tool that economists use. And I'm hoping we can get to where it was calculated. So this is the basic idea. You have a distribution of income and you draw the curve where you're looking at what percentage of people control this percentage of resources. And if everyone had exactly equal resources, you would get a 45-degree line. And you compare that to the curve that you actually draw. And the difference between this curve and this line, roughly speaking, is the Gini coefficient, which is intended to measure how much, how unequal the resource distribution is. So the distance between this curve and a straight line tells us something. And it boils down to a single number that has a formula. And I thought, I will throw this at it, I will do the Gini coefficient, I will explain the Gini coefficient, and I will ride off into the sunset as a hero, return to my university, and have something I can put on my CV. The other tool I thought was, the Pareto distribution is an important idea. And I'm suspecting that the Pareto principle says that, roughly speaking, when we allocate resources, it tends to be that 80% of the people get 20% of the resources and vice versa. And I'm going to see that praise fits this, and it roughly did. And then that will be an insight that people will have, and that will be helpful. Well, it turns out I'm going to advocate against the use of these tools. And a few months after I did this analysis, Vitalik Buterin actually published a blog article called Against Overuse of the Gini Coefficient, which I think should be read by anyone who wants to do this kind of research or understand this. And the mismatch was pointed out to me by members of the TEC, which is that the Gini coefficient is intended for nation states, which is a particular structure. And a DAO or a crypto community is a very different kind of structure. So it may not be a good fit. It may not be appropriate to use tools that work or give insight at the global level on communities that are emerging and are smaller and have different dynamics. So I did what my academic training had prepared me to do, which was I went to the papers and I saw, well, what other tools have people used? And I discovered that there's been this idea called the Nakamoto coefficient, which is again a way of attempting to quantify the distribution of power or resources in a community. This looks at decentralization. So the Nakamoto coefficient is defined as the number of people, the number of individuals in the community that would be necessary that if they marshaled their resource, they would have more than 50%. And this is based on the idea that if you have 51% of cryptocurrency holders for a particular cryptocurrency, they may be able to vote against the system's interests. In cryptography, there's this idea of a 51% attack. So the Nakamoto coefficient is essentially the number of people you would need to mount a 51% attack on your system. And then another tool that academics have used to measure this is the idea of Shannon entropy. So Shannon entropy is about how things are distributed. Basically, if events are completely random, you have one extreme of Shannon entropy. And if events are constant, you have another extreme of Shannon entropy. And you have something between those two extremes, and the numbers give you some insight. I do not agree with this warning too easy unless it's intended in a positive sense. So there are some numbers that have been proposed in research of how you can measure resource distribution in a community. And some of those resources, particularly the Nakamoto coefficient, is intended as a crypto native metric. In Vitalik's blog post against the overuse of the Gini coefficient, he proposes some others. And if you look at this, it makes a difference whether you're looking at economic resources or voting resources, because those are two different types of resources. So there's a whole branch called voting theory that I think we as a cryptocurrency community would do well to try to delve into, because people have already thought about a lot about how votes are distributed in different kinds of decision-making processes. And some of what we're doing in talking to voting theorists seems like we're just like discarding huge piles of their work. But the big thing I want to say is I don't think any of these numbers or any number is going to do what we want it to do. This is not a hammer you can come in and break the glass and solve the problem. So this was actually a very humbling experience for me. I came in with some ideas about my own expertise in this space. And when I felt that I was offering expertise, it usually wasn't helpful. What was more helpful was when I asked more questions and engaged in conversation. I think that calculations will always be an important part of a community's sense-making process, but they cannot replace it. And I guess if I had one lesson from being an observer who gradually became a community member in the TEC during this time, I would say if you're consciously designing a reward system, try to think about what kind of disputes might emerge in the future. And so the tools and the framework that I'm going to try to offer in these last 5 minutes are towards thinking about that. So the first is that context is always going to be crucial. I don't think it would be fair to come into my family and say 50% of the people, the parents, control 100% of the economic resources, so this is an unjust system. The group of people are going to make their own decisions about what's fair and what's not. And the tools that are appropriate for the context are crucial. I also want to say, I really admire the engineering work that's being done in this space. But I want to say we need tools from whatever your thing is, as much as we need tools from computer science and engineering. This is an incredible opportunity to engage in a conversation in a way that has never been done before, where all of these different people with all of these different types of brains can actually talk in a new way. And let's not waste that. I also want to say, if we're not careful, I think that DAOs risk replicating things that are big problems in the external society. And I think that these problems are intertwined. So there are major issues with what has happened to the presence of women in computer science. If you look at World War II, when the first mechanical computers were created, this is not the right chart, this is the right chart. In 1945, 100% of the people who used mechanical computers to actually do calculations were women. They were the code breakers at Bletchley Park, and that was it. 1945, 100% of computer programmers are women. By the time we get to 1993, 28% of people who are receiving bachelor's degrees in computer science are women, and that number has continued to drop. And for reasons that I don't understand, there's this inflection point at 2005 that's especially important perhaps, but this trend is really troubling. It's like a tragedy. Something happened. This wasn't a natural process. Something happened within the science of computer science, the Society of Computer Science, that drove women out. And we need to be sure, we need to look back at that and make sure that we do not do that in this space. The second thing is decentralization is not a new idea. In fact, it's almost like centralization is the new idea. So I want to plug a book called 2 Cheers for Anarchism. I didn't become interested in cryptocurrency to make US dollars. I was interested in decentralization. In fact, I would say I was part of decentralized autonomous organizations starting at about 2004, when I was part of a pirate radio collective and we worked together to broadcast over airwaves without a license. There's a cypherpunk movement that we could date back to the 1970s. In 2006, I was reading books that were talking about e-gold. This is part of an intellectual tradition. We're not just coming into this without a history, and I think we owe it to ourselves to learn this history. As tools we can use to guard against this, one thing I want to put a plug for is the rule of 4, which is the idea that when you have something you're looking at, you can try to look at it in 4 different ways. I think that doing this consciously, so graphically, numerically, words, and symbolically, this is an idea that I try to use in my classes when I'm doing mathematics education. But I also think it's important to recognize that it's going to be very easy for technical and symbolic expressions to overtake this discussion. And I think we need a framework at the beginning that prevents that from happening by saying each of these 4 ways of thinking are important. And let's make sure that we're doing all of them when we do this. I think it would be good if we came up with some benchmark examples. So in optimization research, when you propose a new algorithm, you have this suite of graphs or examples that you can run it against to see how it's working. I think if we as a community could come up with a variety of situations that DAOs have encountered or could encounter, that it would help us, because when we design new tools, we can then say, okay, well, how does this apply to this pattern that has already been observed? I'd like to advocate for doomsday planning. It's important to think for participants and all of us to think about what could be the worst thing that could happen. I want to acknowledge I learned this from Angela. 2 things that might be helpful from a computer science / software development perspective: user stories. Can you think about the type of people who are going to join your DAO? What will they want? What will their onboarding experience be like? What will make them feel valued? Finally, I would like to propose an idea, since we're moving towards a meta thing. Let's think about our meta metrics. How will we measure, how will we know if a metric is accurately capturing whether or not what we want it to in terms of rewards distributions? And I don't have any good answers to this, so I apologize if you were expecting to be enlightened. But hopefully, in thinking about these questions together, we can work together towards getting what we want and distributing rewards in the way that we want. Thank you so much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew. I realize that we have a lot of questions being raised in all the talks. Here's another one to chew on. Thanks, Andrew, for sharing your thoughts. And thanks everyone for being here. I realize that we have a lot of people here in the call for hours and also on YouTube. Thanks for being with us. For those of you who just joined, you can watch all the talks as recordings. We'll share them on our YouTube channel, Token Engineering. And yeah, feel free to drop your questions to the chat. We try to capture them in the talks. Now we have another final talk on the challenge of reward systems. Before we move on with 4 presentations about tool sets, capturing contributions in DAOs. Now I'd like to welcome Pepperoni Joe from Index Co-op, and he'll present a model he's currently working on at Index Co-op. This is dynamic staking, and the goal of this staking model is building long-term community ownership. So this will be the topic of the final talk about reward systems challenges, ownership. And yeah, I see Pepperoni Joe is already here with us. Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
thanks for presenting.
It's great to be here. I'm joined by Eduardo as well, who's going to be presenting this with me.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. Stage is yours.
You can see my screen, right?
You can see it.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's go. So I thought I'd start this with a little bit of a story about Index Coop's history. So Index Coop was created in October 2020 by this marriage between DeFi Pulse, which is like the Bloomberg of crypto, and Set Labs, which is like an engineering technology infrastructure team. And our vision was to build Web3 financial products that bring prosperity to everyone. So we were born between this marriage between these 2 very different entities. I sort of see DeFi Pulse is like kid at the back of behind the bike chair smoking a fag, and Set Labs is prefect, front of the class. So very different founding entities. And initially, Index Coop was really just conceived as this sort of growth and marketing function for these 2 organizations. Also, the ability to create a token, you can liquidity mine and incentivize some of these index products we were launching. But the beauty of a DAO is DAOs take on a life of their own very, very quickly. And so we, over the course of about 9 months, transitioned from being just this growth and marketing team to building our own product team, our own engineering team, finance team, people team, a fully formed functioning DAO. And as we went on this process of really maturing, we started to become ready to take the keys to the car. Instead of it being, set labs and DeFi poles providing that direction, we as a DAO felt we should be empowered to start making those decisions for us. We want the keys to the car. We want to be able to actually go out and steer our direction. And this resulted in our community embarking on this transformation leveling up process that we called Index 2.0. And it was basically saying, look, if we really want autonomy, if we really want to steer our own direction, there's some big topics we as a community need to come together and address. So leadership and governance. Peter Pan was speaking earlier. A lot of this stuff is relevant to Index Coop about how can we ensure we're moving as one community in a direction? How can we ensure we're really making decisions that are going to equip us for the future? So that's one. The second one was around how does a DAO actually deal with third parties and methodologists? How do you conduct a fee split negotiation in a fully public way where in a DAO there's lots of different voices? That's two. Second big issue. How do you ensure financial sustainability? How do you ensure diversity and inclusion as well? Really important, especially when we see this sort of we have this open door for DAOs for anyone to get involved. How do we ensure that that is actually creating an open, transparent, diverse system? And this last point is the one I'm going to focus on here around compensation and community ownership. How do we get that right at Index Coop? And how do we actually build long-term community ownership? And this is part of a broader compensation piece, which I'll not get into because 20 minutes is super short, even for just the one piece. But we're going to focus here on the dynamic staking model. And it comes really about, because we have to address this issue where Index Coop contributors have less than 2% of ownership in the protocol as it stands. And I did not quit my day job to come and work to enrich a bunch of VCs and early investors and DPI farmers. I came to really take ownership in the protocol. And we had this bizarre Genesis allocation where K-Set, DeFi Pulse, they have a big chunk of community ownership. They get this methodologist reward. And then we had, and I always say, a community treasury, which we didn't own. We were using it to pay legal fees and exchange listing fees. And that's not a community treasury. That's not for contributors. And still, the actual contributors had less than 2%. So how do we fix it? How do we fix community ownership, but also use ownership as a way to attract and attain key talent in this sort of white hot labor market, jobs market we have in the DAO space? And it's not just about paying people more, okay? That's a very traditional approach. What it is actually about separating two different aspects out that really lead to community ownership. So the first is total allocation, like how much are you actually putting towards your community, your contributors, to support them and actually grow that pie. But the second one, which I think often is missed, is are the community actually keeping the tokens you give them? If you give a bunch of tokens and then it just gets dumped on market, that's not a sustainable way of building community ownership, and it's not good for the organization as a whole. So when we're designing this dynamic staking model, what we were really focusing in on is this factor called the allocation retention rate. So what percentage of the amount you give to contributors is actually retained by contributors? Because through that, you can actually then build that sustainable long-term community ownership. So that brings us to the DSM. Eduardo, do you want to take it away?
Thanks, Joe. And given everything that Joe covered, this is literally the output of months of conversation and discussion around this. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you and I first started addressing this end of September, maybe even as early as August. But yeah, so the DSM stands for Dynamic Staking Model. And we believe at least that this should be an elegant solution to some of these challenges that Joe mentioned. And to give you sort of a quick summary on the next slide, Joe, if you mind flipping. Mm-hmm. Thanks. The DSM really has two goals. We wanted to incentivize increased impact from key contributors, but at the same time, we wanted to incentivize increased ownership of index tokens by those contributors, as Joe mentioned, to increase that allocation retention. So we were trying to figure out a way to do this. As you can see on the right, our members' impact is recognized by increased AL levels. So you start off with no level and you become a copper, you bronze, you progress. And it's really a way to denote who are the highest impact individuals in the community. And as you'll see later, under the DSM, there is now an incentive for people to actually get to higher levels. The other thing we wanted to incentivize was having what we call skin in the game. holding more index tokens, because if your actions then promote a higher success for the community, which then leads into a higher price of the token, then you're aligning incentives. So we wanted to not just bring more high quality talent, but also incentivize alignment of outcomes. So on the next slide, following from these comments, you can see that the top right chart, increased impact is as recognized by increased OWL levels, earns higher rewards. And the bottom chart, you'll actually notice that under DSM, the returns earned for staking decline with increased token holdings. So not that say that the absolute number of the reward goes down, just that as a percentage gain. So it's a little bit different than what you're used to in traditional staking models. And the reason for that is we were trying to go for equality of opportunity, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Excuse me. We wanted to be fairly transparent with everyone on the call. So this table summarizes the DSM. As you can see, higher level contributors going across the top right, across the columns, and contributors with higher financial skin in the game going down the rows earn the most rewards. And in a sentence, the desire is to be down and to the right. We're trying to incentivize people to have high impact, high alignment of incentives in order to benefit the community. Because if we have high impact contributors, we get a higher brain share from high quality individuals to move the ball forward. But at the same time, by having higher skin in the game, we're more aligning incentives. And at the same time, it helps reduce sell pressure. So you might be sitting here thinking, so what? Why is this important? Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's a little bit different to traditional staking because at the end of the day, this is a closed system. It's not open to anyone. If I'm not a member of the community, I can't come in, buy a bag of index and just stake it. I have to have a verified role. I have to be a contributor that is helping move the ball forward for the community. So this is literally designed for the benefit of the community, not just to give more ownership to people that have no interest in it. As I mentioned, there's that declining rate of return for high holdings because that helps encourage equity, helps incentivize new joiners to get involved, start contributing, because they see that their contributions are rewarded. And but as I mentioned earlier, also that we want to increase the amount of talent and treasurer devoted to this. We also want to increase the commitment because as you earn these rewards, they are locked in time. You don't just get them every month. You earn it, but then there's a delay of a few months before you get it. So it also promotes people being engaged over longer periods of time. So as I like to talk about it, there are 3 ways you can commit to a protocol by committing your time, your treasure, or your talent. The dynamic staking model is designed to hit all 3 of those. But coming back to the point I made a moment ago, this provides equality of opportunity. And again, not equality of outcome. I want to be very precise. Talk about equality of opportunity. Anyone has the opportunity to build meaningful stake in the protocol. Any person can join, have impact, and be able to benefit from having impact and alignment of incentives. And for this, you might ask, so where are we with this? And for this, I'll let Joe kind of provide the nice summary.
Yes, and just before I do, one thing to add and why we called it the dynamic staking model was that we're effectively carving out a percentage of community ownership that we're going to be delivering through this model every year. And the beauty of that is then because you're providing that ownership based on impact and skin in the game, if you've got contributors that are looking to, cash out, sell the tokens they get, every month as it comes in, over time, you'll progressively reallocate to those with the highest retention rate, i.e. those with the most skin in the game, the longest term view, those who are sort of most committed for the long term of the protocol. And that's how you can then get your allocation retention rate higher and higher over time because of that mechanism of constantly sort of readjusting. So where are we? Going from 2% ownership to 22.5% ownership for contributors is taking some time to work through. We have like 10 VCs. We've walked it through with them. We've got rounds of community feedback. Compensation and ownership is one of the hardest topics to navigate with the DAO. But we have just shared the final proposal with the community and it's received really broad support. which means that come next Monday, we are going to be going live with this as a formal governance proposal. All of our sort of key stakeholders are bought in and aligned around this. And so for Index Coop, this is probably one of the most major steps we as a group has taken towards actual real ownership of our protocol since launch, which is exciting for me and Eduardo and everyone else in the community. But that's our last slide. So I would love any questions, thoughts, comments, feedback in this remaining 5 minutes.
Any questions? I think Livy dropped a question. Is the token non-transferable?
No, the index token will be transferable, but you'll effectively withdraw it from the dynamic staking model if you want to cash out those returns. We're looking at different options to do OWL levels as non-transferable NFTs, and then actually building like a more rigorous actually on-chain system behind it. But all of that will come, if that addresses the question.
But how would you keep it from people to buying it if it's transferable? Like, how could you avoid a secondary market?
Well, the token is tradable on the secondary market, but the accessibility to participate in the dynamic staking model is not open to all participants. That's why it's driven by the OWL level. So, Livia, if you can go out, buy the token, but you can't deposit it into the staking model unless you have an OWL level. Once you have the OWL level that allows you to participate, then you can definitely stake your tokens and earn the rewards. But again, the token is fungible, but it's gated to the high impact contributors, because as I mentioned before, we want to incentivize and reward people whose incentives are aligned with the community and who are helping the community go to the next level, not just to allow someone to come in, buy a bag, and just benefit from it passively.
And just one thing to add, it's somewhat permissionless as well, which means that we previously tried this system where we had full-time contributors and everyone else, and full-time got this vesting package, it got this like awesome deal, but that meant that who was in that in circle was just decided by a small group of people, and that created constant tension and friction within our community, whereas this allows every contributor of all stripes to build that ownership sort of based on their skin in the game and the impact and contribution to the Coop.
So the one takeaway, equality of opportunity. That's what we're trying to promote here. And that's what was at the heart of what Joe and I have been working on for the past few months.
I have a question if there's nothing else. How do you, because we had this topic in the course of today, how do you define the different levels? Just briefly, it's not directly related with dynamic staking, but.
Yeah, it's a critical next question. So we have these loosely defined levels based on the sort of role individuals play within the community, say like working group lead, index council, which are elected positions, etc. But what we're going to be doing in the new year is effectively trying a number of different parallel processes to do OWL levels and seeing what works and what doesn't. So looking at, can we use Coordinape circles to actually quantify impact and do it based off that? Can we use like a small delegated group to look at like behavioral or contribution related factors, which I'm personally less keen on, and then just opening it up for other community members to propose these different systems. We can run effectively as many different experiments simultaneously as we want, and then we can decide, right, this is what we like the most. And I'm very in favor of a more permissionless system for doing it.
Okay, and Mark's comment or question is probably related. How is high value assessed?
Exactly. So that's a really difficult question. If you do it in a centralized way, you can do it based on just, I mean, we have like objectives and individual targets and different groups that work towards it. But we think that a more like bottoms up community-led assessment of impact is the way to go. Yeah, that's our view, but it is a really difficult question to do right, hence the need for multiple different experiments.
And it also depends on role within the DAO. Because at the end of the day, if you're in like, let's say a business development function, it's a lot easier to measure impact if you land a large relationship that has a defined sort of reward associated with it. But to Joe's point, Some other things are more nuanced. So how do you measure increased governance or increased community ownership? Those are not necessarily straightforward so like when Joe and I have been working on this Index 2.0 project, how do you measure high impact in that particular element? So again, it is community driven.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Any final questions? Peter, do we have anything else in the YouTube chat? Don't miss it.
I dropped in the chat.
Can you just read it?
Yeah, sure. From Gideon, we have, do you have more information on what goes into the different DAO levels? And from Petra, is there a way to look at DAOs as layers, not levels?
So I think the first question we broadly covered. I guess you could look at those DAO levels like layers in a way, and it's the higher DAO levels is about impact, it's about trust, it's about time with the community, and all of those factors come together to sort of broadly try and show how people progress within our community. That's how I see them. And final, just a request, if anyone is interested by this, building it, implementing it, rolling it out, trying it with your communities, whatever, I will share my details in the chat. It's Pepperoni Joe.
Yeah, we distributed your Twitter accounts and also the link to the proposal if you guys would like to further explore and take a look at it. Thanks so much, Eduardo and Joe, for sharing
You're
this
welcome.
today.
And so he's Pepperoni Joe. I put my name for Discord and Twitter on there so you have it. And the last thing I wanted to add to what Joe mentioned about the DAO levels, it's also a signaling mechanism. Because if you see someone as, let's say, a gold versus a silver, it also highlights that they have a different degree of context and impact within the community. So you know that when you're speaking with, let's say, a gold versus a silver, that there's a sort of an expectation of what that gold is doing for the community. So it also helps as that signaling mechanism.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much again. Make sure to check out the proposal, everyone. And we have guests from BOSON protocol, Scarlett and Marina. Are you here in the call?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Oh, yes. Hello, Scarlett. Hello, Marina.
Hi.
BOSON Protocols is one of our partners since, I think, almost a year now for our community, for many activities in our community. And you have some news for us for your own governance system for decentralizing BOSON protocol. And we'll learn more now on what you are envisioning here and looking forward.
Okay, it just took me a minute to share the screen. Thank you, Angela.
Good.
Thank you for having us. And I see many friends and familiar faces here, so that's amazing. And of course, you're organizing, again, a really great event. My name is Marina. I'm here as an advisor of governance, a legal advisor to BOSON protocol. And we have Scarlett with us.
Hi, everyone. This is Scarlett Zhang. I lead the risk and compliance function at BOSON protocol. Great to be here. Thank you.
So I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to share more information about what's happening in BOSON protocol, especially on the governance side. And this is the first time we're speaking about it, so we're happy we can do that within the token engineering community. For the ones that don't know what BOSON does, BOSON is actually building the new decentralized commerce. BOSON is a protocol that is building different applications and makes it's also possible on the top of the protocol to build other applications, to people to join and different groups to join the protocol and together build applications that would enable us to use decentralized commerce. So it's a different way of what we are used today, especially if we think about the big platforms where all the commerce is happening. So this is why BOSON wants to be a decentralized platform where the decentralized commerce can be happening. On top of the platform and on top of BOSON, we have built a new application that is a portal in Decentraland, where you can already buy some of our items there. And especially what is important for BOSON is that we are selling physical products. So it's kind of a bridge from the digital to the real world, which is quite, I would say it's quite important, quite unique, and quite challenging from different points of view. So what is important for us is that we would want to incorporate our values, some of the Web3 values in our design. This is what we are doing in the technical part, but also in the governance that we are designing. So the most important for us is a fair and equitable distribution of ownership, value, and control, which is, again, very important when it comes to commerce. And the capture resistance. So we don't want to be capturing a value. We want to be different from the centralized and extractive entities, and especially the monopolistic protocols that we already know in the Web2 space. How we are doing that, we want to be progressively decentralized. We started as a startup, but we are working on progressively decentralized. So you're here today about the first step towards that. And what's also quite important but challenging also for us is how to be regulatory compliant. We are being faced with many very, very interesting questions that are coming from the combination of using technology, some of the elements from the Web3 world, and combining it with physical objects and transacting in how we are used into the Web2 world. So from the legal point of view, I can tell you the work is very, very interesting. And of course, when it comes to the protocol, it's very important that the community owns it. The community can operate on top of the protocol and can build on top of it. What's also very important for BOSON is that we have the sustainability loop, which means that it will be a system that is self-sustainable. Over time, it can fund itself. So it is kind of an infinite machine. So as I said, we started as a startup, we're building the protocol, and the long-term goal is to become a DAO. And we were thinking about the DAO and the governance. We're thinking about where to start. What is the minimum viable governance necessary for a group to coordinate? And of course, we were thinking about what decisions need to be made in this group and who makes those decisions. And of course, because we're talking about the specific technologies, where and how the decisions are made. So when we talk about where and how the decisions are made, we think about on-chain or off-chain governance. And of course, there are plus and minuses on both sides. So as you all know, the on-chain governance is costly, especially in the last year and last months. But at the same time, it gives legitimacy to projects and to the decisions, and of course, traceability. And on the other side, we have the off-chain governance, which is much easier to implement from the financial point of view, so it's free, but at the same time, it's not on-chain, and sometimes it questions legitimacy, and of course we need to work towards this being more transparent. And one of the tools we're also going to use in our first DAO setup is going to be Snapshot. Of course, we're looking into all the tools that are existent out there, and we're going to use more of them. But just for the beginning, we started very small. So the sum up of all of the decisions, it's the signaling DAO. It's the DAO that we're going to launch in the beginning of next year. And right now we are opening a discussion around that. We want the community to engage. We would like to hear feedback and some of the proposals. But Scarlett can tell us more about this DAO and the plans.
Sure, thank you, Marina. Yeah, we are launching the signaling DAO as the first step. The goal is really to give community a voice on the growth of a vibrant ecosystem of e-commerce and how the protocol and application will build on top of the protocol and how it should be run, maintained, marketed, improved, and otherwise governed. So the community will be able to write proposals, will be able to vote. We're thinking to start topics like grants and enable the community to be able to vote on their favorite project eligible for our BOSON protocol ecosystem grant using Snapshot. And this is the first phase, the signaling phase. And we will continue to evolve. We're going to expand on what can be voted, adding new features to expand our DAO. And just call to action, the next slide, please. Please read our blog post about decentralization and the signaling DAO that's going to launch next week. And also join our community call on Discord happening on December 20th. So with Dr. Primavera, our CTO Misha, Jonas, our head of strategy, and Marina, our governance crew, really exciting panel to have this community call. So very excited, please join us. And then early January, after the holiday, we'll launch the signaling DAO officially.
So this is a very short update from our side. You can you'll read more about the signaling DAO on our channels, but we also wanted to give you the opportunity to ask questions. So I believe we have the last 5 minutes for questions.
100%. Are there any questions in the audience on the signaling DAO? Do we have questions from the YouTube? Let me check.
No questions from YouTube.
Okay.
At the moment.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can expand a little bit on the topics that the signaling DAO is going to cover. As Scarlett already said, we are giving grants to different projects that are interested in building on BOSON. So this is going to be the first one that we are going to open for, like for the voting and of course for new suggestions from new proposals. But then the next one is going to be linked to our applications that we have built in Decentraland. So it's kind of the metaverse part that is going to be definitely linked to some of the activities in the DAO. And of course, the long-term plan for the DAO is to be the one that is governing the whole protocol. So I think that is going to be quite exciting to build it, but those are our humble starts.
Awesome. Will be exciting to see. BOSON decentralized.
Absolutely. And as I'm saying, it's quite interesting to see how this is going to be evolving because it's a project that is working on e-commerce. It's a project that is working with real physical assets and items. So that's going to be quite exciting. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for sharing. And we'll certainly keep an eye on decentralized BOSON and share also the links in our channels, or feel free to drop it yourself, Scarlett and Marina, so that we can follow up. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye.
By the way, we haven't mentioned yet, or I'm not sure, maybe in the chat, that TE Academy and the Governauts are also running a Gitcoin grant. So if you like this event, if you like the talks and this research initiative, then drop us some tokens at Gitcoin grants, either for TE Academy or for the Governauts. Thank you. Now, I think already Zach has joined us. I think you we've heard quite a couple of times over the day Coordinape as being one of the tools DAOs are using to track contributions. And today we have Zach Anderson with us, and he'll share now more about Coordinape, the tools, the functionality, their plans, I guess, for evolving and building up the Coordinape tech stack. So I'm excited to have you here, Zach. Thanks for joining today, and looking forward to the Coordinape presentation. Hello.
Hi, Angela, and hey, everybody. Thanks for having me on. So yes, I am I'm very happy to share about Coordinape. I think I'll probably just do a real quick kind of overview of the platform for folks that aren't familiar with it, but mostly keen to use this time to answer people's questions. Any thoughts or questions you have, what you've heard. So be thinking of those, and we can just leave them in the chat and then get to them as soon as we can. So I'll kind of do a real quick version of a walkthrough here, as quick as possible, so we can get to people's questions, comments, criticisms, etc. So let me know if you are seeing my screen okay.
Perfect. Yep. Oh, whoops. Wait, where is it?
Oops. Where did it go?
Gone.
Spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Let's try that again.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So quickly, Coordinape is a platform where essentially contributors can to DAOs can pay each other. We were born at Yearn, and the problem that was being experienced at Yearn was that there were all these contributors, you know, showing up and doing lots of great stuff, from you know, translating documents or contributing code or moderating Discord, etc. And there was this committee that was sort of trying to assign them one-off grants on a case-by-case basis. And they were like, how do we compare these apples to oranges comparisons? And also, why are we the committee, right? Like, who decided we're the ones subjectively doing this? And so why not make the whole community that? So we built it there, and it's kind of grown organically since then. What you're looking at here is the basic unit of organization of Coordinape, which is into circles, right? So circles are essentially a group of people and then the budget that they're trying to allocate. So as a user, when you come in here, you would see the circles that you're a part of. And now you click on that circle, and the way that it works is essentially you let people know what is it you've been working on during this epoch. And let's see, I'm going to do a different test circle here. So you're going to tell people, what have I been working on, right? So I might say that I've been onboarding new users, and spell 2 words wrong. And then I'm going to, and obviously you can go, you know, much more in depth with this. People have all sorts of different ways of doing this, and of course on our roadmap is building out this feature set to have, you know, clickable interface with different project codes, etc. But right now it's just an open-ended field. And then opt-in or out is for community circles where there may be people who are getting paid in other ways, or being, you know, compensated somehow, and they say, I don't want to be eligible. You know, I'm already paid. I just want to allocate to folks but not receive. So you can opt in or out. Save those settings, and then oh, I've got the other wrong circle. Let's try this one. So then I'm going to go to select team. And this is where, you know, there's a lot of different contributors potentially in your circle, but you're just going to choose those ones whose value you can directly speak to, or you can say like, yes, I know what this person has contributed. I've seen their work has helped me somehow. And so, you know, it's fundamentally subjective, and Coordinape has chosen to kind of lean into that subjectivity. And so you're going to put all those people on your team, and then we're going to go to allocate give. And this is where you start with 100 give, and then you can give to people according to, again, how you experience the value that they contributed, right? And so the way that this works is, you may have some budget of stablecoin, of native token, whatever it is that you're allocating. The total number of give proportionally represents that budget. So essentially, whenever you give, you're giving some percentage of an overall budget of some token. And the other important thing to note here is leaving notes. So we really want to make sure that people actually feel seen and appreciated, right? And so we let them know, exactly what they've been doing that we thought was so great. And these can be, much more detailed notes, but leaving them something, we've seen really increases user adoption and engagement. So I'm going to give until all of my give is allocated, and then save that. And then we have this map that shows, and I'll actually show you a live map from Yearn, from the community, so that it's a bit of a better representation of what this all looks like. So I can look at any contributor, and I can see all of the people that they gave to, which is the orange lines. And then the green lines flowing in are all the people that gave to them. And so this map view does a couple things. One, it deters collusion, although we haven't seen that really be an issue. It does help people to know that what they're doing is going to be transparent to folks. But also it really serves as a useful sort of sense-making map of the DAO, right? I can click on different people and understand kind of what is it that they're working on. Who are they working with? If I know, for example, that Dudeson is a core contributor, and they're giving to Farah May, I can click on Farah May and see like, oh, wow, she's doing, or they are doing quite a bit, getting a lot of give. And so then I can click on their profile feature to better understand, what is it that they're working on. I can go find them in the Discord or Telegram, understand better, what are they working on? Is there some way that I can get, that I can add value to it? So it's sort of, this becomes over time a way for the DAO to sort of self-reflect and understand what is it that we actually think is valuable. When we're giving people give for something and saying this work is valuable, what do we as a DAO value? What's important to us? Is this really important? Perhaps Farah was making memes, and the reason that they receive so much give is because everyone just saw the memes. But is visibility really what we want to be rewarding value for? So we often say, and people are noticing, that the allocation is not nearly as valuable as the conversations that can grow out of allocation. And then finally, also worth noting here that Coordinape itself is a member of every circle, and that is currently, like, that's our model for how folks can get can pay us, right? Coordinape is free, and so we thought we would, our monetization strategy would be using the same principles that we're inviting all these DAO practitioners to use, which is if they feel like it's valuable, you can give us some give, and then we get a proportional share as well. So that's really a basic overview of how it works. Obviously, we have a whole bunch of things on the roadmap. There's other stuff I can share, but I think I'll stop for right now and make some space for some questions so that I'm not just rambling and we can really dive into the stuff y'all are curious about.
I think Livy dropped the first one to the chat. Is the note sent to the person who's receiving?
That's
or
correct.
Is an open data to the whole circle? Yes.
Right. So notes are not public. Notes are directly to folks. We're working on a feature that should be live soon, where people can mark if they want their note to be public. So if I send someone a note, I say it's okay for me if it's public. And then if they also check it's okay, it's public, then it's viewable publicly.
But the network map is available to everyone, right? The map.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Although another feature that is much requested and that we're creating is the ability to turn on or off the when people see it. So right now the map updates in real time. So before my allocations, I might just, I might look at the map, for example, and say, oh, I see that XYZ person hasn't received any give yet. I'm going to give them more than I would have because I want them to really be acknowledged. Some DAOs might want that kind of dynamic, and other folks might instead say like, no, we want everyone to really ascribe where they see the value being added, and then the map is only visible at the end. So we're going to add that option to where people can say the map is only visible at the end of allocations.
I see. Peter has also a question. Do you want to switch on your mic?
Yeah, sure. So my question is, when Coordinape is rolled out in a community for the first time, have you seen any contribution trends change or shift in behavior in the DAOs that's notable?
I would say all of those shifts so far are primarily anecdotal. We don't have any, data to share about, engagement or contribution or stuff has gone up. I mean, part of that is because we're so new and there's very few DAOs that have more than a few epochs under their belt. I will say that the anecdotal data is we've definitely seen more of a doer mentality. It's easier to jump in and contribute if there's X budget allocated for the community. Certainly at Yearn, we've seen the community circle turn into more of a funnel for contributors coming in, and that's one of the ultimate kind of hopes as we zoom out, is that Coordinape could help sort of eliminate this hiring decision. Should we bring someone on? They can just come and start working and get allocated to and compensated immediately. And the more they get allocated to and compensated to, if you see someone showing up in the contributor circle week after week, month after month, whatever, you might say, hey, like there might be a lot more stuff for them to do. Let's bring them in come to the next layer of the DAO. So it becomes kind of a cool recruitment platform in that sense.
Mm-hmm. There's another question from Grace in the YouTube chat. Is that so? She's referring, I guess, to the last network graph you've shown us. Is that just the visualization, or is it really accurate that give is flowing towards only a few people in this case? It's maybe the highlighting. I don't know.
Yeah, it's when you click on each person, you see where the give and is flowing in and out. So of course, some people are going to receive more and some less. That's how it should be. But that's the actual real-time detail of the results of the allocations.
There's another one. Is there a way that roles could refine the metric of your distribution graph? So I guess at the moment you don't have roles or levels. So everybody's on an equal starting point at the beginning of an epoch.
That's correct. So no, the default is that every single contributor gets 100 give. Right, that's sort of the default setting. You can customize that and give different contributors higher amounts of give. We're really keen on having, automatic, for example, token weighted. So, how much you hold of a specific token or NFT or whatever will determine how much give you have to allocate. As a sort of feature that you can turn on. And there's also, for our V2, there's all sorts of ideas that we have around different roles and the way that you can actually allocate to roles or to functions within the DAO as opposed to just individuals. True to our roots at Yearn, we are very much still testing in prod with this as we've kind of rolled it out. And so, really learning a lot as DAOs use it about what will be helpful as we sort of undertake the next big iteration of it. But certainly expanding beyond just individual to individual is going to be important.
Ryder, do you want to raise your question yourself?
Sure.
Hi, Zach. My question is, how is your business model working to sustain the organization? Is it sufficient? Is it sufficient? Is it contentious, or is it flowing well?
I would say that it's not sufficient, for sure so far, but that's because we've only had it out for a couple weeks. This Coordinape showing up in the circle and that attempt to monetize it. So it's not sufficient yet. Our hope is that it will be. Our hope is actually that so we're going to raise some investment, and we're hoping that investment will give us enough runway over the next X amount of time to where we can just hold all of the native tokens that people contribute, and so eventually we'll have a treasury that's a hyper diversified index of DAOs, essentially all the different DAOs using the project, and we'll have a kind of grab bag of all sorts of native tokens, whatever people are distributing, and that we may be able to leverage that somehow as an actual DAO index product. I'm very much sort of we're thinking out loud on that one. Not we'll see, but hopefully also the more people that use it and the better the tool gets, the more that we'll have give allocated to us, and there certainly is a potential future where just give allocations from enough DAOs are plenty to sustain the team.
James, you also have a question.
Yeah, I was curious because you mentioned the DAO as an onboarding flow into other circles. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering how you optimize your community development overall as like a graph in itself, combining all of the circles.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're still working on, thinking about how to visualize. That one you saw for the Yearn community is most of the Yearn community is part of that big graph, but there are smaller circles, that are just for strategist groups, or something like that. I think one of the things that we're really trying to figure out also for V2 is, give itself is a really crucial reputational marker. If you can imagine someone coming to your DAO and they say, I want to help out, I'm going to start doing stuff, but then you notice, oh, wow, they've received, 5,000 give from 6 different DAOs. You can see prominent folks who they may have received give from. So it becomes a super powerful attestation and reputational metric, essentially. It's like it's all these people have said, this person is valuable and I've paid them. And so being able to carry that around with you, that data is going to be hyper valuable. One of the questions we're trying to figure out is how to make that public, and how people can opt into that using decentralized IDs. So you can sort of carry around that reputation with you as you go to various places on the web. I think it'd be pretty fascinating. You imagine that one graph being able to spread that out across many DAOs, being able to look at that from an ecosystem perspective. There's almost kind of like a decentralized LinkedIn sort of potentials that we could also explore. And I know, there's lots of projects. I'm sure I don't know them, but I'm sure there's lots of projects that are working on different things like that and thinking about it. And so, being really composable and not trying to be everything to everyone has been a really valuable learning for Coordinape. There was initially, as we were building it, we saw like 1,000 different directions it could go and things it could do, and really staying focused on just how do people incentivize and reward contribution amongst the DAO has been important, I think, in terms of uptake, because it's a very low lift. People don't have to take on a whole new operating system. They can just kind of plug and play and use it as it's helpful.
Cool.
All right, there's there's another question. Aloysius, do you want to raise it yourself? I read it out. Are you guys tracking how long it takes for communities to integrate this tool? First round I experimented with it was about 15 to 20% participation. Have you considered documentation to support people applying new distribution methods in principle? Like bake in your internal processes that have been refined to help with other people's learning curves. So onboarding, how long it takes to integrate it.
We are not tracking how long it takes anybody to integrate this tool. I think there's probably a long list of stuff that we should be tracking and aren't. Data we'd like to collect, but aren't or can't. As I'm sure many people here can relate to, working in Web3, there's always a crunch of bandwidth, of developers, of time, of all the things you want to do and the time there is to do them. So we're certainly, super keen on all of that. There's probably no part of the product that couldn't be vastly improved by more time and attention, and certainly onboarding is a big part of that too. But we thought most important was to get it out and available and have a version that people could start playing with, so that we have something to iterate on. So that's really what our focus has been. I think that we're sort of learning right now. We're in our first real cycle of going back to users and getting feedback in some sort of systematic way, so we can start to understand what are the features people most want and then prioritize them to start to build them. We're sort of just getting that done in earnest right now. So onboarding certainly is a big part of that. How do we help communities onboard people into it and understand how it works? I think there's a huge opportunity in sort of the social layer of helping people to debrief, and understand, and sort of how do we take people through a process of sense making from the graph, so that they sort of get better at allocating to each other, and how can that be a positive feedback loop for culture. That's something I didn't mention, but one of the things that we're most excited actually about Coordinape is the sort of cultural piece of how it can create a much more sort of positive sum abundance mindset in a DAO, where it's all oriented around giving, and creating this culture of rewarding and thanking, and that's a subtle but really important difference when you think about compensation. There's ways to just really put it into sort of this gifting model, instead of a sort of there's the zero sum that we're all battling for, and that mindset shift, I think, can be really powerful cultural kind of touchstone for DAOs. And so all the different social layer tools that are possible around these kind of things is something we're also really keen to both explore and especially collaborate on.
Peter has a question on the GIF then being translated to the native token. Peter?
Yeah, I think I get the gist. I can answer that. So right now, the way that Coordinape works, it's actually off-chain, the results, and so the actual results are a CSV, that has the name, wallet address, and percentage of give that each person has received, and then they can use Air CSV from Gnosis or Disperse or an app like that to distribute the native token. Our sort of primary thing that we're sprinting on right now is 8 vaults. So integrated into the platform, you'll be able to deposit whatever token it is you're distributing, and that will all happen on Coordinape as part of the platform. And it's exciting. A few of the larger DAOs, that have some treasury management are going to take advantage of our integration with Yearn Vault. So you'll be able to, for example, deposit USDC in an 8 vault and then use the yield to fund the circle. And so you'll essentially be able to just park your principal and then pay folks off of the yield being generated by the vault. Something we're excited about. But right now, you're sort of it's manual, and very soon to be part of the platform.
I wonder, is there any, probably not yet, but is there any verification mechanism you could think of to, at this current status, it would be quite easy to game. So it's basically on the people's own discretion to give, and also well, to vice versa, give and take, and
I mean, you could say in one sense, it's super easy to game. You know, the three of us could just send notes to each other and like, hey, let's just give all of our give to each other. We haven't seen that happening, and I think it's for two reasons. Primarily, one is the graph, you know, will make it pretty obvious. If people are only giving to each other, you'll be able to see that. Especially if they only just give to each other, they'll be kind of a separate circle removed from everyone else. So it'd be easy to see, and really the opportunity cost of doing that, you know, essentially of burning all of your credibility within the community of getting caught cheating is really not worth the upside of, you know, slightly greater percentage of whatever budget is being allocated. You know, there aren't that many DAOs that are allocating, you know, millions of dollars, or you know, these are not high ticket circles predominantly, and so, you know, you may get a few hundred, a few $1,000s more in exchange for kind of losing all of your trust within the community. It's a pretty low, I don't know, low risk return for gaming. And then also, you know, the way that people join a circle, there are two ways. You can either be added by an admin, so whoever's setting up the circle adds all the wallet addresses, or there's a vouching mechanism. So, you know, I may have been working with somebody or seen the work that they're doing. It's like, oh, they definitely need to be in Coordinape, and I can nominate them, and then other people vouch for them and say, like, yes, they should come in. And you can set that level of vouching, you know, so you may want to have a circle that's really tight and says, no, every other person in here has to vouch for you before you come in, or over 50% have to vouch. Or it may be really porous and say like, yeah, it's much more free. As long as someone else vouches for you, you can come on it. So that's how people choose. And we're also working right now on a self-nomination. So I may do something and then I may say like, hey, you should let me in the circle because I did this, and you can be vouched in that way. So, you know, the idea that someone would go through the effort of creating multiple identities to try and come in and game and get some more give, you know, it's really hard to get give if you're not actually making a contribution. You may be in the circle, but unless people really see some output of you're doing, they're not going to give you anything. So in that sense, it's, you know, it's easy to game, but not very lucrative to game. And so we haven't seen a lot of that happening.
All right, thanks. Ryder has another question. Ryder. Totally.
No, I don't think I do.
All good. Then I'll continue with Mark. Mark, do you want to switch on your mic?
Oh yeah, thank you. I was just my question was more on the qualitative aspect, because it's sort of a monetization, but how do you, which gives a sense that it was valued, but it doesn't give a sense as to what degree in building that reputation. So I was just curious on how you can have sort of a 360 feedback on the deliverables that are being given, so that you can also have sort of a multi-dimensional assessment of the quality, reputation, and ability of that individual. Thank you.
So if I understand the question, I think there's a question of within circles, like, you know, if someone gives me 10 give and another person gives me 20, you know, it's helpful for me to know on what scale are they allocating, you know, or if I see someone else getting give, it's sort of like, how do we start to have more quantitative understanding of the value of that?
No, it's more the qualitative. So like you're submitting some value to that circle. They give you the give. You can see it in monetized terms. But how would I know, like, a rating system on how good that work was, and how can you see it sort of maybe even over time?
So, I mean, our theory is sort of that the number of give received itself is an indicator of the perceived quality. You know, if someone says like, I made all these videos you know, over this epoch and I didn't get any give, it's like that's likely a representative of how people felt about the actual value being added by the work being done. There's certainly a lot of opportunity, like I said, with expansion of both the what am I working on, and the notes field that we're exploring, of how can you give more nuanced feedback? How can you, we're working actively on a bounty or ticketing system. So instead of always being retroactive for things that people have done, you can actually give to tasks that you'd like to see done that people populate, and then people can come claim them and do them. So, right now we're really seeing give as kind of a proxy for perception of value and quality. I think over time that will play out, but it's harder to do on sort of the micro epic by epic scale. Presumably if someone keeps showing up and keeps receiving give, that means that they're probably consistently delivering a quality that's appreciated by the community. I think there's definitely interesting issues that crop up. For example, if someone, shows up in a DAO and says, look, I have all these give, but we have no idea by what sort of criteria or standards the other DAO that they were a part of was allocating give, how many people were in it, right? So it's sort of like testimonials on LinkedIn. Like, I have a bunch, but who are they from and what do they mean? And so, that's certainly something we're going to have to crack and figure out as well. But again, there's a lot of issues, I'd say, with leaning into that subjectivity of just, sort of letting the entire community go with its gut. But there's also some real advantages to it too. And so we just decided to kind of take those trade-offs and run with them. The one nice thing about it, and something that's always a design tension, is sort of like the more nuance and functionality you add to the tool, the more work it is to actually use it. And if all of a sudden giving gives starts to feel like a job and homework, and I have to, make micro notes about specifically what did I like for, it's just like, never mind. But the way it is now is kind of like, hey, how'd you feel about this person? Like 10. Like, okay, great. And the idea is that with all the imperfections of that, it's also much better than some small group doing that in a kind of black box way. At least I'm getting feedback from the whole community, and also like taking that off of someone's plate to sort of, try and decide what should be allocated to the community. So it's not perfect, but better is kind of the theory.
I mean, and there's so much room for whatever can be added. I really like the transparency. It obviously, we'll have praise later on. And Livy also quickly asked, can we see graphs between circles between different communities and relationships? And I think you mentioned, don't know if this exists today, but this is certainly the plan.
It does not exist today. It is the plan once we figure out how to do it, shortly speaking, but a lot of like how people can opt in to having that data be public.
All right. Thanks so much, Zach. This was a great Q&A on Coordinape. Maybe you want to drop us a link to the chat where we can find Coordinape if anyone wants to test it for the own community collaboration.
Yep, coordinape.com is where you can try out a circle, start it up permissionlessly, and come find us in our Discord for any questions or further conversation, or especially if you're keen to contribute to the project.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for presenting. Cheers. Talk soon.
Cheers.
And I've just seen Kia is in the call. Kia from Gnosis Guild Zodiac. And they've launched just recently, Zodiac, a whole tool set, design universe, and open standards. And we are super grateful to have you as one of our supporting partners. And I'm excited now to see this presentation about Zodiac. I guess it's new for many.
Cool. Thanks so much for the warm welcome. And I'm so excited for Gnosis Guild and Gnosis more broadly to be involved in the initiative. Very happy we could support it. And I'm really looking forward to the outcomes of everybody here. So I'll just share my screen and get started. Okay. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Cool. All right, so this evening, or wherever time zone you may be on, I'll be giving an overview of Zodiac, which we're calling the expansion pack for DAOs. So here's a graphic from 2019 displaying the existing DAO ecosystem. It features legends like DAO Stack kind of spearheading the Genesis DAO, the beginnings of Aragon deployments, and the lore that would eventually become Moloch DAO. And if you fast forward less than 3 years later, the DAO landscape has really exploded and really changed. We have still OG protocol DAOs, plus newer DAOs like social and media DAOs blooming. And we know that the DAO ecosystem is evolving, but the question remains, are its tools? So if you look at it, the tools have definitely grown in number. And today the ecosystem really flourishes by combining these platforms, protocols, and frameworks. However, threads connecting this plug and play approach for DAOs have lacked an open standard until now. So a composable design philosophy for DAOs, Zodiac is a collection of tools built according to an open standard. Because DAOs are not monoliths, DAOs are constellations. And Zodiac launched with 4 tools by our team, Gnosis Guild: Exit, Bridge, and Delay, which join Reality, also known as SafeSnap, in the collection of tools. These tools are available through the Gnosis Safe, where you can go and use the Zodiac app natively to equip and stack Zodiac mods that affect your Gnosis Safe. However, more than a collection of tools, Zodiac is an open standard on which anyone can build to ensure DAO interoperability. And each tool adheres to the Zodiac open standard, consisting of avatars, modules, modifiers, and guards. And with a programmable account like the Gnosis Safe at their core, tools built on the Zodiac open standard support organizations that evolve over time. And while we're building some of the interfaces around the Gnosis Safe, ultimately Zodiac can build around any programmable account that implements the avatar interface. And the current compliant collection of tools, which will soon all be available in part through the Zodiac app, also encompass the Safe Minion, which was developed by DAO House. So this essentially allows Moloch DAOs to manage the Gnosis Safe's digital assets based on the outcome of V2 Moloch DAO proposals. There's also Usul, which is developed by TokenWalk, a close collaborator of Gnosis Guild, and it allows accounts/avatars to operate with the trustless tokenized DGov, decentralized governance, similar to Compound or Gitcoin, with a time-boxed proposal core. This enables DAOs to choose from various multiple on-chain voting methods that best suit their needs. And there's also Scope, which is a guard that allows an avatar or module to limit the scope of the functions with which it can interact. This enables a DAO to define granular permissions for different control mechanisms. So while that may sound pretty abstract, we can dive into how the Zodiac tools can be used in practice. So a common scenario today, a DAO begins as a squad with an idea. They deploy a Gnosis Safe multi-signature account to manage shared resources. And this Gnosis Safe has 4 out of 6 signatures required to execute a transaction. And while informal proposals through a group chat suffice initially, eventually their decisions as a squad become more substantial. And in phase 1, they decide to launch a token to expand their project. And in order to keep a formal record of their decisions, they create a snapshot space for token voting. And their first vote includes who should be elected as signers on their Gnosis Safe. Then, using the Zodiac app, they equip Exit, so that anyone who holds their token can leave the organization with their proportional share of funds they initially invested. And no shade, but Constitution DAO really could have used this. And available through the Zodiac app on Gnosis Safe, the Exit mod basically just prompts you to enter only a token contract address, which refers to the ERC20 token, or coming soon, the NFTs, participants can redeem for a proportional share of this account's funds. And the exit mod here is similar to Moloch's infamous rage quit function, but with greater optionality. And then after equipping the exit mod, the DAO progressed to the next phase of decentralization. However, as time goes on, their community grows rapidly, developing many centers of activity through their token-enabled Discord, and one central team managing their Gnosis safe becomes less than ideal. They decide, in this case, to use reality, allowing both off-chain snapshot proposals, as well as things like Discord polls, to create on-chain Gnosis safe transactions that anyone in the community can execute. Again, through the Zodiac app on Gnosis Safe, the reality mod guides you through creating a DAO question template, cooldown period, and minimum bond for the escalation game-based oracle, reality.eth. Basically, this oracle is used so that successful proposals to a DAO can be verified on-chain. Next, when setting up the reality mod, you can add the SafeSnap plugin to your snapshot space, which will connect to the reality mod you previously set up on your Gnosis Safe. And once configured, you can now add Gnosis Safe transactions to a snapshot proposal as you're creating it, such as transferring funds, or even more complex contract interactions can be added, which then can be executed by anyone after the proposal has been verified on-chain as successful. So if it goes through, it allows the community to execute the proposal. And now, having equipped the reality mod, this DAO has taken a massive leap towards decentralization, like really massive. And however, its Gnosis Safe signers still have veto power over transactions. So before removing the Gnosis Safe signers, to add extra security to the new practice the reality mod supports, that is allowing anyone in the community to execute successful proposals, the DAO enables scope, which restricts functions their Gnosis Safe can call. This can significantly narrow the scope of possible malicious activity targeting their Gnosis Safe. And then, after acclimating to using Snapshot and Gnosis Safe with the Zodiac reality with the Zodiac mods exit reality and scope, they choose to disable the Gnosis Safe signers, which in essence achieves full technical decentralization of the DAO's resources and management. So now DAO members can execute their own successful proposals, as well as exit the organization at any time with their proportional share of funds on their own. And at its core, this example can be one among many. Zodiac essentially enables organic pathways for progressive decentralization, equipping DAOs for whatever adventures they may face. And if you continue this example with a future scenario, you could imagine that eventually this DAO community would definitely like more refined governance processes than token voting. So they take an interest in conviction voting, in which members can continuously signal their preferences over time. And they decide to use an upcoming conviction voting app on Gnosis Chain, or the XDAI network, to save gas fees. However, operating as a multi-chain DAO does not sacrifice composability in this scenario, because they also enable the Zodiac Bridge mod, shown here, which connects the conviction voting app deployed on the XDAI network to their Gnosis Safe treasury deployed on Ethereum mainnet. And in summary, kind of in all, I would say the general approach is that Zodiac mods are designed to take decision-making beyond token voting, looking to hybrid models using time delays and anti-collusion signaling methods. And its open standard decouples avatars from decision-making, or accounts from decision-making, meaning that practices surrounding governance, membership, and treasury management can be customized independently of the affordances of any of the tools a DAO uses. So in short, Zodiac enables DAOs to be kind of living, breathing, and evolving organizations in a way that existing DAO platforms do not. Or in other words, DAO is evolving. And allowing DAOs and sub-DAOs to coordinate across multiple teams and different levels of social trust. So who are we? Basically the team behind Zodiac. So Gnosis Guilds is a society for interdependent software with the values of conviviality, co-ownership, and experimentation at its heart. Incubated by Gnosis, we aim to operate as a small team using the tools we build. And from closely observing the rise of Gnosis Safe over the last 4 years, it was our awareness that the DAO technology stack lacked composability, and that ignited the initiative for Zodiac. So Gnosis Guild is a core contributor to Zodiac and a keeper of the open standard for DAOs. However, anyone can contribute to the Zodiac compliant collection of tools by submitting a pull request on the repository linked here. And as a team, we embrace practices that will over time meaningfully distribute contribution, governance, and ownership of the value Zodiac produces. This even includes the Zodiac design language, which consists of glyphs that can be recombined to create Zodiac icons. Developed by Prop Supply, the design studio, the design language represents the collection of tools according to the qualities such as strength, magic, and dexterity each tool affords an organization. And even more, DAOs can overlay these glyphs to represent the constitution of their organization as a badge. And while still evolving, the release of the first version of the full design language will coincide with the Gnosis Guild's NFT drop coming soon. Another open initiative taking shape early next year, the Zodiac DAO Improvement Proposal Process, or DIPS, seek to surface consensus on standards and best practices in the ecosystem. So both technical and cultural in scope, with DIPS, we hope to establish an open pattern language for DAOs that others can build on to support living, breathing, and evolving organizations. Our upcoming work also includes Zodiac Pilot. So a little teaser here. Using the pilot, you won't need to manually craft transactions for your DAO proposals any longer. Instead, you can use your favorite dApp UIs to generate transaction data for your DAO transactions. That will be of particular use combined with the upcoming Zodiac Roles mod, which will bring more granular permissions to the Gnosis Safe and signer permissions. Plus, on top of that, there will be a soon-to-be-released standalone app for the Exit mod, allowing members to redeem their funds from DAOs standalone. So ultimately, composable tools like Zodiac create space for organizations to evolve, embracing a plug-and-play culture of modding. Resembling the kind of unmediated access to tools, one vision of 20th century technology promoted. And to get involved in shaping Web3's access to DAO tools, you can join the Gnosis Guild Discord here, where we'll soon be dropping NFTs and announcing an event program for the new year. And you can follow us on Twitter at Gnosis Guild, and definitely check out our blog, gnosisguild.mira.xyz, where we'll be running an editorial program next year on DAO-related topics, and also host a few essays there already. And
thank you.
Yeah, and that concludes the talk.
Thank you, Kia. This was, wow, quick and fast overview with, I think, many aspects to dig in. Let's take the time. I think we have plenty of time still to go into a Q&A, right? So drop your questions to the chat, and let me take a look if we have questions at the YouTube. I think it's just so rich that we have to digest a little bit the whole functionality. And I wonder, to me, as far as I understand the whole tool set, it's now compared to Coordinape, for example, it's focusing on the handling the transaction, providing the interfaces, not that much on analytics, right? To making it transparent, like providing a network graph for some things like that.
Mm-hmm. So all of the things that we've released thus far, I would say, have been primarily focused on kind of bridging compatibility between existing platforms or even existing chains. So with the reality mod, we're basically trying to bridge It could be more generalizable even than this, but we were bridging basically Gnosis Safe DAO Treasury with the snapshot voting platform. So essentially trying to bring snapshot proposals on chain and connect them to a Gnosis Safe. Similarly, with another module, the bridge module, we're basically trying to connect different transactions across chains. So for example, you could imagine a Moloch DAO on XDAI controlling a Gnosis Safe on mainnet. So thus far, I would say pretty much everything that we've released is really focused on the composability layer and connecting existing platforms. And sometimes people have been like, oh, like, should I use Zodiac instead of, say, another DAO platform, maybe say Gardens, which is actually compatible. But we say, actually, no, there's no kind of mutual exclusivity here. The main idea with Zodiac tooling is that you can use it with any DAO platform to connect other DAO platforms. So in this way, we so far have focused on connecting existing platforms. We will, not necessarily in the things that I kind of alphaed, but we will have releases that focus on bringing our own types of mechanisms to the space. So you could, for instance, imagine with existing platforms, something like Coordinape as a Zodiac mod, where you could launch it directly from the safe or connect it to a Gnosis Safe. That would be entirely feasible within a given Coordinape circle. I would love to do that. That would be awesome. But also we're building more mods that bring different types of functionality to the space. So one of our next cycles will actually be focusing on Macy voting. So basically private voting for DAOs that will be directly available as a Zodiac mod. So I kind of joke sometimes that we're building like a little bit of a DAO backlog and then finally getting to the more meatier stuff, because right now we saw how many DAOs bloomed and how much we really needed in order to connect them. And then once we're kind of there, we can really bring and address a lot of the challenges that existing platforms do not address. So things like private voting. We also saw, obviously, with Constitution DAO, the issue of kind of on-chain and transparency and private bidding really being necessary. So I'm looking forward to when we get to that stage.
Awesome, thanks. I think this answers also Peter's question, integrating external tools.
I guess, I'd say the question was answered, but you also mentioned Coordinape, which was what was on my head. So what would it actually look like if Coordinape to get plugged in? Would there be like a proposal to build the connection or to build it as module? Maybe I missed that part, but.
Yeah, so there would be a few different ways. It would depend on the flow of like how you initiate the circle and maybe how circles are claimed. But if they were to submit a proposal to us, basically they could easily come to us in our Discord. We could talk through the flows that would make the most sense and then work together on it. And then basically submitting a pull request on the repository, and we could add it as an official module in the Gnosis Safe. So pretty open in terms of the actual flow of getting things onboarded. In terms of like how dApps can be connected, it's always a little bit different for each one. So I can give a recent example of I see someone here saying, yes, Gardens. So super exciting. I guess it was last week the Gardens DAO platform launched. And we really love all of the work that they've done. And it's been super nice that they really prioritized a form of composability and interoperability with what we're doing. Because when you create a Gardens DAO platform, basically you have the option to either import or create a new Gnosis Safe that will be the main treasury contract for the DAO. And then what that essentially does, basically out of the box, it makes all of the Zodiac mods immediately available to that Gnosis Safe when you view it through the Gnosis Safe interface. Also, additionally, you can basically, after you create the DAO, you can take the funds manager, that's the part of the Gardens DAO platform, and use that contract address to then come and add actually even a custom mod in the Zodiac app that links to the funds manager of the Gardens platform. So it sounds a little complex, but basically what that enables is for whenever a proposal is successful on the Gardens DAO platform, it means that funds can be immediately dispersed from the safe treasury. So it's always like a question of kind of user flow. Like it's not necessarily like you create a Gardens DAO through the Zodiac app. It's rather that you create a Gardens DAO and then you connect the Zodiac app back. So for Coordinape, it could look a few different ways, and we work with the team to figure out what would be the best kind of user experience of that integration.
Cool. Here's a question from the YouTube chat. Mark, do I understand correctly that anyone will be able to contribute modules similar to contributing extensions to a web browser? If so, how will module curation work?
Yeah, so anyone can contribute. Basically, so far the process has been that people just submit a PR to the repo. And basically there's actually for Gitcoin kernel, we did a bunch of tutorials, and the last one we did was how to build your own Zodiac mod. So maybe I can link that for everybody later, but it will give you just a preview of, it's actually quite easy because you basically import our module Solidity file, and then your mod basically becomes innately compatible with our stack. And basically, so you build the mod and then you submit it to the repo. So far, as I mentioned, basically, we are, Gnosis Guild and the kind of Zodiac team are a keeper of the open standard. So we judge the kind of qualities of the mods that are submitted to us. Right now, the main requirement is that the contracts have been audited. We won't kind of submit any mod, we won't accept any mods that haven't been audited. If though some development team were to come to us and be like, oh, we have this mod, can you help us get it audited? What should we do? We would be very happy for that. But apart from that, we've had a handful of submissions, which have been awesome, but not such a high volume, and neither any contentious ones. But we do have, in this kind of interim, more quiet period, the plan to basically decentralize the governance of what like constitutes or is incorporated in the interface of a Zodiac mod. So we're thinking through a few different governance models, basically of Gnosis Guild and Zodiac itself. Right now, we're thinking different approaches of kind of non-transferable NFTs for contributions that then give later governance power and control of the repo. But all of that will be TBD and announced probably around February.
Cool. Michal, would you like to ask the question yourself? Hello, by the way. Can you switch on your mic? Okay, then I'll read it. Well-crafted user journey first. What's the current development and availability status for the mods in comparison to what was shown today?
Oh, so everything I showed today, except for there's the last little section where I showed the Zodiac pilot stuff, but everything before that and the kind of user journey is all live today. So Gnosis DAO uses this, as well as the Shapeshift DAO, mstable, a few others in the space. And actually the funding proposal that went to Gnosis DAO for the rewards research initiative, very nicely, we worked with Angela and used the SafeSnap plugin on Snapshot and the reality mod, so that once the proposal was successful, they could execute the transaction as they liked. So everything in the 4 mods that I originally introduced and that are available, basically, if you go to the Gnosis Safe web interface, you go to the apps tab, you scroll to the bottom because it's alphabetical, so Zodiac is always at the bottom at the moment. That will change. There will be more search functions, but you scroll to the bottom, you see Zodiac there, and basically the 4 mods that I talked about in the user journey are available out of the box there. And they're on mainnet, XDAI, and Polygon.
And it worked super smoothly, I must say. SafeSnap.
Yeah, it worked pretty smoothly. I would say it's definitely still like, I think using a lot of these tools, you realize we're still fairly early stage, but also how much composability we need to start enforcing now, so that later we don't get more and more platforms that kind of hoard features and like don't actually emphasize open source interoperability.
Yeah. Another question from Mark. Thoughts on how to reward mod contributors and or establish bounties for mods that meet particular needs?
Yeah, so basically the mod contributors question is related to what I said regarding NFTs. So we've been working with the prop supply team, who's also the team that did the design language, to think about different types of upgradable NFTs for the community, and basically finding a fair way to distribute them to people who've already submitting mods and who are working on them in the future. And we're thinking about them as basically placeholders on value for contributions. So if there were kind of greater capital managed by the Zodiac community later, that these NFTs could essentially be related in some way. However, we want to be really, really mindful about how this kind of economic function works within the group. So in part, kind of working with this initiative on rewards research and Gnosis DAO funding it more largely, is that we would love to take from some of the outcomes of this 5-month program, basically some of the research, and apply it to how we actually economically incentivize contributors. Because I think right now, right now, the systems that are available to DAOs are not ideal. I think Coordinape, which just presented, is probably one of the best ones. So yeah, it's all TBD and we want to be really mindful of it. But it is our highest priority to basically decentralize both the value and the contribution. And then also kind of second part of the question, which I think is slightly different, is how to establish bounties for mods that meet particular needs. So we have put a few kind of open grants up. I know we had integration of Zodiac mods with Aragon and kind of Safe with Aragon up as on the DAO Global Hackathon that's coming to a close on Monday. So we have had open bounties and we're definitely like very happy to put bounties up on different platforms. I think overall bounties can present a difficulty in this space because they're kind of non-negotiable pay rates. They're kind of left open. You want to work closely with the team and build a relationship with the team. So I think we're exploring the best ways to kind of incentivize mod development, and that I think more working, like basically our work style is more so that like we have all of our open syncs in the Discord voice channel, so anyone can come and join, and occasionally people pop in and join. And so far we've just been hiring more contributors, both on the dev and community side, basically from people who've been participating in our Discord. And we already have a few anons kind of contributing to the repos. So I think that this feels like a more resilient model than fully going kind of just bountyified. But also I think I speak more for myself on this approach rather than the whole team.
Okay. This was the final question, I guess. Yes. All right. Thank you so much, Kia, for being here today. And we'll continue to work together, the Rewards Systems Research Group and Gnosis Guild. We'll have a workshop, I guess, in January, late January or February, further exploring the possibilities. You are warmly invited to join us for December 16th, the preliminary results of phase 1, and then the final presentations, and then we take it from there. I hope we'll have a lot of synergies in the results of this initiative, and then translating it to DAO toolings. Thanks for now, Kia.
Thank you so much. It was lovely to be here.
Thanks, and talk soon. And before now, Christopher, hi Christopher, will take us on a journey to praise. We've talked a lot about praise in the course of today. Now we'll take a closer look on how this works exactly. Before we do that, I'd like to just let everybody know that in 1 hour, there'll be the DAO failure party, right? So everybody is invited on stage to share his or her most successful DAO rewards failure to close the day. Let's have some fun. We'll have the metagame people with us. They volunteered to share some first awesome failures, but then the stage is open, DAO failure party starting in 1 hour. All right, Christopher, TE praise.
Yeah, maybe I have one of the failures.
Yeah.
The praise Mageddon from this.
Yeah. I remember.
That's a good one.
Share it. Yeah, it's a good one.
Let me share my screen. Does that work?
Yeah.
Cool.
Right.
Praise. And first off, who am I? My name is Christopher. I work as a product manager for Common Stack and Token Engineering Commons, and do a little work for Giveth as well. And I've taken on the task of upgrading our current praise system. The praise is a system for that is running within these 3 communities. That is Giveth, Common Stack, and the TEC. And our ambition is to upgrade this system into from being a system that is built around Google spreadsheets and a lot of manual labor, to try to automate it a little bit and move it over to a stable backend and make it into an open source system available for everyone. So what is praise about? I guess most of you already know this, but it's praise is about celebration, the contributions others have.
Hey, Christopher, sorry, I totally muted you, trying to let people into the call. My bad.
Thanks. Praise is a way of acknowledging and acknowledging the contributions that other community members do, and it's a subjective perspective on tracking and rewarding community contribution, and that differs from many other systems, I guess. So it has more to do with what do I as a community member value, what do you as a community member, what do you value, and we celebrate and acknowledge each other's achievements, as subjective as they may be. Like I think you have made a valuable contribution to the community, then I praise you for that contribution, and that gets registered, and that has a value. Both it can end up having a tokenized value, and also it has a value of being a part of a rich data set that makes up a fairly interesting signal. So we track and reward these community contributions, and with the upside also that we're in the process, we are building a culture of giving and gratitude. So it's everyone loves getting praised for the work they do, and most of us also enjoy praising others for what they do. So in the process, we build sort of a more caring culture around the community. So it's praise the missing piece in the reward system puzzle. Not necessarily, but we think it's definitely a piece, an important piece, a piece that is missing most of the time, because tracking these subjective contributions, the qualitative contributions that no automated system can track that, and like different kinds of budgeting, etc., often also cannot track that. How do you track a person coming from the outside, retweeting a bunch of tweets and joining a few meetings and coming in with really good energy to the community? That is a contribution, but most often that is not tracked. But the praise system has no ambition to be a solution that serves as the sort of the base reward system for a community. But rather it's a smaller piece of the puzzle on top of other solutions to reward contributors for more fixed responsibilities, etc. So the act of praising, how do we do it? This is how it happens. Most often, like, I praise you. No, I praise you. Back and forth. So everyone, you see, we have the way we would like to do it is like we want to praise, we want to praise the people we like because we like them, and unfortunately that is not the right way to do it. So there is a difficulty with doing this praise system, is that praising people for being cool people leads to praise being a popularity contest, and that is not what we intend. So it's sort of a constant work with the instructing the community that when you praise, you should focus on the contribution and not the person, because it's the contribution that counts. The praise process from praise to token looks a bit something like this. So we start with the act of praising, and then comes the quantifying, some analyzing, and finally a distribution. And I'm going to look into each of these steps and also say something about future developments, and then we can do some questions. So the act of praising takes part mostly on using Discord and the Telegram bots. So there in the middle of the screen, you see an example of how it can look. You see there that Griff praises Mount Manu for taking on the praise role for Ivy, and Lauren praises Mitch for keeping Paran Party debates calendar up to date and scheduling time with party hosts. Those are quite qualitative, good praises. They contain like some qualitative information of actually what the person did, not just being a nice person. So we acknowledge these contributions, and those used to be saved into a Google spreadsheet, and sort of the whole process held together by spreadsheets and gaff tape and chewing gum. And now we want to upgrade that whole thing. So now for the new version, we're developing a real backend with a database, etc., to make it more efficient. But one interesting thing is that we also do live praising, and I think when a community implements this system, they shouldn't skip that part of doing the live praising. It feels a bit construed weird the first time you do it. So every community meeting, weekly community meeting, we start with giving everyone attending the meeting like 1 minute each to just praise away. So usually people come with the lists, and I praise this, I praise this person and this person and this person and this person for doing this, blah blah. And that community meeting gets recorded, and then someone gets the not as funny, interesting task of writing all that down and doing the praising afterwards, the interacting with the bot. But the big benefit of doing praising this way, the live praise on the weekly community call, it's like sort of a crash course for new attendees. What is happening in the community? You get such a super interesting overview of what is happening. Second step is the step of quantifying these praise, and actually we look, so a human eye looks at each line of praise recorded and tries to give a quantitative score to each line, which is difficult. There's no I must say it is. So that is one of the reasons we ended up in what we call the Praise-mageddon this summer, which was a situation where it had to do with how we quantified the praise, the subjectiveness of different quantifiers. So sorry, I should mention how the quantify process works. So community members will be allowed to volunteer for the quantifier pool. So being a member of the quantifier pool is sort of being registered for jury duty, or I don't know if you register. And then for each praise period, we have the ambition of doing praise periods bi-weekly. So every 2 weeks, we will close a period and we will do the quantifications and analysis and distribution. So for every of those periods, a few people out of the pool will be randomly selected and assigned to be quantifiers for that period. And then they will look at each line and give each praise a score according to it used to be a free-form number, but now it's will be a set scale. So to make the results a little bit more uniform. So one of the reasons we ended up in a Praise-mageddon, where the results of the quantification was not fully respected by parts of the community, and it became sort of a smaller crisis around this, was the subjectiveness of the quantifications, and also that we have had intermingled the purpose of the token being distributed in the end. So the token that we distributed was both a governance token and a token that would allow you to be part of the future community, the hatch, where we upgrade to a commons, and it also had a monetary value. So combining these different things into one token maybe was not the wisest move. but one of the things we would like to make with this new version is to streamline this process and to make it more smooth, because it's also it takes a bit of time doing this. So the ambition here is that each praise will be quantified by at least 3 quantifiers using a much simpler interface, the one you see now, where you just pull a slider from left to right to select the praise score, and you can dismiss it if it's out of scope, sort of, it's not praise, and mark it as a duplicate if it's already been said, because we have that rules saying that one person should only be praised for one contribution once within one praise period. Moving on to the analytics and the distribution step. Here we export, currently we export the data out of the praise system and into a Jupyter notebook because it serves the purpose real well of doing analytics and visualizations, etc. And we also, there's an important idea behind this, that we don't build a fixed number of analytics into the dashboard of the system, and that is that for each we want to run an iterative process, and for each praise period we do a post-quant analytics session with the community where we go through the numbers and do the visualization and discuss it together, and then based on the insight from that session, we have the possibility of adjusting the parameters and changing this analytics dashboard for next praise period. But one thing that will happen in the future is that most likely a few of these like basic analytics scores, etc., visualizations, they will be brought into the open source system, and then you can do additional analytics outside, of course. I just wanted to show you one of these that came up through this rewards system, this process that has been run just now. This fantastic graph of showing, for instance, the streams of praise from giver to receiver. Yeah, that is the diagram down to the right. So those are just two examples, and then you see on the screen there's some allocation percentages, how much of the tokens go to the score goes to the community whales, or how do the distribution look, the Gini coefficient, criticized by a few, but still there it is, and a bunch of other metrics. And yeah, but basically that is where the praise system ends, and this the dashboard also calculates the final distribution score. So we feed the system with praise, we do the quantification based on a group of quantifiers, we analyze the result, and we make a distribution out of that that we send onto a DAO in our case, or it could be Gnosis multisig or whatever, and distribute tokens based on this final step. And then I would like to move on and talk to you a bit about interesting, like future scenarios, or how you can use this data, because that is one of the added or the real cool things with generating this data set, which is a super rich data saying so much about what is happening in the community. It has both the temporal aspect and the loads of different qualitative aspects, etc. So these are things that we, some of them we plan to do, and others are just on the drawing board or just ideas for other communities to implement if they choose to work with the praise system. So up to the left there, we verified by praise. And by that we mean let's draw up an algorithm that counts how many times have you sent praise for the last 6 months, how many times have you received praise for the last 6 months, from how many people, how many have you sent to, And then we just define a calculation like this is being verified by praise means this. So if you have sent 10 praise to 10 different people, you have received 10 praise from 10 different people during the last 6 months, then we regard you as an active community member. And regarding you as an active community member, we mint you a POAP or an NFT or some other token that will combine with the community token will give you access to governance functionality, for instance. So that is in a way much better for our use case than just having a proof of humanity, for instance. That we also would like to see that the user is an active community member, maybe to get let them get access to certain features, certain things. Then of course a basic thing such as what is happening in the community. The act of praising gives you that information somewhat. The act of being praised gives you that information because your Discord goes bleep and you go to the praise channel and you read what you got praised for, and you also maybe read some other praise when you're there. So you're constantly being informed of what's happening in the community. You can do simple sentiment analysis, both on a group or an individual level, like how are we doing as a community? Are we picking up speed or are we slowing down? Sort of, is the amount of praise decreasing over time? Is it mostly positive praise or negative praise is not a thing? But I think I'm not super experienced when it comes to machine learning and text analyzing, but I think you can draw conclusions based on how people formulate the contents of their praise over time. I think you could read a signal from that. And on the individual plane, definitely, if you have a group of core contributors and you see one person that used to send 30 praise a week now sends only 12 or 2, then maybe that is a cause for concern somehow. Are we losing you? Are you not feeling well? What is happening? And lastly, to the right of the picture there is I'm not a big fan of fluffy mission, vision, and values statements that are so difficult to translate into actual strategies and action plans, and most often are sort of top-down constructions or made by the community when everyone was happy and friends, and then you write that document and then put it aside and then not look at it so much more. So one interesting thing how to study the data would be to see the rich data set coming out of praise as a sort of an emergent property for the community. We see that our mission, vision, and values is an emergent property based on this praise data. We study it instead of writing it beforehand. What do we really value? Let's look at the praise data. It seems like we value that people show up on meetings. That is a clear signal from the praise data. Apparently people like that. So that is apparently one of our values, being on time on meetings. And you can sort of read out lots of interesting information. In what direction are we heading? Apparently we are looking at the DeFi space currently because people seems to be praising each other a lot about DeFi that has risen from 0 to 1,000 over the last 6 months. So apparently DeFi is now part of our strategy. So that is I think it's a complex system, interesting approach of not trying to design or engineer the system, but rather to let it grow over time. And I think this is my last slide. The future. What do the future hold for praise, except for the launch of praise as an open source system available for all communities, which is in itself we are super excited about being able to do, and we hope to be done by the end of Q1 next year, with an MVP sort of coming around New Year or slightly after. but other features than that, we have been discussing stuff like I did a thing. One type of information that is people, it's difficult to capture this information. People tend not to praise themselves because it feels weird. And yeah, so maybe there should be like a I did a thing where you can actually say, let the community know what you did that no one else saw, which is super interesting. Group praising. Instead of praising an individual, praise the marketing team for doing this fancy marketing logo stuff. Forward praise is an idea that came up on a meeting just the other day, and a person in the team expressed that a sense that sometimes you get praised for stuff that you don't deserve. And you can, because you can praise many people at a time, so and that can feel weird a bit at times. So maybe you should be able to just forward your praise. If you get praise that you don't think that you should have, then you just pass it on to someone else who is more deserving. I think I'll stop there actually. So thank you for listening. And if you would like to come in contact with me or the praise team, we are on Discord, and yeah,
Livy is already acquiring additional team members for further developing praise. Yes. That's awesome. And yeah, here's the invitation to you, Christopher, and all the TC praise people to come to the presentation on December 16th to the phase 1 results on TE praise. I think we have until 4 teams working on TE praise data. And you've shown such nice graphs. I think they are from Andy, Invent and Chill, right? And sorry? I think Andy produced them, Invent and Chill.
Yeah, it was one of the
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And not 100% sure, maybe Sid code as well. I don't want to miss it out. But thanks to you guys, we have first distribution graphs. That's amazing. Thank you. All right. Any questions? We have some couple of minutes. Questions on TE praise from YouTube. Oh yes, there are plenty in YouTube. Christopher, can you compare and contrast the praise system with the Coordinape system a bit?
The way I have understood it, the Coordinape system, the teams get sort of allocated the budget, which they distribute within the team. So that is for the way we use praise together with SourceCred, for instance, in the TEC. So they serve different purposes. The SourceCred tracks everything that can be automatically quantified, and praise will track everything that cannot be automatically quantified. And the same would go with the Coordinape. It could work side by side. And like we think that praise is something you put on top of other systems.
All right. And there was a second question to that. Can you envision praise becoming a tool in the Zodiac ecosystem, making it available?
Yeah, I don't know about the Zodiac ecosystem. I'm sorry.
No problem. I'll share the talk from Kia, and this would be certainly interesting. And Livy says a big yes in capitals. Okay, all right. Great. Let's check any further questions.
I had one posted in the chat. I was wondering if the manual work is a bottleneck to scaling praise, either within the TEC or other communities, out to other communities that you hope to automate eventually, or do you see it as do you see the eye on every praise as a unique feature to the award system?
Yeah, it is a unique feature, and I forgot to highlight that being chosen, being a member of the quantifier pool and being chosen as a quantifier is that in itself is an important contribution to the community, because that means that you learn a lot about what is happening in the community while doing the praise. So it has sort of an educational purpose as well. It's so we really want to do the manual quantification. but we try to make it more semi-automated, not automated, but make it as smooth as possible. So now we will be able to do much larger quantifier groups. It used to be like it was only a really small team that did a whole lot of quantifications. And now we will be able to assign much less praise to each person because we have a system that manages that workflow for us. So you can come in and you know that if you're a quantifier, the quantification for that period will take you only like 30 minutes or an hour at most.
Cool, thanks.
Livy, would you like to add anything here?
No, it's just part of what I mentioned in the morning, that praise creates this mutual monitoring plus this benefit of information system where like people that are quantifying, they have this look into everything that is happening in the community from a very subjective and qualitative standpoint. And also what we have now with the dashboard that Christopher is leading is facilitating so much more this process from what we had before with the spreadsheets and making it much more agile and async and more interesting for the people who are quantifying.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Christopher.
Thank you.
Thanks, Griff and Tamara. You've obviously just stopped your sprint review or sprint planning to come to this session. No, not sure. Maybe it was a joke. No worries.
Oh, no, we did. We totally
you did.
our sprint planning because to praise Christopher and his amazing work.
Just in case, now praise is delayed. So delivering the next version is delayed. This was because of this talk, obviously. All right. Thanks everyone for being here and presenting praise. Looking forward to next week when we see the results from the community researchers on the data analysis. Excited for this. And thanks, Christopher, for being here today.
Thanks.
And we have a final tool presentation. Seth is here from the SourceCred community. Seth, are you here? Yes. Hey, welcome. Great to see you.
Great to be here. Thanks for the invite.
And Seth will walk us through the SourceCred tool and framework. Let's go.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm Seth Benton, otherwise known as S-Ben. My name is not Ben. I just want to put that out there. I've accidentally named myself Ben with this bad username. My pronouns are he, him, and I've been working on SourceCred since March of 2019. So about 2.5 years, which is a long time in crypto. SourceCred is a tool for communities to measure and reward value creation. The origins of SourceCred can be traced to Juan Benet, who is the CEO of Protocol Labs, who was struggling with how to reward open source contributors whose work Protocol Labs was relying on, for instance, IPSF with P2P, and had this idea: what if we paid all these contributors with crypto? And they met SourceCred's founder, Dandelion, and who happened to have all these ideas around SourceCred, and it was a perfect fit. And so Dandelion, who was working at Google at the time, dropped out of Google to work on SourceCred full-time from some support from Protocol Labs, who's been our main sponsor here this whole time. Just a little bit of a history. There were people inside Google who were interested in SourceCred and looking to fund it, but Dandelion did a little soul searching and realized that the underlying ideology here is fundamentally anti-corporate. It would not be compatible with Google. And so they went off on their own and founded SourceCred. A little bit of my origins. I've been in the crypto space since 2017. And in 2018, with the market crash, I found myself facing the horrifying prospect of having to get a job, which I didn't want to do. And I was lucky enough to find one of the first DAOs back in 2018, where you could permissionlessly work on open source and get paid. And that was the Decred DAO. Basically, you just started contributing. If you were delivering value, they just started paying you, which was like a revelation for me and made me like believe that this is actually a viable way to make a living. And this is funded by 10% of the block rewards from the Decred blockchain. And it had plenty of money. I believe they have like $75 million or something in their dev fund right now. So this, I like to give them a little credit. This could be like the first fully self-sustaining open source project right here. They're still going since 2016 and looking to go decades. There was a little problem here though that I ran into, which was the way it worked is you would work on whatever you wanted, submit an invoice, and they would pay you. But sometimes they wouldn't pay the invoice. And when you asked, you just got silence. They would never say why, like what was billable, why an invoice was not paid. And what I eventually discovered was that there was kind of this opaque secret system going on that treated the contributors adversarially. These were like OG Bitcoiners who were like really big on adversarial thinking. And that kind of just bothered me. I wanted like a little bit more sovereignty and agency over what was paid, because the system was leading to people like having a lot of anxiety around submitting invoices, like not billing for a lot of the work that they did, underbilling, et cetera. And this is a quote from the project lead, which taught me a lot. Custody is king, second is valuation. What I realized is that I needed to work on the valuation piece. And I was tinkering around with like GitHub metrics and stuff, which I could like, which could be like a credibly neutral way for contributors to do their own valuation. And then I found SourceCred, which Dandelion and their co-founder, William Shargan, had already built like the version 1, and it was like light years away ahead of what I was playing with. And I just got sort of uncomfortably excited and have been working on SourceCred ever since. So SourceCred's approach can be described as intersubjective. We realized that objective metrics such as per commit, or per line of code in GitHub are too gameable. They're also just, blind to a lot of work that's not captured by the metric. Subjective approaches such as contributors reviewing each other or giving a rating to each contribution tend to be too biased and don't scale too well. I think Coordinape is kind of proving that a more subjective method can work really well and be intersubjective too. We're looking to trial Coordinape internally actually to get some experience with it, but subjective approaches do kind of have this problem. And so the solution that Dandelion came up with is to use PageRank, which if you're not familiar, PageRank is the algorithm that Google famously uses to rank their web pages. Except here, instead of web pages sort of voting for each other, like based on hyperlinks. You have contributors and contributions voting on each other based on interactions on, like, for instance, GitHub was the first thing. So if you merge a pull request, you're voting for that pull request, similar to a website voting for the importance of another website by putting a backlink to it. And here you can see a little diagram of how that could happen with like an in-person conversation leading to a forum post, which leads to a feature on GitHub, reviews, etc. Basically, all of the nodes in this will eventually get a cred score from this interaction. Here is the SourceCred UI currently. It's a pretty basic leaderboard, although we're looking to improve that and explore different UI. The platforms we currently support are GitHub, Discourse, and Discord. We have been, there are a lot of use cases for SourceCred, obviously, but an obvious one is just paying people according to cred scores. And that's what SourceCred has been doing in what we call the cred experiments. This began in September 2019, so a little over 2 years ago. We've distributed a little over 2 million grain, which is our token, not an actual token, FYI, just a token on our internal ledger. The USD value of that's been paid out to contributors is very roughly, I'd say like 170, there's a typo, 1.75 million or so. I say very roughly because I was too lazy to do the accounting for this. Grain has been backed 1-to-1, one grain, $1 for most of the time. There have been times when that peg has dipped a little bit, and that's where you see that discrepancy there. But yeah, roughly 1.7 million. We started small. There was definitely a worry that this could introduce some like bad dynamics. So we started off with distributing 500 grain a week, and then slowly ramped up to 20,000 grain a week, which is where we've been at ever since. That the grain has been backed mainly by Protocol Labs, who buys the grain from contributors or individuals, or a little bit from tithing, which I'll talk about in a minute. So basically, the only way so far that you've been able to earn grain in SourceCred is by working for it or buying it directly from contributors, or supporting the project via tithing. Here's a sample of some integrations that we have. Definitely not a comprehensive list. MakerDAO is our first major user. That's who I have been most closely working with, and we've been doing some exciting work there. Friends with Benefits, TEC. I saw the forum post the other day about kind of rolling out more SourceCred stuff, so excited about that. Also excited to hear that it's already being used. I was pretty sure that was true, but I was glad to hear it is. Stacks, which is a blockchain built on the Bitcoin blockchain, actually. Metagame, who was our first user. OneHive, who's been a longtime user, and many more. In fact, there's probably more that I don't know about at this point than I do. So tithing, this has been the main way that we have supported ourselves, other than sponsorship from Protocol Labs. We suggest projects give us 5% of the tokens distributed through SourceCred. That's just a suggestion. It can be more, it can be less, and some projects choose to do less. That's currently covering, last I checked, around 8% of our costs. Yeah, shout out to Maker, Metagame, OneHive, and Stacks in particular. They've been some of our biggest tithers and supporters. Successes, it works. I've realized this since I found the project, but it's been incredibly satisfying to watch other communities turn SourceCred on and get excited about it. We often find people get sort of like uncomfortably excited about it and kind of go, which we call being source pilled. Once they like realize sort of like the things that this unlocks, often their own side projects that they thought were impossible until they found SourceCred. SourceCred does promote decentralization. Definitely seen that inside the SourceCred project and in other projects. If you're flowing a significant amount of money according to cred scores, then basically like every interaction that users have, you know, whether that's emoji reactions, a comment on a forum post, merging a pull request, whatever, is changing cred scores and therefore changing how money and influence is distributed in the project. So this is like effectively decentralized management. New use cases, we're seeing sort of like kind of an explosion of like new use cases being explored. We have some projects minting NFTs or badges based on cred score. We have projects using SourceCred to to determine their token allocations. Like Gitcoin used SourceCred in part to determine some of their initial token allocations when they did their token launch a few months ago. Agave, which is a fork of Aave on the XDAI chain, also used SourceCred. Full disclosure, I ended up getting around $20,000 just from random contributing in one hive and getting tokens from my cred score. So that's a paid advertisement there. We've got like a lot of new plugin ideas. Roam is looking to use this internally, and there's a lot of people who have wanted to do a Roam plugin in the past. Metacred, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. Their SourceCred is going to be one input into Metacred. Coordinape, we've had a couple people come into chat excited about a Coordinape integration, and I think that that's an exciting idea. And then really quick, a couple just cool projects that have come in is like a DAO coordinating worldwide recycling of plastic. A Netflix executive who has like a DAO trying to overthrow Hollywood. We have a fairly large platform who I'm not at liberty to discuss, but like they could enable exit to community at scale, which is really exciting too. Challenges. There have been challenges. Like when people first encounter SourceCred, their first reaction is often, "Isn't this a Black Mirror episode?" And the answer is, yes, it was. It's called Nosedive. And it's like this dystopia where everyone just goes around raiding each other with an app. We take this very seriously. We've discussed dystopian outcomes and, this Black Mirror episode since the very beginning. We welcome all criticism and like calling out dystopian potentials. I think that we've done a good job, but if you see some dystopian shit going on, please come talk to us. You will get cred for telling us that. And we do listen. Not rewarding real work has been an issue. Communities turn us on and the community loves it. Everyone's giving each other money, but right now it's difficult to direct cred towards specific like domains of work, for instance. Right now you can roughly do that at the platform level, in the sense that GitHub, like if you meant more cred to GitHub, that's generally rewarding development more. If you're rewarding Discord, it's more community engagement, etc. There are some interesting ideas to address this. Right now, I'm working with Maker on a customized governance boost instance that will mint more cred on governance activities, such as putting up MIPS improvement proposals, working the MIPS process on GitHub, putting up signal requests, stuff like that. Excited about that. Another common thing we're hearing, especially lately, is that SourceCred rewards extroversion and just people being vocal. This is a screenshot from the Friends with Benefits Discord where someone is pointing that out. I will point out that this person has just got paid a lot of cred for like complaining about this, but it is a real issue. We hear you, introverts. Invisible labor. Obviously, even if you're an extrovert, there is a lot of invisible labor that isn't captured by the algorithm. Notably, care work, project management, and leadership and design are some of the areas that people have been particularly interested in. There are ideas around like do plugins or just hacking existing plugins to address this. We're looking at trialing Coordinape internally to try to reward some of this invisible labor and get some lived experience, because we think Coordinate's really cool. Income volatility. Having worked in crypto and DAOs since 2018, this doesn't bother me. I'm like dead inside, but most people are not. They want some more stability, and that can be hard when you're being paid by an algorithm where the cred score goes up and down. Solutions that we've seen implemented like alongside SourceCred are adding salaries for core members. Internally, we have a couple of devs who have asked for that, and they're going to be getting that soon. Coordinape, we've seen SourceCred and Coordinape used in conjunction in a few projects. They seem to be nice and complementary. And like I said, we're going to trial it too. There are also algorithmic solutions. There are ways to treat the payout formula such that the volatility in payouts is smoothed. One challenge there is, I think, also just education. When I look at the algorithms, I see pretty strong income guarantees, but people that are not used to being paid by algorithm do not see those and do not just blindly trust the algorithm, that the algorithm will do it at once. And there's also an educational barrier to like teaching people how to tweak the algorithms themselves, and we're still working on that. Which leads to another big challenge, which is algorithm complexity. PageRank is a fairly complex algorithm, and some of the plugins can be fairly complex. And it's hard for us internally sometimes to understand what's going on and make tweaks. So it's like even harder for a lot of our communities to do so. And even though the scores tend to be very legitimate for people, they see the scores reflecting their reality and their sites. There is a desire to understand the algorithms and have more sovereignty in tweaking the algorithms themselves. And actually that's a reason that we are working on a new experimental optional algorithm called CredEquate, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. But basically the idea with CredEquate is to provide an optional algorithm which trades off potentially some security or robustness to gaming with an easier to understand, more legible algorithm that communities can like tweak themselves. So like communities should be able to create their own plugins for different ideas that they have. Excited about that. And then, yeah, so many challenges. Probably the one that it's most painful to me as someone who maintains instances is it's fairly labor intensive. Those of you out there who have tried to work with SourceCred, I feel your pain. Basically, SourceCred is a command line tool there's a bit of a learning curve in how to use and run it. Part of this is because of intentional trade-offs around decentralization. One of the ways that we prevented this from becoming a Black Mirror episode is we wanted the infrastructure to be decentralized. If we just created like a scalable web app on AWS, say, that would have made things much easier, obviously. But then it becomes much easier to become mega Google Yelp for people. The way it's set up now, all the data is currently on your laptop or on your GitHub, which gives you more control over your data and customization, but comes at a cost. And sorry, I'm realizing that I only have 5 minutes.
Yeah, right. And we're so excited
sorry.
to learn more about this new algorithm.
Yes. Yeah. Like there'll be more coming out there. Man, I'm just gonna
20 slides left. Oh my God.
I am so sorry. I did not think this was gonna take that long. I'm just gonna race through some stuff. Cred scores are used informally for governance. We've also started doing cred weighted voting, which is super cool. It's kind of like knowledge extractable voting with cred scores. We're looking at indigenous modes of governance. We're working at the Stacks Advocates Governance Lab. We might have Tyson Yonkampur, the author of Santalk, come in the new year. So look out for that. We're exploring internally with our governance, we're exploring sociocracy and discos, if you're familiar with those. We have a bot now that does cred weighted voting, which is very cool. Our first poll was essentially, do you want SourceCred to be a startup? And the answer was basically, no, we don't. And if we can also add a decay here so that the contributions of recent contributors are weighted more. And TLDR, SourceCred doesn't want to be a startup, or most of us don't. Things are working pretty well overall. Roadmap, we're looking to do on-chain grain distribution. Cred equate algorithm, making SourceCred easier to use, like a basic web app through GitHub, self-service identity, more automation. Node4j, we're putting all the data into a graph database. We're looking to work with Metacred and the Web3 ecosystem generally. Looking to do a token launch here in the next few months. No promises whatsoever, because basically our governance is we are moving to a more town halls with using a more consensus consent-based decision-making and cred-weighted voting, it looks like. And the community is still kind of refining its mission and vision and its governance and tokenomics. We have some, for the last, since August, we've had researchers embedded in our Discord watching us, doing some cool ethnography research. There's a link in here to the post, but Eleni Rennie at RMIT, Michael Zargam, who some of you may know, who was actually one of the first contributors to SourceCred when I first joined and worked a little on the initial algorithm. So there should be a paper coming out soon, which gives you a little bit more of the SourceCred story. How to get involved? Our Discord. We typically have community calls at 11 a.m. on Tuesdays, but that might change here. big announcement. We are taking a month off from December 15th to January 15th. And to incentivize rest, we are airdropping 70,000, maybe a little less depending on who opts in, based on the last 8 weeks of contribution. So we're just fixing the weekly payouts according to the recent contributions, and 2 minutes of questions. Sorry about that.
Now you have been too fast, because I think I've missed the new algorithm. This was the decay, or?
No, so the decay is that actually is a formula in the payouts. Okay. So that you can pay out based on recent activity. There's an exponential weighting function. We also just as an experiment applied that to cred weighted voting. And so, yeah.
Okay. I think we continue. No, okay, good. Let me pick 1 or 2 questions from YouTube. First, Derek, amazing the level of democracy in the development of this platform, the startup poll. So fucking cool. So this was a comment. But beforehand, he asked, when people trust this, I know this was also a comment. Now, any notable accessibility challenges for people with disabilities to participate and be rewarded for their contributions? Now what?
Yeah, definitely. We are fortunate to have a number of neurodivergent people who are big, activists in this area, notably Aloysius, if you know them. I would maybe point to them to talk more, since I have very little time. But TLDR, yes, and we're trying to incorporate that into our design decisions.
Okay, cool. Let me spot another one.
I had a quick one in the chat here. Are there any education efforts or requests from communities to help educate them on the algorithm, maybe as it gets more complex too, just so that everyone knows how their contributions are being ranked? Or is it more up to the users to dig in and investigate themselves?
We definitely have a lot of demand for that. And I think we've been lacking in that area. We're in the coming year, we're going to focus more on documentation and education efforts.
All right. Anything else? Last question.
Patty, you asked your question to me on accident. Do you want to ask it out loud?
Sorry, second. Oh, I was very excited about this project, and I was wondering how we can help it. How could we be a part of it? Although I was saying right there, I probably don't have the time for it, but it would be nice to contribute somehow.
Yeah, I would just say dive in. The community call is a great place to start, but you can just dive in and start contributing. We do have a bot which tracks who shows up in a meeting, and then when people emoji react to that meeting, you'll get cred. So just coming and introducing yourself and talking with us will get you a cred score and some money if you want it.
Nice. Okay, thanks.
And David has a final question. Can you share the name of the bot, please?
I think we just call it the meeting bot. Like Athena, if one of our lead devs is the one who coded that. You can probably find more about that on our Discord.
Yeah, Ryder promised to post it. All right. Thank you, Seth, for sharing not only the tool itself, but also the whole story around it and your learnings. This was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
And now, before we move on to the DAO Rewards Failure Party that is going to start in 15 minutes. Let's make sure we have Eugene in the call. Eugene is member of the ground control, Governauts ground control, there he is. And he'll introduce us to the Smart Contract Research Forum. We definitely wanted to have the chance to share this with you guys, because there's a lot of things going on there. And I'm sure this will be a super important source for research in smart contracts and in token engineering. Eugene, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since seeing you live on the Zoom at 6:30 in the morning. It's been quite an awesome afternoon or day or whatever time of the day, depending on where people are watching from. But yeah, thank you to you and the rest of the crew who put this on. This has been such a awesome and fascinating day to just learn and hear about all these different things. And I'm excited to talk with you a little bit about what we're working on at the Smart Contract Research Forum and how we are hoping to be able to contribute to all of the exciting changes that are coming up. So hopefully my presentation is up. Please cut me off if it isn't. But I guess real quick before I just dive in a nutshell, my background. So I'm the head of operations at SCRF. I joined from Carnegie Mellon, where I was doing project management over there and spent time in the corporate world that's grossly irrelevant here. But I got really interested in DAOs and governance in kind of late 15, early 16. So perfect time to get excited by the concept of DAOs as the DAO came out. And a few friends and I came together to work on a project called EduDAO. And we wanted to see how DAOs can actually be useful to help on the local community level, and how can you actually do an equity crowdfunding platform from that perspective. I'd be happy to chat with anyone about that offline if they want to hear more about it. But yeah, that project didn't work out, a little too early on the tooling side, but exciting again to just see all the kind of changes that are happening now. And especially in the last year, just the absolute explosion of DAOs. And, I ended up joining Smart Contract Research Forum because we're a grant funded organization that's really looking to support research broadly in the blockchain crypto Web3 space. And so I'm going to just give a quick presentation here, just giving a sense of what we're all about and giving you a couple of ideas of how we hope to engage both with these types of events in the future with folks like yourselves who are in attendance here and just anything else. But, our top line mission is sort of, broadly connect industry and academia. For anyone who's spent time in any academic institution, you've probably heard that kind of mission ad nauseum. So the thing that we're actually trying to build and accomplish is to be a, premier open Web3 research and solutions facilitation hub dedicated to blockchain advancement, nice and mission-y sounding. But what are the things that we're actually doing? We're focused on, as I mentioned, we're a grant funded organization, and the bulk of the capital that we get, we actually use to either build out our operations, which are meant to be an open infrastructure to advance research, or it's specifically paying people for grants to write something called research summaries, which I'll show you a quick example of. But overall, we're thinking of how can we deploy some of the capital that we have through our granting to create more incentives between those in academia and industry to have them collaborating more together? How can we help each of them get access to each other in areas where they aren't connected already? How can we facilitate curated interactions and really think of how can we best bring people together to address very specific problems and challenges? And in general, how do we make information, in this case, research, much more available and open to individuals? And the things that we hope to output on the other side of doing all of that work is legitimacy. We want folks in the industry to be able to look at SCRF as a reliable chain agnostic place where people can come and learn and push each other on in the intellectual front while still being respectful and understanding that, this is a moderated forum at the end of the day that's building a much larger research community around it. And we really are putting in a lot of the checks in place. We're hiring peer reviewers from different kinds of backgrounds and different kinds of folks to really join the SCRF community and the SCRF ecosystem to make sure that we can put out a certain high level of quality content. And for us, really all the content, again, begins with this idea of research summaries, or how can you kind of break down a long research paper into something more accessible for those who really need it. And then thinking through what are the other ways that we can potentially support institutions, whether it's on the academic or industry side. And so we're effectively a fun little experiment of a connective thread layer, trying to iterate and find the sort of the Goldilocks zones, find the golden balance of how we can actually bring these two folks together, provide value while not kind of distracting attention from all of the exciting research and tools and products and projects that are actually coming out. And the intention of doing all of this is to hopefully facilitate some learning. And an example that I know a few of us like giving that who have been around the space for a bit or got in roughly around the same time, coming into the space in 2015, 16, 17, if you heard anyone talk about DAOs, a lot of the time those conversations were devoid of conversations of, say, cooperative ownership or looking at co-ops and things like that. And it's interesting to see how those have kind of converged, especially I think in the last 12 to 18 months. There's a lot more people who are actively talking about DAOs and Ostrom's principles and how do we just think about this in a very different way than DAOs have been, from the perspective of this isn't a brand new thing from nowhere. It's just a new type of tool to help us accomplish things that the previous tools were limiting on. And so, how can we help provide some of that learning and knowledge facilitation and sharing to advance it? And so, as I mentioned, our starting point is on the information availability side. This is just a quick example of someone who, as part of their graduate degree, concluded a research paper on sandwich attacks, and we were able to extend them a grant to actually summarize this on our forum. And this is obviously just the top line of it. It would be illegible if I tried posting the whole summary here, but this is our starting point, is how can we provide grants to people to summarize research? And the logic behind this is that at the end of the day, those who are currently out there building protocols, projects, are at the cutting edge of implementing ideas and letting people play around with them and seeing how that goes. Theoretically, all of us want to be reading research and understanding all the cutting edge things that are coming out from the academic four walls, so to say. But a lot of the time we're time constrained, and it becomes very difficult to actually be able to read through 20, 40, 60 page papers. And it boils down to some skimming. So in our mind, if we can actually extend grants to primary authors and to others who are interested in summarizing high value research, then we can actually facilitate some of this learning and make that research more accessible, not keep it behind paywalls. I really want to stress again, we're grant funded and we don't monetize anything. The whole point of what we're trying to create is an open community that really serves those who are building current Web3 products or those who are researching Web3 products. And we want to be able to slowly provide more opportunities for more and more folks to get involved with time. And so the content pipeline, which I'll just give you a quick glimpse of in a moment, but that's the project management thinking of how we actually get stuff on our forums, so to say. And that's just one aspect of the overall, areas of content that we're focused on from a variety of different type of grants that we already have or are going to be launching. We're doing a governance pilot podcast right now, where actually a few of the folks who spoke today will be featured there. We're actually starting to support some primary research, a few governance projects, and we're looking at some stuff internally. And we actually launched a mentorship program so that we can compensate people to learn how to write research summaries the way we think about them. And then they have the opportunity to apply for more and more grants on that side. And just a quick glimpse, this is our GitHub project board, or excuse me, our GitHub content pipeline board, which anyone can actually hop on. And if you ping me directly, I can send you the link to it. But anyone can hop on and see what content is currently working through the pipeline. And again, all of this is very much with the intention of being as open as possible. And again, I just zoomed in on the content and I realize I'm sprinting through a lot here, but I just want to give a sense of we're really trying to build an infrastructure as a connective thread between amazing independent communities like Governauts and MetaGov and some other ones that are popping up around DAO research, between the actual institutions who are out building the products and having people be part of DAOs, and as well as the academics who at varying degrees are either have been looking at this for a few years or really just much more seriously starting to explore blockchain and Web3 overall. And again, with our project board, same thing. All of this is publicly available. You can always come in, pop in, see what we're working on, who's working on what. And if you're interested in getting involved, we definitely have a lot of opportunities, both on the project management side, as well as grant opportunities, right? If people want to write research summaries, and I'm kicking myself all day that things have just been so busy on my end that I didn't have a chance to put together and formalize some kind of grant opportunity for today, because today would have been an amazing chance to tell people, hey, does anyone want to summarize any of the talks that happened today and just post about it on our forum? We can give you a grant for that. We're talking small, couple of $100, but still it's something that we hope can, again, create this environment where a lot of the information that's being produced can all be in a single place that's moderated, that's chain agnostic, and that makes this information much more accessible. And then next year, we're actually going to be focusing a lot on events as well, both in terms of some virtual events. We're potentially doing a DAO day, not planning a DAO, that should be DAO day, apologies for the typo, around governance and on. We also might be doing some cryptography events, and we're currently starting to plan some things, at least in around the New York, Boston, and San Francisco areas at some point next year. And at the end of the day, right, we're trying to play around with, what does it mean to decentralize research? What does it mean if you start decentralizing peer review? And how do we take steps in that direction without totally dropping the quality of the output? So we're always very excited to hear new ideas. We're always very excited to connect. And these are all the different ways you can get in touch. Please feel free to reach out. If you're in the Governauts, WhatsApp, nope, Telegram, sorry, I was just like running through all the messaging platforms. If you're in the Telegram group, I'm in that one as well. Feel free to ping me, and otherwise feel free to reach out direct. And I think I have about a minute-ish left for questions, so would be very happy to take any. Can I share my Twitter? Yes, at BB1, I dropped my Twitter in there, and Discord as well. Yes, I will drop my Discord as well. Let me see. So yeah, if there are any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I will just drop what I was asked to drop.
I would have a quick one. Any conversation or thoughts about rewarding contributors or authors beyond the initial writing of the research or completion of the research? So if that research leads to other great innovations or ideas down the line.
Great question. And admittedly, so in a nutshell, we don't currently have that in place, but we are actively trying to figure out what are the ways that we can start playing around in that direction. Because part of what we're thinking is how can we use things like SourceCred or Coordinape and different kinds of tools that are coming up in this space to create what you're alluding to, the long tail of contribution, right? Because the incentive problems, the academics are incentivized, publish or perish, crank out papers. Folks in industry are stuck with incentives of actually producing things. But when it comes to actually just being able to get people excited to focus on very long-term projects that might not prove might not be able to directly affect industry for many years to come, there is no good way to have that long tail payout. So we're very interested in experimenting with that. And if anyone here has ideas of what other new tools that are coming up can be useful for that, please do let me know. We'd love to hear about that and try to collaborate on some experiments together. And if anyone is interested in grants, please do let me know.
For sure. Happy to guide everyone to Smart Contract Research Forum. Okay, thanks, Eugene, for this overview. And yeah, again, happy to see more of your activities and make connections. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
All right. I think we are all ready for the DAO failure party. I've also seen Pete just arrived from Metagame. So these are actually the folks who came up with this idea. So we have been discussing in a town hall meeting what to contribute. And we said, oh, everybody's always only talking about the successes, but there are also failures. Let's share them. And we'll now have the last session of this great event. Invite everyone on stage, take your piece of paper, write down your most successful DAO rewards failure, and make sure you share it with us. And I guess everyone is able to add some great failures. Seth is making up his mind like, okay, wait, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But let's start with, where is he? Pete?
Hello, hello.
Hello. Great to have you here.
Thank you, thank you. I wrote down a bunch of them.
A bunch? Cool.
Yeah, I need to pick one. Do I need to pick one?
Pick one. Let's start with something easy. And then
I like the most obvious one is like that most DAOs like simply can't compete in terms of pay. Like there are DAOs with huge treasuries, but most DAOs are very young and pretty poor. That's one of the big, but like, yeah, there's a bunch of things that I wanted to go through. I can do something like a general failure or something like more specific to like metagame.
Wait, you say, okay, first failure, typical failure is that DAOs can't just compete. and meaning they're having troubles in maybe not only attracting people, but keeping people, so that keep them engaged. Yeah, I guess.
Right.
Let's raise your hands. Do you know how you can raise your hand? So who has ever experienced this problem in a DAO? Raise your hand. Yeah, you can raise it in person. You can raise it in Zoom. So yeah, we have some who agree. All right, let's check. Yeah. Maybe we can show, actually, if you, Peter, help us quickly. How can you raise your hand in Zoom?
Click on the reactions at the bottom of your screen. You'll see a reactions button. And if you click that, you have an option to raise hand. And then you have to lower your hand after you've raised it.
Yeah, or keep it raised because you agree to everything, to all the failures. I know. Okay, this was the first failure.
Might be easier to opt out at the opt out of the failures.
Perhaps we don't know. Do you want to take the next one too, Pete?
I mean, there are many people here. I can't say what I would think about this one.
Let's take a second one from Metagame, and then let's see if we have a volunteer.
Yeah, I'd say like this is not necessarily a problem because like people make all kinds of sacrifices for the things that they believe in, and it's just important to craft a really strong mission and inspire people, and like in some ways even better to have this problem because then you really attract the people who are intrinsically driven, and yeah, I think that's good because yeah, people that are here for the money can bring misalignment.
So in a nutshell, the failure is, or the not so failure. The failure is not so bad.
Not necessarily bad. Yeah.
But what's the failure again, in a nutshell?
I think. Yeah, just not having money to properly incentivize people.
I see. Yeah, maybe this is actually a benefit or an advantage long term.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
What do you guys think? Any comments here? Anyone? Yeah, go.
Livy was asking for a repeat on the last one.
Livy, okay.
It's a little bit hard to listen to Pete. Maybe the mic is a little low, or maybe it's just me having trouble.
Speak louder. I think it's maxed out, but yeah.
Speak louder.
Gain maximum.
Your summary was that it actually not having enough funds available to compensate people can be a benefit because you attract the right people who are not in for the money.
Right. Yeah, so not necessarily a failure. I want to cover a quick one that we have at Metagame because we wanted to come up with we came up with this sort of easier way to run DAOs because we thought it's not easy to get everyone to write proposals for every little thing that they do, and then we started using SourceCred, which is kind of people are encouraged to just contribute, and then they get rewarded after they finish with the contribution, they post what they did, and then they get rewarded based on emojis and the weight of the emojis that other people in the community see. And this is really it's cool in theory, but there's this action bias, and people do all kinds of things that don't actually move the needle forward. And then there are also people generally who are prone to rewarding things that are shiny or cool or fun versus things that are boring but more important. So that's kind of been our failure, our challenge with doing things in Metagame. But yeah, we are in the process of solving it by creating a different process for rewarding committed contributors, people who consistently contribute and focus more on strategic stuff. And yeah, I wanted to like skip this failure, and one that I wanted to mention was that I think part of the failure of the incentivization system is kind of the lack of disincentives. So there's a lot for people to gain by contributing, but there's nothing like, they don't lose anything by dropping their commitments and ghosting. And DAOs are kind of like this whole decentralized space is kind of becoming a safe haven for people that have issues with like committing to stuff. And yeah, I think it would be good to have some kind of a staking mechanism or something for people to have something at stake for like ghosting on their commitments.
Who has ever, this is an interesting one, who has ever also experienced ghosting, let's say, unpenalized ghosting on commitments? Please raise your hands. Yeah, you're not the only one.
Has anybody solved this?
Oh, yes. Any solution to that? I have one. Actually, today, all our courses are free, but for a while, and I wouldn't say that we might have it in the future again. We had staking on TE Academy courses. So people were required to stake in order to receive their final NFT as a proof of participation. And I think it wasn't too bad. So you were losing your stake if you signed up and then never showed up. The reason was that our slots are pretty limited. So we can't just take 100 people. So it's more or less around 30, 40, the maximum. So we had to say no to many. And then others prefer to not show up. So this was the reason to have staking. It worked well, but it also, where there are little tweaks we need to have. Interestingly enough, future token engineers not necessarily are super, let's say, fluent in staking and using tokens, funnily enough. So this was then rather an onboarding problem. Yeah.
Also a potential barrier for costs.
Yeah, true. Actually, it depends a little bit where you come from. We had 100 USD and 200 USD, and this is not really relevant for some and really a big thing for others. And then how to make it a fair stake for, just for everyone across the globe is also a problem.
Right. Yeah. It will be always good to have some like free slots for people to apply, but then it's always
right.
Problem of filtering them. And I think this is a problem easier to solve for us because we also have like a lot of things that people can come and do like without having to commit. So there's a way for people to earn their stake before they stake on like higher importance things that they have to like guarantee.
Any other solutions?
Ryder had a good one.
Okay. Ryder, go ahead.
I'm not sure what Peter's talking about.
The first one, relationships.
Oh, relationships. Yeah.
What was it? Was it a failure or a solution?
Solution. I think that in I can't find exactly what they said, but
the ghosting topic.
Yeah, no, I can't exactly. I remember exactly what Alois just put in the chat earlier, but in terms of valuation, and if we put a higher value on accessibility and physiological needs and care, then ghosting won't be ghosting. It will be like people communicating where they're at, because we'll have a healthy culture around our relationships when we focus on accessibility and physiological care.
Yeah, there's the main thing that I like wanted to encourage is like we tell people, like, we started trying to introduce this kind of system for the leadership roles. But tell people, okay, so just tell us if you can't continue fulfilling your duty, then like you will be forgiven. Just don't ghost. Like that's the only issue is actually ghosting. Like if you're good at communicating, okay, I can't do it this week. I can't, like I have other things. I have to move on from this project. I need to, I don't know, whatever happened. Like it's okay, but the ghosting is the biggest problem.
Yeah, Eugene also adding to that, having this discussion, being honest amongst, oops. You can edit yourself, Eugene, if you like.
Yeah, sure. I was also saying that just initially we were just kind of committing one-on-one to each other instead of just having it was a small team. It was around 5 of us when we were just beginning. And we would notice what maximized ghosting is when one person committed to a single other person. But then when we actually took the time to commit to tasks as a full team and like look each other in the eyes back in pre-COVID, all in the same location times, it was much easier I wasn't sure how that was going to go, but it ended up doing what Ryder was mentioning of it. It just ended up us being much more emotionally honest with where we're at and who's where, and establishing much healthier communication, which led to us now all being super close friends. And it had helped us reframe it of like, we're not just people doing a job thing, we're humans collaborating on a passion project, and we love this. And that means we need to learn how to love ourselves and each other. And adds all kinds of other different elements to it that it doesn't fully mitigate it, but at least it helped the communication and it helped the bonds there that kind of made less people just like go away with zero response or communication.
All right, let's go with another failure. Who wants to add a failure?
I don't have a failure, but I have an idea. I think from all of the reward systems that we just heard, the tooling presentations that we just heard, it seemed like all of them were first implemented and then immediately kind of incentivized some behavior that they didn't really intend to. And so I'm curious if anybody has a story of an organization or DAO that they were part of that implemented one, and then what was the behavior that was unintentionally overcompensated or over-contributed.
Oh, David and Seth.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is actually very close to the, it's one of the bigger projects that I got started with very early when I was in crypto. That was in 2017, 2018. And they implemented a reward structure that was very rudimentary, nothing on-chain, because it was a alternative layer 1. And the way it was implemented was that GitHub was used on a separate GitHub account specifically just to manage through issues, potential proposals from the entire community to propose. And if sufficient number of votes would be present, part of the regular monthly disbursement would be funneled to the accounts that actually made the proposal. Very easily gameable. Nobody actually thought about this because nobody really thought people would be using this because it was just such an unknown project. But there was a small group of 3 very active people from, doesn't matter where they came from. What matters is that they actually colluded, creating several accounts and just becoming a very big force inside this community engagement GitHub repo, creating new issues, making new proposals. And the thing is, everybody else from the cooperative, because it was organized as a cooperative, who saw this, they thought like, whoa, we have so much traction, it's taking off. Yeah, let's put more money to the monthly disbursement account and just fund all these activities. There wasn't really any kind of oversight. And what ended up being incentivized was a lot of, what's the word? Gonzo journalism. Yeah, so these people were basically, one of the most funded activities was going around conferences and writing up and making things like very low level, low quality, kind of personal point of view reports in video or text form about whatever these people did. and the entire reasoning why this actually went on for over 9 months and drained around $90,000 from the treasury was that nobody actually verified whether they produced any tangible outcome in terms of because the idea was, hey, we do all this, we go around the world, make these reports, blah blah, but we also evangelize for the platform, and nobody actually validated that, and that actually led to a deterioration of culture in the entire reward section, which eventually had to be scrapped and led to partially to the bankruptcy of the project. That was pretty neat. And I actually talked to one of those people personally, and it was so funny that they saw no wrongdoing. They just thought that they are extracting value for themselves, similar to how a scalping trader would do with the financial markets. And I was speechless. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Really interesting. Huh.
Thanks for sharing. Any one of you experienced something similar with, let's say, well, gaps for exploits ruining a DAO? No, anyone? That's basically
Really had
that's
many people
good.
trying to game it, but we also like that's why we keep it at the numbers number.
Mhm.
Because yeah, the more open it is, the more people come and try to game it.
Right. Sid added, open question, is a community really Sybil resistant if collusion is possible? I mean, and then Livy said collusion could happen with unique IDs. Yes, could, but it's certainly one way to avoid it, have stronger IDs. And then I wouldn't say, I mean, can we really call a community Sybil resistant, particularly if we talk about large DAOs, permissionless access? So it's really hard. I see it at fraud detection and defense at Gitcoin. It's just incredible to see how swiftly you have loads of automated players, contributors, grants, just trying to game the system. Okay, there somebody, Umberto, you wanted to add something on reacting with emojis.
Yeah, I will read it. Relating to SourceCred, reacting with emojis is easy if you don't spend time looking at the evidence of contributions, just like look at whatever somebody wrote there. So it's also like a popularity or like how the skill of narrating stuff. And the easy way of people, like the easy way is following a social graph, which might take us to a failure. Who reacted before me? What was the reaction of this person? Who is this person to me? But like this, like I've seen some contributions that I am like, what is this? This is not valuable at all. And I've seen some reactions that are providing value to this person. When for me they are detracting value to the whole community, and then hours later or days later, I see that this contribution has gained traction of other people just because the first people that reacted were meaningful to the community, so they follow a social graph, and it was a failure to me.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. There's more in the chat. Please switch on your mic. Seth, wanted to add something here?
Yeah, I'm feeling just like sort of like the urge to defend the honor of SourceCred. But like, this is like absolutely a real issue, especially in Discord. Emoji reacts in Discord are like probably the most gameable thing in SourceCred. I was asking in the chat if Pete maybe wanted to talk about the XP fairies, which is metagames, was one of metagames' responses to this. Basically, people were given the special powers to change emojis if they thought that like actually something wasn't valuable. I'm kind of curious if that's still going on. if there was success or failures there.
We haven't had anyone that was comfortable enough with removing emojis. And like, yeah, don't kind of, these XP fairies also introduce a bias of their own. I think it's, yeah, it's hard to find a much better solution at this point. I think it helps to some degree when you have people who are like trusted in the community and that can give more thought into like, okay, is this thing really valuable for the project? Does it move the needle forward? Does it like make an impact? Does it aligned with the long-term vision and all of that? I think it, yeah, it helps. But yeah, the community people are always in high need as well as all the other contributors. And the problem is also that, yeah, in SourceCred, you can't just get anybody to do that, but partially because you don't trust anybody, but it should be the people with the higher weight, because the new contributors don't have much weight, so they can't really balance it out. And the people with a lot of weight are often too busy with other things.
Mm. Seth, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I wanted to like share a little story that I think is fun and shed some light on this issue. When OneHive first launched SourceCred, they were one of the first early users, and they were distributing, I think it was around $2,000 worth of their token honey a week. And then their token mooned like crazy. And all of a sudden, OneHive was distributing around $60,000 a week of their token honey, much of it on Discord. And that was like a pretty crazy experiment to watch in real time. One of the things it did was like explode their memes channel. At first there was this like very healthy explosion of memes. I was like, warmed my heart. I'm like, oh my God, SourceCred is paying the memers. But then as like thousands of degens flooded into their server, like quickly the meme channel we started seeing upvote rings in the memes channel. And people were getting paid hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month for just creating memes. And the meme quality went down, and like the real memers were like pissed that they were being diluted. And eventually this was like productive because it taught us a couple countermeasures. One, like we built channel-based weighting. So they just they put the meme channel to 0. And that stopped the gamers, and then they brought it up to a lower level. So like probably the most common way to deal with this, like in gaming and Discord generally, is to simply reduce the amount of cred to a point where it's not worth it for the gamers. And then, you know, if you're a higher trust community, you can get away with like minting more cred because you have less gaming. If you have a lower trust, more open community, you maybe can't get away with as much. We also built an interesting feature where the amount of cred and emoji mints is based on the role that the reactor has. Right. So this is something we built for OneHive also. I'm kind of curious if you have experience with that too, Peeth. So like if you don't have a role, if you're brand new, you don't actually make cred with your emojis.
We don't have like that. You don't make any cred, but we have the people that like. The people that have more important roles in the community, they have higher weight. And actually, I wanted to ask, like, if any, that we're currently trying to figure out one of these two solutions to the problem of like low effort contributions having more impact. So one of them is we also have this reports channel that's reserved for the people that are leading different initiatives, then where they post like weekly updates of their efforts. And so we're considering adding weight to that channel so we can reward more those like consistent contributors. And then the counter proposal is adding initiatives, which can make it more precise, but also has more like overheads in terms of governance and like coming up with these proposals and figuring out the weights and all of that. What do you think would be the better way to go?
Yeah, I think all of those ideas are viable. I'm hesitant to recommend one because it kind of depends on the level of support that SourceCred is going to be giving, like the initiatives plugin, for instance. That's been a little bit neglected, frankly. Like it works and we've used it internally to success, but it is more labor intensive and not as well supported currently. We do have solutions like the creditor in the pipeline, but not making promises there either, because we have other priorities. I think that the channel, weighting the channel makes a lot of sense to me. It makes me a little bit nervous because we're kind of tiptoeing towards the smoky room where management just makes valuations that aren't visible to the community. One of our initial design decisions was that Cred was only minted in public channels to try to avoid this kind of concentration of power. That being said, we're running a lot of communities including ours are running into the issue that you're running into, and that is not a bad solution, right? That's something that you could do fairly easily in the instance as well. And then, sorry, was there a third option?
No, just those two.
Yeah.
It leads to more power into the leadership, but also depends on how decentralized is the leadership and if people are encouraged to lead things. And because the problem is not just gaming, but more the general imbalance of SourceCred favoring more the small contributions over the consistent delivery. And then we have a problem of having more people who are just parachute contributing versus really actually committing.
Yeah, definitely. So there are a couple promising ideas to address this are filtering cred by domain or specific heuristics. For instance, in MakerDAO, we're going to experiment with minting more cred on MIPS proposals on GitHub. And that is a clear that is a clearly valuable work that's actually fairly tedious and people don't want to do. And so that's one idea. There's a few others, people creating new plugins with CredEquate once that rolls out. There's a lot of interesting directions this could go, and I see that emerging eventually.
Okay, but the nice thing now is we don't have to find solutions. We are just complaining about failures at the moment. And there's Petra Wilson. I've seen you in the YouTube chat. Now you're here in the Zoom. I think you've added some comments in the chat. Would you like to add a failure here? Hello, hello. Feel free to switch on your mic. Any failure you would like to share?
Hi.
Hello.
So again, it's really about capturing that interactive surface, right? So if we have any kind of surface where there's interaction across organizations or within organizations or within groups within organizations, then we have strange loops in the distribution graph. And the only way to really identify those is through some kind of classification of nodes. Right? Yeah.
And is there any example you could give?
I think actually SourceCred had some insights into this over a year ago. There was a discussion of something along the lines of colored cred or class cred that could be used to formulate a color-directed acyclic graph. to describe the distribution graph for the CRED valuation. And I think that if that could be done, then there's a way to take those sort of decompiled or decompositional colored sections of the CDAGs as an overlay. And you can sort of define the centrality limits of the overall distribution, which will minimize arbitrage opportunities. It's a way of identifying coordination across groups, both internally and externally on the distribution graph. And I don't know, I talked a lot about it actually in a Thieves Guild in the metagame. And I don't know, I was like top 5 players or something. I never got any seed, but that's another issue for another day, I guess. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, honestly, I got way more alpha out of that interaction than I got cred, but I was well served. Thanks.
Thank you too for sharing.
Praise for MZ.
Yay. Absolutely.
I don't think that you didn't get any seeds. And I also want to clarify that like you are not supposed to dox and threaten other community members that you are going to hunt them down, and that would result in your exclusion.
Pete,
for
you
the
don't want to
community.
start with me about pedophilia
You
in
mentioned
your
it now, but
freaking servers on
I
Discord.
really don't, but
Your
you
whole
just
Discord
started.
should have been banned and deleted. And I could have done that to your
Okay.
community, but I decided not to because I figured so many people had already invested in your Discord. With Discord, could have automatically shut down and banned every single one of your members. So have a nice day. All right. It's a good day.
Okay. Another. Well, you see failures from time to time. Is there anything else you guys would like to share here? Maybe without anger, maybe rather with some fun and
I'd like
yeah.
to share a general affect that I think that leaderboards are a failure of humanity in a lot of ways, and that the graphics that are used in them are more toxic than are maybe noticeable. It's kind of like when you are around fluorescent lights and like the physiologic toxic load is increasing, but people don't notice. And we're just so used to them. And so I'm very excited for a replacement or alternative to the leaderboard UI for SourceCred that we're developing in an initiative with invisible economies and data folks. So we'll be trying to make clear as that sense making continues. So the failure would be leaderboards.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Ryder. Leaderboards. Is there anything else? I mean, I also remember some.
I thought I saw some comment maybe in the chat earlier, but sort of the opposite of the topic that I mentioned before. But is there anyone who knows a situation where there was tons of contribution and value created, but didn't go rewarded or went unnoticed sort of by the reward system in place?
Or maybe
so the opposite of a meme channel explosion that minted tons of money.
contributions disappeared unnoticed. Anyone? So just wanted to add. I think to me, I mean, we had this a couple of times with the introverts. I think it's really a skill in itself in a DAO to make yourself visible and to manage your own network. And this is why I think the graphs, the network graphs are so interesting to everyone, because it kind of, it provides a lot of information to have a better orientation within a DAO, because this is so, I mean, there are so many layers of activities in parallel. So it's hard to digest for anyone who's new, and even to those who are not new. And I think managing yourself, managing your network, managing your visibility takes a lot of, is really a skill in itself in a DAO. And that's probably, I wouldn't say a failure, but that's definitely not just, yeah, feels natural to everyone. Okay, David and Seth, I see you're raising your hands, but I wanted to check if we have somebody else who wants to contribute something. I'm still waiting for someone to disclose the Praise Mageddon. Okay, PV Blick, universal friend.
Yeah, it's
gonna
public.
Public. Thanks.
Yeah, weird use of. Alrighty. So, my question that has been probably been lost in the chat is: can we really trust the platforms that we use for earning cred? I'm specifically talking about Discord because, and specifically because of an experience I've had very recently where my account was disabled accidentally. It was flagged by AI, and Discord doesn't give you any warning whatsoever, and your whole account can get disabled, and you might go through a whole ordeal to get it back. Fortunately, I got it back. Unfortunately, I didn't have much to lose. But for more established people, this might be a really big problem.
So how to back up your reputation?
Yeah, and also if an even bigger scale of question where we should ask if Discord is actually the right place to be, because it is not that decentralized, is it? Since it can do this.
Yeah, right. Even though, does anyone know a DAO not using Discord at all? Me not.
I mean, not to dang on Discord, but it's really good, but this is a real problem. I mean, if we could actually communicate with Discord itself as DAOs to actually figure out a solution for this problem, this might be better.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Angela, the only one I can think of is MakerDAO, who now uses Discord, but it's very recent that they started using it.
Ah, I see.
What did they use before?
Seth?
Ah, they use Discourse. Okay. Yeah, interesting. All right. Any other failure? I can't believe it. I mean, I was expecting thousands of failures. Seth.
I was just addressing in chat some of the issues that public brought up. These have definitely come up and we've thought about them. Maker is having us investigate making their discourse data like more trustless, storing that data immutably in decentralized storage like Ceramic. There's a lot more I could say, but like I do feel like I'm like taking up a lot of the oxygen here going into the weeds on SourceCred. So I want to make room.
Hopefully here it's being worked on.
I think a classical failure that happened at Genesis DAO that I've heard from other communities too was a lack of a clear mission and then proposals going in all directions. So there was not so much of like a shared understanding from everyone of what was important for the project, and eventually became kind of a like popularity contest of who has more friends to approve certain proposals. And and it ended. Like it was a failed DAO, but that it had a lot of interesting things on the process of happening. So like failure in the end, but cool stuff in the middle.
Yeah, totally. Okay, the last failure for today. There will be more tomorrow, I bet. Last DAO failure.
I would echo that one. Yeah, failing to align the community on a vision, and then like people just pulling in all kinds of directions, because you get people from a diversity of perspectives, and they're all encouraged to take action, and it can result in a lot of great things, but also like in a lot of things that don't lead the project forward.
Yeah, agree. Okay, I think we closed the round, and again will be the last time to talk about DAO failures, but we've also heard a lot about really promising developments. I must say there is so much to think about from this day. I'm just grateful for all the inspiration, all the thoughts you guys have been sharing throughout the days that we've heard from the speakers. And I hope we can provide you a nice summary. I'm still in touch with the DAOists, and hope we can, and Eugene, hope we can find a way to just distill the most important findings. And this is just where we are at the moment, and so many promising developments in DAOs. I think now this is the moment also for myself to praise, because there have been so many people active to make this event happen. I'd like to praise now. I'd like to praise Jess for supporting the Assemblage early on with so many great ideas and speakers, making connections. This was amazing. I'd like to praise Ground Control, Renzo, Eugene, James, Livy, and Jess for supporting, also for kicking off this whole initiative, and all the energy and creativity and everything they shared today, what we can expect in the next weeks and months. I'd like to praise Peter for all the fun and guidance in our research group sessions. He's really never tired of new ideas, how to structure it, and homework tasks. This is amazing. Thank you, Peter. I'd like to praise Paddy for her enthusiasm in supporting token engineering students and learning herself. And she's with the team for only 5 weeks, so that's amazing, Paddy. Then I'd also like to praise the core research team, which is Mike, Sean from Longtail Financial, Andrew, that we've heard in the talk, Peter, Paddy, and Livy, for always looking for the best ways to shape the sessions, to shape the program, and just to grow open science. I'd like to praise the whole 41 participants, community researchers, for now working together over the last 5 weeks, spending days and sometimes their nights with teammates around the world, working on better reward systems. And stay tuned next week, December 16th, the first results. And I'd like to praise all our speakers who added their thoughts and energy to this event. Thank you so much. It was a great pleasure, such a fun, and I hope you enjoyed it too.
And praise to Angela, who organized all this.
Of course.
Angela, thank you. This was not the purpose of it. Yeah, let's switch on our mics and give a round of applause to everyone. I think it was really amazing. Thank you so much.
It was so great.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. We have recorded this. You can find all the videos on our YouTube channel. Thanks for supporting us on Gitcoin Grants. Thanks for being with us in our next events and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thanks for joining, everyone.
Thank you.